Imelda Marco. All right, we ready to get started? All right, today is April 12th. It is 8 o'clock. This is our second round budget workshop with the different departments. All counselors on the finance committee are present. So I think we can probably just dig in. It looks like I think we have who we need. Finance is going first. So you heard our spiel yesterday. All right.
Well, good morning. It's a pleasure to lead off today. I have a few slides that I think will keep us on track time-wise, so let's jump in. Finance Department, our alignment with council goals is to maintain an optimal bond rating. And our charge was to keep our net budget less than 5%. The department mission statement you see there is not an officially adopted statement, but it's my vision of what finance should be. And our job is to provide accurate information to the community, to elected officials and department heads so that all of you can make informed decisions. So here we go.
Which is spot on.
Thank you. How do we align with the community survey? The community said that 63% indicated they had a positive experience. Can't read that. We got covered.
Oh, yeah. John George.
Oh, sorry. Or should I do like Nick and move?
Yeah, moves. 63% that contacted the town had 93% had an opinion that was positive. So we're pleased with that. Our group that fits in with that contact is the revenue and collections area, the cashier's window. So and I've included some indicators. We put these numbers in the act for every year, so you can look at them every year and get an updated information. But what this tells us is that hunting and fishing license, as well as ATV and snowmobile transactions, are steadily declining. They're a low volume transaction compared to the other two lines. Our tax bills are on a steady increase due to the growth of real estate in the town. And our excise tax registrations had a dip during the pandemic years, but we're now back to above pre-pandemic levels. So this gives you a feel for the type of transactions that we interact with the public on.
Ask a question.
Sure.
In terms of our revenue that helps us with outside of, or I guess including property taxes, like how much of our revenue is coming from this? Because I understand excise taxes and tax bills are big numbers. And the reason I'm asking is because I know we're talking about fund balance and how we may use fund balance, and these are pretty secure sources.
The top two lines are very minimal numbers, obviously, because the number of transactions. Tax bills, we're familiar with the tax bills. They're in the 90% of our tax.
Almost, oh, but I thought you were talking collection rate. We're almost 99% collection rate, so very solid.
Very secure.
Yeah, but as far as percentage of tax income, it's about 90%. And preview of coming attractions, you're going to get a quarterly report at the next council meeting that will outline all this. So.
Great.
Page 132 captures all finance revenues. It's about 8.27 million, majority of which is excise.
Yeah.
So 132.
Okay.
So yeah, to answer your question, the excise of the non-property tax revenues is a significant number. And we're a little bit different than communities. A lot of them are what's called partial registration community, which means they only do renewals. If you are a first-time registrant of your vehicle, we do that here.
Mm.
So it's a little more lengthy transaction and time wise, so it consumes a lot of time for the collection, the finance clerks, but it is a service we offer and drive those numbers. Some highlights, as you all heard before, we did 2 audits in the last calendar year. So we were quite busy on the audit front. But the highlight was the second one for, which was for the fiscal year 2023, was filed prior to the deadline as mandated by the financial policy and the GFOA. And it's the first time that had happened since the fiscal 2016 audit. And it was also only the second time in the last 11 years that it had been filed in that time frame. We did receive the GFOA Award for Excellence on the 22 audit. We've applied for 23 and fully expect to get the award for that one. Our proposed budget increase for all of finance, and in the budget book, finance includes assessing, even though we're going to let Nick have his own time, is an overall 4.3% over what we're projecting fiscal 24 to end up as. And it's a 1.3% reduction from the fiscal 24 approved budget. So I think I met the charge of 5% or less. And at our last debt issuance, our bond ratings were reaffirmed at AA3 and AA+ by each of the rating agencies. Like I said, we were an overall reduction. Accounting accounts for 3.1% overall reduction in the ask. Revenue and collections is a 0.9% reduction, and assessing is not getting the message quite right there, a 0.4% increase. So
Doing well.
no, he's doing great. And these are compared again to the approved budget last year. And some of the highlights in the accounting division, I had a budget oops last year. I budgeted the entire audit fee in the accounting, and after getting a better relationship with Kate and understanding what they do, I realized that they budget for part of the audit fee. So this year we've split it in our budgets accordingly and a truer picture of how it actually falls out.
I just want to point out a distinction. This slide and the percentages shown here are budget to budget, whereas the prior slide with the 4.38, I believe the distinction was that was projected year end for FY24 to propose 25. And I make that point because Norm's done a lot of work and we've slipped over the last handful of years in terms of spending much time looking at projections. But I think that's a really important part. Your budget is your best guess at one point in time. But as we get, 10/12 of the way through the year or 3/4 of the way through the year, we're better to project where we're going to end than necessarily where we started. So that's something I really credit Norm for doing in terms of helping all departments do a better job of projecting where they're going to end.
In the revenue division, we had budgeted credit card fees at an amount because last year we raised the amount that taxpayers can charge on a credit card. So we've anticipated an increase in our credit card fees, and that never materialized. So I'm backing off this year on the budget for the credit card fees, and looking at projection, that may still be too high. So
What's our merchant rate?
we're at 2.5%.
There was a time not too long ago where we did not charge transaction fees, and we had an expense of over $200,000 a year. Folks would pay their tax bills with credit cards for their points, and so we put an end to that. And I think it's curbed a lot of that transaction, if you will.
And then lastly, on the postage line, you all may be familiar with the Postal Service. From July 1 of 23 until now, they've increased rates 2 times for a total of 6.6%. So I put 5% in there because we use a pre-sort service for the tax bills and all of our large volume mailing, so we don't end up getting charged the full 6%. When we do a large mailing, we reap the benefit of that savings with the service. You've seen this many times yesterday. This is our trend graph that actual projection for 24, and then what I've proposed. So you see an increase there. You also see that 90% of finance, and when I say finance this time, I am including assessing. 90% is personnel, so we're a people-driven business. I put in, if you want to call it a CIP, appropriations. We don't have much in the way of equipment and hard assets. So I've got Lisa, our tax collector, wants a standing desk to be able to adjust positions throughout the day and keep those repetitive stress injuries to a minimum. And then I've got some aging printers in my department, so it's not a big ask, I don't think, but it is an ask. And all of those would be appropriations that would be expended by the end of the fiscal year. I did put in my budget an estimate for a new budgeting software. We use Excel and Microsoft Word. When we weren't at our targets, Tom said, "Can you put it off?" I said, "Yes, we do crank out a budget with Excel and Word, and we can do it again next year." So we pushed this off as part of the process to get to our starting point.
Can I ask about the budget software? I'm sorry.
Yeah, good.
Yes, you can. Questions and discussions.
Does, with the budget does that make the whole process faster? Or is it just management? It's better, it's easier to manage?
I don't think it will make it faster because we're going to keep the same schedule with the whole process, but you are correct. It would make it more efficient. The budget softwares have, they have an audit process built in. You've got change control, so you can, on the number, you can see the history of the change, who made it, when they made it. And a lot of these sophisticated budget software modules will also spit out the book for you. So the time that Tody and Tom put together, piecing, copying and pasting would make that process more efficient of the assembly.
Okay. Does it generate reports and stuff more quickly than you doing
Yeah.
it now, probably?
Absolutely.
Okay. If I can speak generally
Yeah.
to your budget, I mean, welcome. I think we enjoy having you here, Norm. And I mean, I really don't see any issues with your budget. I would love to get Lisa a standing desk. Ergonomics is actually a really big thing for me. And like my employers hate me because I'm like, how come you don't have an ergonomical keyboard? And I go around the office and I do that. So, I mean, I just wanted to comment. I think that's great that you're doing that for your employees, and I don't see why we wouldn't be able to do something like that.
Thank you. Thanks for pushing.
Yeah, I concur with Karen. The software intrigues me not because I want you to stick it in the budget this year, but I think that, you know, philosophically, for me, smarter, better qualified people that you get by paying competitive wages, aided with the right tools, is overall more efficient. And I've seen that in every medical practice I've run with it, and heavy on people, short on process and technology. And when you make that transition, you actually save a lot of people and you save the growth in the head count. And people are happier because they're, kind of feeling like they are working in the state of their art. So from my perspective, if you come to me and say, we've really looked at this thing, I'm not saying this year because this is the unique year, but to transmit the message that says, when you position this stuff in terms of getting rid of some stone tablets and the people who operate them towards this is what the long-term investment payback is, it's much easier for someone on my side of the desk to say, that makes a lot of sense to me. So that's, and my general sense is that it's been a pleasant surprise to me, credit to Tom and all the rest of the folks, that appears to be where Scarborough's focus has been. And I think it's been to the betterment of the town. Frankly, it's part of the reason why I think we can actually contemplate the budget goal that we're contemplating. So.
Great. So same thing on the software, like, though I will go a step further to say, I do think it should be put in the budget. And the reason why is partially because of what Karen said of the operational efficiencies. So I think the return is there to do this, like the fact that Tom, Tody, you, others are having to do all this work, that's staff time, which costs money. And so I see savings probably with the software. The other thing is, like, as we were chatting kind of briefly before the meeting, I think we're trying to get different visuals, as you saw in the presentation, that help us more simply understand what's going on. And part of me wonders, with the reporting capability, again, is it easier to create visuals like Don that you want to see? And I guess I would be curious, is this software something that the school would have access to and use as well? Because I think that's the challenge sometimes in the budget books. I feel like they're more similar than they are different, but the nuances of the differences do, I think, when you look at the school budget compared to the town, leave some unanswered questions. Like, I love that we have the projection in there on our side, but the school doesn't have the projection, and maybe they have the data. Maybe we just need to ask them to add that column. But if the software helps to kind of make it easy so that they don't have to do extra work, like, I would be supportive of finding a way if we can still hit our goal and get this funded.
Okay. But, and yeah, to answer your question, I would envision that school would be a part of the use of that. And when we go out for bid, and one of the requirements would be to make sure that the software is capable of doing that in the bid response.
Yeah, I think it would make finance committee meetings maybe more efficient too. So I mean, there's efficiencies not just in this process, but in all the different places, like even the quarterly reporting that you're giving, I'm assuming.
Yeah,
this would,
the reference to the stone tablet isn't too far off, frankly. I mean, it's an Excel spreadsheet that the same one since before I started, so it's at least 20 years old. But it's tried and true and safe and accurate. But there's a lot of steps in terms of the back and forth between spreadsheets and Word documents and PDFs to produce this. So I think there will be huge efficiencies, and I expect reporting capabilities that we simply, I suppose we have, but it would be a lot more work. So appreciate your support.
Well, I have some horse trading to be done here.
yeah,
So that if I could get a commitment to actually revamp not just the reporting, but the budget process, not from the way that you roll it up, but to more standardize the presentation of the data throughout so that it is much easier for people who are not financial professionals or people tuned into municipal accounting to sort of understand at a, I hate to use the term, but I will, sort of at a kitchen table level. I think that would save a tremendous amount of uncompensated time. I can tell you that. And I think it would allow us to be more creative in that process. But I think that's been, I have, now that I've been through 80% of this process, I think that One of the things I'll ask the finance committee to do is to kind of do a nose to toes review of just the process itself, from budget goal setting to getting us here. Because I've seen some opportunities for improvement, not
Yeah.
necessarily in the end outcome, but in terms of helping us all understand better quicker.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, and I would say, depending on timing, if we can fit it into our May meeting while it's all fresh, kind of doing that retrospective to say, you know, we tried things different this year. What did we like? What did we not like? You know, we made some requests from staff on how to do things, like what worked, what didn't work. And to your point, if we get the software, how can that advance things? So I love the idea, and I think if not in May, then definitely in June while it's fresh. Great. Well, thank you, Norm.
Thanks, Mark.
Had a schedule. Keep it up. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm the assessing department representative, the assessor Nick Litter. This first slide is just one little update on the current year's budget. Other than our normative expenses, this year we had some budgeted monies for the revaluation efforts. Notably, it's hundreds of thousands less than the previous time there was a revaluation, so that's good savings doing it with town staff, which it was, 400,000 last time. Notably, of this 44,000, so far only 7,500 has been spent, but that's a little misleading because some of the biggest expenses have yet to come, like mailing everybody something. But even when that's all said and done, I think unless something unforeseen comes up, it'll be in the ballpark of 25,000. And, I'm not trying to over budget, but I try to be cautious and have enough, but it looks like there will be savings because some of the things I thought we would need, like more contracted help, I haven't needed, fortunately, so. Next year's budget, it's mostly a normal year. Our department is primarily staff and wages, and that is supposed to be less than 9%, not greater than. So, less than 9% of our budget is not personnel. So there's very few things that we spend on other than our people, kind of like finance was saying. Some of those are pretty essential, some even required. We have to pay the county for the deeds of all the transfers of properties. We have to recertify our educational credits, things like that. So nothing too frivolous, I would hope. And then, as Norm also mentioned, it was a slight different number. You had 0.4% increase. I show a 0.3% increase. That's mostly a result of pulling out all the revaluation expenses that we won't have next year.
This is what happens when an assessor and a finance director quibble over tenths of a percent.
And yeah, I was kind of saying it in the background, but I thought I was doing pretty well coming in at roughly 0% increase. And I was outshined, and I'm proud. I'm not surprised that the numbers guys, the numbers people found a way to do that. But let's see what else. I'm not used to using a clicker. Liam's usually so helpful. This is the slide that
Assistant town manager, the clicker, the official clicker.
this is the slide that's been kind of the standardized approach this year, which Norm helped produce for each department. This just shows the year over year and the last two columns. So the current year projection versus proposed. It's showing that despite the actual approved budget being about the same, we're not spending everything that was approved because the revaluation costs weren't as much as expected or aren't projected to be. Mostly personnel. The other thing about the prior 2 years increasing, there's been a little bit of an increase because when I started here, there were 3.5 people, and we went to 4 full-time people, which has allowed us to take on additional tasks, freed me up to do tasks that I may not have been able to do otherwise with another half, so a full-time person instead of a half person a couple years ago.
Yeah, just to flag that, Nick, to his credit, really after the last reval, Nick joined the organization just after that included and helped do some of the cleanup work. And he really put this whole plan in place 3 years ago to staff up and then do an in-house reval, which as he already, I think it was closer to $500,000 is what we paid for the external reval about 5 years ago. I think all indications are that this process is going to go far smoother and a considerable savings to the town overall.
Liam, when you say considerable savings, ballpark, how much do we think? So our baseline is $500,000. Do you have a sense of what it is going to cost?
Well, that's $500,000 above regular staffing costs.
Yes, I
So
understand that.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. So you're saying that we have saved
well, I think
$500,000 with no increase?
well, the exception of the expenses that he's suggesting is going to come in under this year. The 44,000 that you had budgeted for additional specifically revaluation expenses. He expects he's going to spend about 20 versus 500.
I would add to
So
that
would
we were.
be- Right, there's just simple math here.
480,000.
Taxpayers, that is savings of $480,000.
And if anyone would say, well, didn't,
It's not hard to say.
if anyone would say, didn't the assessing department get another half-time to a full-time? Yes, but I think that was likely to happen anyway. When I proposed this 4.5 years ago as part of my plan to be able to do this year, some of the counselors at the time said, even if it's not for the revaluation, we think you should have 4 full-time people because comparable towns have 4 to 6, and we had 3 at the time. So I wouldn't say that's only allowed us to do the revaluation. It's allowed us to serve the public better, period, which is, I think, shown that a department that usually isn't super popular has been at least neutral.
I think that's super. It goes beyond just the fiscal savings, but service quality.
Yeah.
And, like you said, this is a lot harder, so kudos to you and to the staff for making that strategic shift. Hoping the outcomes of that as the reval goes out will be, a better experience for our residents as a result of all the hard work and communications you guys have been doing.
I hope so too. Half jokingly, half serious in my meetings with the public that I've held, I've said, I want to improve upon the last time, and people say that's not setting the bar very high. But I mean dramatically and, people's lived experience of a sometimes difficult time.
I have just one question. When is the next one scheduled?
It's proposed to be every 5th year, unless other circumstances necessitate otherwise. Like if we were to say fall dramatically below, or the market crashes and we're assessing too high, we would say, well, let's do one to reduce people's assessments. That's fully within our right, but it's 5 years unless there's something going on.
So the broad goal is to have our valuations be somewhere between like 75 and 95% of the state number, which stays fixed for some period.
Yeah, that'd be great because the compliance is 70 to 110, and we have no intention of going over 100. So,
Sure,
yeah.
okay. So I guess what my question goes to is what we have, I think, maybe 5 years to think about now is a way from a scheduling standpoint to see if we could conduct a revaluation so that its impact would take place in a current budget year, and then we wouldn't be sort of having to explain these quote unique circumstances of commercial to residential shift and so forth. I don't know how possible that is, but ideally we'd have reval, we'd have results, and we'd have a budget to deal with.
So what I would say is, I'm not sure I understand the complete nuance of your suggestion, but what I know is possible is that now that, this will be the first time having done it in-house, a future time could entail doing 90% of the work the year before, but not implementing any of it. And then having the estimates much earlier in the process, the notifications much earlier in the process. So having it be a 2-year process, which would be possible with 5 years to plan for it.
There's really no way, the timeline, they'll always align. You'll be increasing values officially and approving budgets kind of in the same parallel path, if you will. It happens as a function of law and local charter on the same timeline.
The difference would be, instead of getting estimates in, April, maybe you'd have them in January or February, which would be helpful.
I think the predictability is important for people to know it's coming, but I think this year is really unique because of COVID and what's happened economically. So again, I don't think if we normalized for that, I'm assuming we wouldn't have seen as steep of a change. And so I think the bigger thing is when we're doing these, do we know, like, is it a normal economic situation where, again, we're not going to see significant shifts versus, you know, again, if there's a huge crash, then all of a sudden it's going to be another unique year where we're going to say, hey, there was a crash that's not in our control, but you should expect because of that anomaly, you know, a significant change in your value.
Yeah, I think history will bear this out, but my gut tells me that these last 5 years is going to be kind of standalone.
Yeah.
It's been really just this unique situation in the residential market in particular. And just not to belabor it, but we were supposed to do this last year,
Mhm.
and we made a conscious effort to delay it. Wondering if that supercharged residential market was this aberration, was going to kind of settle back. The data suggests no, that it's I think slowed in its increase year over year, but it certainly hasn't fallen back. So
That's great.
So to put a pin in it, I guess I'm hearing one of my colleagues voice in my ears saying, we need to get this information out. And I think that the pushback was, well, you can get information out, but if that information unrealistically sets expectations or is inaccurate, that's a bad thing. So coming back to what you said is to the point at which we can provide this council and the public with stuff that is, we feel confident isn't going to move substantially from the final number, then we've got a basis to plan, and then we can avoid, you know, this sort of whammy surprise at the end. And I
past
mean,
conversations haven't been inaccurate. The work's just incomplete. And so we can't be terribly conclusive, but I think as soon as next week, we're in a position of being far more specific and confident.
And this was always the plan, this timeline. You know, since then, some people have said, oh, I wish it had been sooner. And it was like, next time it could be, you know, but this has been the plan for the last 9 months. So it's hard to change it last minute.
oh yeah, I'm totally looking ahead, sort of saying,
Yeah.
as
That's
long as you're here.
Let's do a debrief after that.
As long as we have a little time with you and we don't have to fight with you over some unreasonable ask, we can pick your brain a little on it, sorry. Thank
Only
you.
reasonable ask, nothing unreasonable.
So I'm finding myself taking more time than I had said I would. So I'll go a little quicker.
Ahead of schedule, so it's-
So the financial goals of the town council, the assessing office manages and administers the tax rebate programs, both the state programs on their behalf, we administer the paperwork, and the local program for seniors we administer. We also administered the short-lived 1-year stabilization program, which was incredibly difficult to manage. But we were happy to help people do that. Net budget less than 5%. I'll allude to a very small part of next week, and it's not an actual number. It's saying that the budget is your domain. So it's not to say that I help with that in any way, because I do a separate part of the process, just the town valuation. But I do provide estimates in the process to Tom early on in the budget process for what are we going to expect for the homestead exemption, the Betty exemption, and those kind of things do help. And I intend, if you're wanting, to give you an updated estimate in the week or two to come, because I think if they go up or down, that will affect your decisions, so.
Yeah, those calculations are informed, or not just informed, they're created once the total value of the town is understood and finalized, and the mill rate is more accurately projected. So there'll be further refinement to that and hopefully some good news as a result of it as well.
And another thing that is very differential to the tax rate on the bottom line of the tax rate computation sheet is the TIFs and CEAs. They kind of trend up or down, as do the reimbursement. So sometimes they cancel each other out, but it's important to have those as accurate because you can use those TIF monies for, especially in the downtown district, perhaps for things if you have more than you thought you would, or less. Communications, one of the goals was to help communicate about the revaluation. I think that's been a success so far. We've been very diverse in our approach and consistent, and I'm proud of that. And I hope it's made a difference in at least the awareness, if not the palatability of something that's still going to be challenging.
How have you been received?
Surprisingly well and quietly, and I know that's going to be ending soon when people get their notices. Just as a reality, once people hear, you know, here's what your tax bill could be, that may change, you know, how quiet they are. But I've been pleasantly surprised, not only quiet overall, but very appreciative of the starting early and being consistent. I think people are surprised in a positive way because the previous time it was done by an outside company that just wasn't part of the process. And I think a lot of people either didn't know what was happening or didn't understand till the 11th hour. And at the very least, the consistent messaging through various channels and 5 years from the last time, the combination of those two things, they feel, okay, at least I know what's going on. So they don't feel surprised as much. And they appreciate that.
And just to, so you appreciate, perhaps you do, but in addition to the kind of the townwide communications, and I think you're all privy to the kind of overall plan, and he's hit his marks in every regard. He's done some really deliberate work with known neighborhoods and groups in town. And that's something totally different than we've ever done in the past. So I think that's the piece that is different for sure and appreciated.
Yeah.
There's another one next week as well, that Councilor Katarina is helping host. So
I'd really like to try and figure out more with comms committee, how we take what you did, learn from it, and figure out, is that something we deploy as a town, either with the council or for big initiatives?
Sure.
Because it seems like you've had really good engagement, right? Like, it's not just like, we're gonna do these roundtables. We're gonna invite people to come. My hypothesis is we won't have many people come, but there is a roundtable in the works with potentially doing it at Hillcrest Pinecrest. And I think that's a direct result of the success you had opening the door for us to potentially go there. And I suspect that will probably be the most attended of our roundtables. And so if we know there's ways that are more successful at getting people to come to the table, let's figure those out. Let's learn about those, and let's try and apply them more consistently.
after this is all done, I can certainly sit in on such a communications meeting to be part of that conversation.
That might be a good agenda item for a comms meeting for April that we can talk to her about.
But I would suggest if you want my participation that you wait well after commitment.
Yeah, we'll do that. So is that August?
Yeah, so I give a couple months after that too, because people still want to talk to me.
Yeah, I bet you're gonna be busy.
My sense is that, that particularly with the budget process, for example, you know, so you're explaining things ahead of the result. And I think, you know, what we might learn from that in the budget is possibly a two-step process. One is where we begin by finding out from people before we start cranking numbers.
Yeah, that's a good point.
What's important to you this year? Or has it changed and so forth? Now, I don't know what kind of participation, and then, because when you're on the back end, you're explaining and you sort of can be accused of selling, if you will. And I know that's not what we're doing, but anyway, that's just an observation, is that people don't necessarily need to give their input, but they love to be asked.
This slide's pretty easy. Assessing has none. No capital improvement plan and no unfunded investments. we just have a very simple, personnel-driven, office, so that's okay. And, we got people standing desks a couple years ago, and I've worked better sitting, so, I think we're good.
Great. It's tough to put your feet up when you're standing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any questions or topics for Nick, Counselor Shoup?
I don't really have any specific questions. I just wanted to comment that I really appreciate you stepping up in the communications that you're doing. I think it's going so smoothly, mostly because of who you are as an individual. I appreciate what you're doing. Like I said, I watched your video. I think it's great that what you're doing, and thank you. I think, like as Tom said, I think it's probably a big shift. Can't imagine becoming an assessor. I'm not quite sure if this is what you expect when you become an assessor, but thank you.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you.
Counselor Cushing, anything to add? So, Nick, I'm just curious if you can give us a little bit of a spoiler alert, not on the numbers per se, but like, how are you approaching the workshop and what are we gonna learn? Because personally, I'm taking a very conservative approach as we start the budget
Mhm.
because there's that unknown of understanding impact. We keep saying it's gonna be challenging for people, but how do we truly understand and quantify that so that way, again, it may mean I may be less conservative as the process continues, knowing what the real impact is. And so can you just share a little bit with us? And again, I don't know if there's any
Sure, in
ideas
broad
you guys wanna share
brushstrokes,
this week.
some of the things that we had discussed, you and me specifically, as well as other people, that would be helpful to have is just averages of estimated impacts. So those could be, with what I know now, which the work is still in flux and close to this phase being done, but still being worked on, what would I think that the average increase in assessed value for this type of property, and what would be the resulting tax bill impact in a range, not like, fine tuned yet, it's not there, but like how many residents in this would expect this range of an increase or decrease.
Mhm.
So I think that will be the key point. And also, I will speak in the framework of the factors, if you will, that I mentioned in a couple articles. So the commercial shift, potentially, the relative increase or decrease compared to your neighbors, other people, and bearing on the market factors. And then the senior program going away, the state program. And then to a lesser extent, the fact that the budget, which is in your domain, is the fourth factor, which is not the domain of assessing, but those four factors together do combine. So just using that as the framework and starting to get a little more specific. I try to build each time with more numbers. And this will be the closest I can come to giving you things that you can, work with at this point. Because I thought it was important for you to have that before you're done the budget, obviously. So I think next week will be a good point in the process.
So as an example, like with what you're gonna present, will we be able to like make a statement along the lines of, Scarborough has 10,000 households. Of those 10,000, based on the factors that you mentioned, 2,000 of them could likely experience a tax bill greater than 5%. Like, would we?
That is definitely something that you can look forward to understanding in a graph or numbers. Yeah.
Great, perfect. That's awesome.
That's,
I was gonna say, for purposes of calculating those ranges, we're left with, we're using the 5% net budget. So to the extent that changes, that's gonna certainly change that range.
All my estimates will be based on the 5% net.
Perfect.
something that would be just helpful in general would be to sort of have a frequency distribution of the valuations around the median. So, at the various percentiles, some sort of a range. So if
Sure.
the median right now currently is 575 or something like that. I forget exactly, but there is a
Median home price, you mean?
median home value
Oh,
for the last assessment.
Sure.
And so you can look at that and sort of display it out in graphic form, and that helps you as you're thinking about, okay, what happens to various segments, household segments,
Sure.
when we do something to the property tax?
Yeah.
How does it actually affect this segment versus this
Mhm.
segment?
And I hadn't contemplated that one. I like that suggestion, and if I can do it, I will. Um, Also, whatever I don't get to at this point in time, because it's still in the estimate phase. In future meetings, as it gets closer to the commitment, I'll have more and more information.
And I've given Nick the weekend to fine tune his work and crisp, make the presentation as crisp and clear as possible. So that material will be uploaded, early next week as soon as we have it, so that we're not trying to keep the information. But this is literally where he's building the plane as he's flying it.
Yep,
Uh,
I understand.
And part of that software issues, I have to run some of the reports and do some of the legwork when no one else is in the system. So that's the weekend.
Okay.
So.
Thank you for working on weekend.
Can I just share one little piece just for awareness for you? And I want to take advantage of our time here. There was a passing reference to TIFs. I want to credit Nick. Nick's been with us since really the inception of the downtown TIF, which is the one that's the most complicated and is destined to be even more complicated. Just for your hopeful appreciation, we start with one parcel, 500 acres. And then today there's probably, as they subdivide property, there's new parcels, new lots created.
Several hundred, yeah.
So there's at least several hundred and there's could be several thousand by the end of this. And so the sort of work to track that, starting with a single parcel to then hundreds, if not thousands of parcels, all individually owned, potentially. And then, of course, you need to track whether those taxpayers have paid the tax or not, because if they haven't paid the tax, then the CEA is, so there's a lot of moving
Yeah.
parts to this. And I'll credit Nick for grabbing a hold of this early on, setting up a system. So he's able to manage it as this thing kind of builds out and gets, a lot more complication.
You don't want more software, better software to manage all this?
What we have is good enough.
Yeah. So for the items that are in motion, the Betty and the homestead and the TIF CEAs, like when would we anticipate before second read to kind of get that crystallized, just from a planning perspective?
Yeah, I would foresee within the next 2 weeks.
2 weeks? Okay.
Yeah. And I mean, we can discuss specifics about how that would look.
I mean, all of those are finalized by Nick at the time of commitment, frankly. So
Yeah.
So they'll still be estimates.
We will improve before you adopt the budget as best we can,
Mhm.
those estimates.
Yep.
But they are truly the function of when everything's said and done.
Yep.
Um,
Once I have my estimates for the workshop next week, I could then use those estimates to then calculate those numbers within a matter of days thereafter.
Okay, I think it's just good. I mean, I know we always keep that rolling
Yep.
list of things, but knowing that that's coming in a
Mhm.
few weeks just
Yep.
kind of gives us.
And they're big enough in either direction that they would be good to know.
I have it on my list.
Great. Awesome.
Thanks.
Thanks, Nick. So I think next is fire, but maybe we'll take a break and they come at
They're,
9.
they're on their way, literally.
So let's take a break and start back up at 9. Does that work when they get here?
Yeah, when they get here, it should be shortly before.
our pitch.
Right.
All right, we're back, and next up is fire, I believe, followed by police department. So before we jump in, well, first, thank you guys for being here. Thanks for all the work that you've done, not only for the town, especially in the past couple of weeks with all the weather anomalies, but you know, to help put forward a pretty modest budget that helps us deal with the sensitivities of the residents. And so as we go through this, again, we might have some questions. Those questions aren't intended to be offensive or insulting. It's just trying to learn, and then also trying to better understand some details in your budget. This year is a challenging year. You know, we started off on a good starting point, but we still are committed to get to our 5% goal for net budget, and we need everybody's help to figure out how to get there. So, you know, there's things that we've kind of been asking each department just as areas to kind of look at to kind of help us get there. And so probably similar questions will be asked here today. So, but thank you so much. I don't know, Counselor Cushing or Shoup, if there's anything you guys want to add?
I mean, I think I'll reiterate the comments that I had at the beginning of our sessions yesterday, was just that for residents and town council and finance committee, you know, the reval is definitely on our mind. So there've been some questions of, you know, are there things within your budget that maybe we could defer? And then if there are things in your budget that we are keeping in your budget, I think what we just want to do is kind of have a little bit more of a deeper dive into them, so we can kind of show the taxpayers, you know, this is where we're at and this is why this is part of your budget.
Counselor Cushing?
Yeah, I think, personally, I think that it really is essential that we take that 5% goal seriously and that we achieve it. And when I say we, I mean us and the school department collectively. And to put that in perspective, between over $86 million, that's to get us to that goal, that would be a savings of 1.2, and the school department recently got a bonus of 317,000 in better insurance rates. So I think that to get to that 5% goal, now we're looking for 900,000 bucks over 86,000, and you can do math as well as I can. That's you know, possibly a rounding error in a budget of that size. So to me, that's very achievable. And my best understanding of that from Tom is that that keeps our tax rate change independent of revaluation at around 2.7%.
2.2.
2.2. And that is remarkable. But our citizens have been looking at an average inflation rate of 3.4%. Real wage growth has made up for some of that. But we have a large segment of this community that is on a fixed income, and for them, property taxes take just a higher percentage of their fixed income every single year. And so in this year in particular, I think as we look to the future, thinking that we want to have a new school, which is really important and so forth, that we need to demonstrate to the taxpayers that we are very sensitive to this broad set of economic circumstances. And I say this asking for more within the context of a budget which is arguably under any circumstances very responsible. So I haven't seen any fluff. The last point that I'll make is that across all of these departments, I personally have more expertise that I could apply to some than in others. That strikes me as being sort of rather unfair. So what I'm trying to rely on is to say broadly, this is what we need. Tell us what you're doing because we're really interested. But the best judge, in my view, of how to get to this goal really is with you folks.
And the only thing I'll add that was also consistent at our council workshop, and I think impacts especially the public safety department, is we're committed to trying to address the wage gap and make sure that that's something that to me is a little bit outside of scope of what we just talked about. Like, I think we all agreed getting wages where they need to be, and the budget is the top priority. And so when we're looking for those savings, I would say it's probably everywhere but
Yes, that's
touching wages.
that's exactly right. That was
Yeah.
24 hours ago, that was in my little documentary, but I left it out this time. So, yes.
Great, so we'll pass it off to
Thank
you,
you.
Chief.
Thank you very much. On behalf of our department, I'd like to thank you for having us up here to present our budget. Our slides are fairly limited. What I took from a lot of the questions that we were receiving from council and from other staff, that we kind of focused our slides on that and not so much on the fluffy stuff that we always sometimes get into talking about. And I also like to thank Tom and you, Counselor Anderson, for helping Counselor Shoup understand the sheltering thing I watched yesterday. And I certainly want to throw our support out to Chip for that event. The public safety building is absolutely not the best case scenario for a shelter.
Did I get it right?
You got it absolutely right. So I want to thank you very much for, and we've supported Chip with either information and we're willing to work with him for grants and things like that. So I just wanted to give that plug for his generator piece. I think it's integral to what our town is going to be facing in the future and having another space for that and a comfortable space for that warming center. You came.
Yep.
And it's not a great place, but it's at the public safety building and there's a lot going on there. So that's why we never really planned for that to be our shelter. So
Thank you.
thank you. Just a real quick same thing as last year, the only changes, just an overview of our department. We manage 5 divisions. As you know, we have a fire administration division. We have the fire suppression, emergency medical services, fire prevention, and emergency management as well fall under our purview. So we have 5 separate sub-budgets within the fire department that we manage. We operate with 3 classifications of employees still. We have full-time members, per diem, or day firefighters, which a lot of you have come accustomed to hearing that term. And also, we still have a fairly robust call company in a couple of our volunteer neighborhood districts. Our current staff sits at, I'm proud to say we're fully staffed as of Tuesday, when our two newest firefighters start. We'll be fully staffed at 40 full-time firefighters, which is amazing to think of where we've come from the years of having 2 people on duty that were full-time at many, many years ago when Chief Thurlow started. We have 2 civilian admin. We have a payroll, an office manager, and we have an accounts payable person. And then we have we hover and we go up and down on the per diem between 40 and probably 30 and 40. And then we, as our last count, we have 30 call company members that are active. Call company members that are active are people who will show up when the tone goes out and can put fire out. And we have several others that are lifetime members that bring a ton of value to the organization, but what will respond to a fire is about 30. 2024 budget highlights. We converted 1 per diem 24-hour position to 1 FTE per shift. As some of you that sat with us last year remember, for us to get 1 full-time employee, it costs 4 FTEs because we have 4 platoons that we have to fill. And that spreads that out so that there's an even amount of coverage on every shift. The citizens, and one of the things that we've committed to, we want the citizens to have the same service on Sunday that they're going to get on Wednesday, and that's kind of why we do it that way. We procured a new replacement for our 3rd ambulance. Unfortunately, I'm sure you heard it from some of the other departments. Procuring vehicles has become quite a challenge. Number one, the cost, but also the lead times. So that ambulance you approved, but we're hopefully going to see it this August, and we will have all 3 ambulances fully replaced. Hopefully by the end of this summer. One of them was still from the ARPA funds, and the other one was the one you funded last year for us out of our reserve. That was funded out of reserves, correct? Yes. Our continued planned building maintenance projects at our 5 neighborhood fire stations is one of the things that that we have a challenge. We have 6 buildings that we really have to focus on. Luckily, we have some assistance from the facility side of the house for the public safety building, but we have 5 other buildings that are aging and need regular maintenance. We've done big projects over the last few years since I've been here, replacing overhead doors that were failing, that were becoming service issues. 2 of our stations have bathrooms that are just not suitable for the current environment that we're in. And as you know, we do have a very diverse workforce that needs those types of things. So that was one of the projects that we're still working on. And then we have 2 stations that have absolutely failing HVAC systems. Our Black Point and Dunstan have their HVAC systems were put in the late 90s or early 2000s, and they're failing. So that was our project last year. And unfortunately, we still have not been able to accomplish that based on availability and contractors and things like that. So that's what we're moving towards. We reconfigured our staff deployment to ensure adherence to industry response time metrics. One of the things that we noticed from the survey was our folks in town were very pleased with our responses, our service levels and things like that. And one of the, as we talked about, maintaining the service level, that's what we really tried to do with this reconfiguration, which required us to have our call company staff 2 of our stations because they're very capable of doing that. And we put the other full-time staff or part-time staff that are paid every day in the stations that can make the most impact to the most parts of town. And then again, we're certain the community continues to benefit from the highest level of timely emergency services. I'm certain that we're meeting that metric. Highlighting the major cost centers by percentage, obviously we've had the same non-discretionary budget items that most of the other departments have: staff wages, utilities, fuel, fleet maintenance, things like that. One of our big ones that stands out, emergency medical supplies. You know, we throw a number out there of what we need for emergency medical supplies, but that all depends on how many ambulance calls we do. And sometimes we need more, sometimes we have a busier year. So those are some of our non-discretionary. I really struggled, I'm going to be perfectly honest, I struggled with discretionary when it comes to the public safety, especially after the year that we had. That, you know, the discretionary budget lines, I could take, you know, I could buy a few less lengths of hose one year. I can do, you know, buy a few less sets of turnout gear or not repair some, whatever. Those things are really de minimis. They're not going to make a huge difference. Our budget, I think, is built to the point that it's really what we need to maintain service in the community and keep that going. One of the questions you had, I think somebody on the council or the finance committee asked about the apparatus responses in the stations that currently aren't staffed with the paid personnel during the day. Here's all the responses from that lead up to the last full calendar year. And Pine Point specifically is one of the stations that's not staffed, and they still, you know, the engine out of there went out 192 times. The forestry truck, which is down there, went out 152 times. The marine assets down there, you know, over 30 times. And that's being done by a mostly volunteer neighborhood folks down there, certainly supported by the on-duty crews as well, but they do a great job. Further, Engine 3, Pleasant Hill, which is also not staffed with full-time people, but it has students as well. 423 times that station has been toned out and staffed by call company members and students. As a matter of fact, we had a major incident, major fire 6 months ago, 7 months, 6 or 7 months ago, where Engine 3 Pleasant Hill was staffed by volunteers, and they probably saved about $700,000 in property damage to a large home in the Pleasant Hill neighborhood. Interestingly, that neighborhood seems to be, the call volume seems to be increasing more than any of the others, short of Oak Hill. Oak Hill is just, this one here is just continues to go up. So as you'll see, there's some pretty big outliers. Engine 7 in Oak Hill, the ambulance at Oak Hill, it's our busiest district. I mean, and anybody who sits in this building and watches the trucks go back and forth all day long and how busy they are. It just continues to, this area as it populates, it gets more busy. Any questions on this before I move from this slide? Okay. Responding to our community feedback, council goals or new initiatives. Scarborough Fire Department and public safety as a whole, we seem to receive high marks in the survey. As a matter of fact, I had a conversation with Liam one day. I took it a little hard because our numbers went down from the second survey for our satisfaction, and it was de minimis, I think, but we really take pride in making sure. I adopted what my predecessor had. We don't say no. If somebody calls us and their sink is plugged up and they're stressing out about it, we're going to send somebody. We might not be the plumber to fix it, but we're going to help them find a solution. So we're really happy. And in the police department, I know our partners, they're the same way. We just don't say no. Whenever somebody calls, we go out and check something out. And then current response times remain compliant with national standards. One of the other questions I think we'll get into, somebody asked about ambulances. Do we have enough ambulances? We are still meeting our response time metrics. Sometimes we meet that with mutual aid and sharing services with other communities, but we still are meeting those standards on a regular basis. Talking about our capital improvement plan. We have 3 things in our capital improvement plan that we're asking for. We have $1 million in for a new pumper that is part of our over 40 or 50-year-old apparatus replacement plan built by folks way smarter than me and just continued to move forward. This was done, I think, way back then so that there would never be a surprise. And as far as I know, Scarborough has never with the exception of an unfortunate accident, was never forced into an emergency purchase of a piece of apparatus because of their very thoughtful plan, and having that spread out. I know I watched Public Works presentation the other day. We would be lost without our partners at Public Works. They weigh in heavily. They're part of our truck committee when we build equipment. They tell us, yeah, you don't want to do that. They're one of the reasons why we changed the type. You see two different types of ambulances we're driving right now, you know, to get longevity and get better. So we trust them and rely on them heavily right from the start when we start talking about a new piece of apparatus. The AED replacement, we manage all the automatic external defibrillators in the entire town. It's something that was done many years ago, and we just, and currently there's 57 AEDs throughout the town. In fire vehicles, police vehicles, public works, anything that is a town vehicle, usually has an AED in it, that's out on the road on a regular basis. All the schools, the beaches. So we've gotten to that and managed that over the years. The AEDs that we currently have are creeping over the 8-year mark. We can't get batteries. We're having struggles getting pads. Some of them have been out of service for a long period of time, which puts us at risk. And we've had this plan. This was pushed out from last year for some reasons. And I think this is a really important piece because it's not just for us as the fire department. It takes the whole town. And there has been several, no less than 5 that I can count, lives saved by people being able to grab a defibrillator from the high school, in the parking lot, down in Pleasant Hill area. So I think this is a really important one to keep. And then we also kept our.
Do you just speak to the cost in terms of the units we have?
Sure. Units purchased well, back before I was here, they were purchased to match up with our cardiac monitors that we carry in our ambulances every day. Those were very expensive. What we've done is we've jumped onto a state bid process, the state of Maine bid process with Maine EMS. And I can get 2 AEDs for the price of 1 with this new vendor that they have there. And I used them in a previous location. And it's just switching that over. They don't match with our defibrillators in the ambulance, but it's really that's not a huge deal anymore. We can make that work. Those AEDs are for the people that are there first, and they really need to be super easy to use. So the cost, if we had to do it with the current models we had, that would probably be double the price, double the cost. Our hazardous gas meters, these are the meters. Every neighborhood fire station has at least one of those gas meters in it when they go and respond to carbon monoxide alarm, smell of propane, different things like that. And it's really important for each one of the neighborhood fire stations to have one, so they're not waiting for one to come from Oak Hill or something. And these are the meters that keep our people alive. They tell us, hey, you're getting close to something that you probably don't want to be in. Our meters are, I think they're almost 8 to 10 years old. Is that correct? Yeah. And they're failing. We actually had to rent one for a little while for one of the neighborhood fire stations until so that we didn't make an expenditure before we know whether or not we're going to receive this. So they're very important. They definitely maintain service. We go to carbon monoxide, especially after the last few storms. We've been to carbon monoxide alarms a lot. So why now? Specifically, those 3 pieces there, the fire pumper specifically. If we get off track with our replacement plan, it just not only does, well, I'll let you speak to that in a second. It just throws a lot of things into the I threw out a term chess game when you start doing that, but I certainly will, any questions, Chief Tenney will be able to answer for that. The unfunded investments we asked for, we had the 4 new firefighter EMS positions, and basically operationally, we did put them in for only a quarter of the year because of some of the things that we saw coming down the road that we didn't know that we'd be able, not only trying to save a little bit of money and not have a full 4 people for 12 months. We also had some restrictions, I think, as the year goes on that we're going to have for training and getting them onboarded. We made sure that we were going to do it in the right way and not overwhelm ourselves. And then I believe the CIP building maintenance line that we carry every year for the 5 fire stations, I believe was cut. And I think we're comfortable with that simply because we're still working on projects from last year that have not come to completion. And I think this year will give us that opportunity to get those complete. So that one isn't as super as important to us as the firefighters are if we were to get those. And I'm sure we're going to talk about the conversion piece. The slide that Norm did, everybody had it in there. And I'm sure you all saw that, but I wanted to share that with you. This is where we went. And realistically, I brought on 8 new firefighters in the 2 years that I've been the chief. And to see that increase over that 4 years, really, I mean, it's not a huge increase because we are doing that conversion factor and we are realizing some savings from not having that per diem program funded as well. So.
Can you talk to that a little bit? Like, just more specifically, how the staffing plan that you have in terms of taking those per diems and converting them to full-time, like how that materializes into savings?
Yep. So realistic, just really down and dirty, boiling it down. If we continue with it, our plan is to continue with asking for 4 firefighters a year. That's there were some years in the previous plan that we're asking for some more. And one of the things that we really had to digest was, are we trying to staff every fire station? Or is there an avenue that we can get strategic fire stations fully staffed, continue with the call company divisions, and have some of those other fire stations not staffed? The former plan was to staff every fire station, and I'm not sure that's going to be practical. So we really tried to figure that in. So the cost of 4 FTEs for a full-timer costs about $360,000 a year. That's at $90,000 per FTE. That cost is benefits and fringe benefits and things like that. A typical 24-hour slot for 1 per diem person or 1 per diem shift would cost us about $220,000 a year. And we've always said it's never going to be 1 for 1. There's obviously a higher expense for having FTEs than there is with part-time because some don't have benefits. The one thing I struggle with, and we talk a lot about, is there's other benefits that our part-time employees realize and have, whether it's EPL, the new employee paid leave, earned paid leave, I'm sorry. We have 11 part-timers that draw healthcare coverage from us at a rate of almost $80,000 a year. That adds to the part-time folks because they work enough hours that they qualify for the ACA coverage. So really, when we do today, as we do the math, the net cost of conversion is about $140,000 to put full-timer and take that temporary or that per diem position out. That's where we kind of look. You want to get into why that conversion, or you want to wait?
Yeah, keep going.
That conversion is really important, getting to that. We're really struggling. The workforce has been difficult to navigate through. Our per diems after the pandemic really saw, and I talked about this last year, they saw the value in a little bit of work-life balance and not working 2 or 3 jobs and being exposed to a pandemic 2 or 3 times a week rather than just 1. And overall, I think the atmosphere in public safety is work-life balance, mental health, and people just aren't looking to work 100 hours a week anymore. Most of us did that when we came up, and looking back, it wasn't the best thing for us to do. We had a lifestyle, it was great to do, but at the time, but it really, I think it took some chinks out of our armor. So that's been difficult. We're doing a hiring process in the spring. We usually do spring and fall, but we're getting 3, 4, 5 candidates. And the other thing is the per diem program in the past always brought in very high qualified candidates from Portland, South Portland, Westbrook that are trained by another department. They walk in the door, they're ready to go. We're not seeing that. We're seeing young kids that are wanting to get into the service, and we're spending a lot of time getting them up to speed and training. Where a full-timer comes in, they go through an academy, they're doing all the things, and it creates a little more consistency. And our per diems that have been around are absolutely, it's a 32-year program. They've done great things for us, and they saved this community a lot of money over 30 years by doing it that way. I just think that the time, Scarborough was one of the first ones to do it. And I think the time has just come to really recognize that the workflow, the work volume here is just not conducive to not knowing whether people are going to be able to show up every day.
Can I ask a question about the hiring process?
Sure.
You had said that you do something twice a year. So if someone, are you advertising the other times of the year? Or if someone comes in off of those 2 times, are you starting the process, or are you saying come back when I'm actually doing the hiring process?
Traditionally, we waited for those 2 periods of time. One of the things that we will do, if we have a local, like a volunteer or somebody that's already within our organization, or our live-in students who've been in their 2nd year of school and they're willing to go to work, we'll bring them on outside of that process. But we already know what their training levels are. We know where they stand. But if we've got to bring somebody brand new in and put on all the orientation, it's expensive to onboard people for the fire department. You got to purchase new gear, all these different things. So we really tried to, so we can plan for it. We do it twice a year. And we've talked with HR about leaving open recruitments. And it's not something I think that is absolutely liked, but
Yeah, I just didn't know if you're maybe missing opportunities, or if someone's like, oh, I want to work at Scarborough, but they said, oh, come back in 2 months. I'm going to go next door, and
Yeah.
they're talking to me today.
Yeah, that's
That
certainly.
you're not getting as many applications. I mean, I would love to understand
Yeah.
that.
And it, go ahead.
Two linked issues, Counselor. Particularly given the, as we discussed the per diem or the part-time program, we derive a tremendous benefit from, experienced and very motivated members that are coming on their days off, oftentimes from other career organizations. We are not unique in having challenges in finding and maintaining available staffing. If we look regionally around New England, and particularly Southern Maine, a lot of those home agencies where those folks work their regular full-time jobs are also in similar straits. So a lot of the lack of availability is a member who would like to work their regular per diem shift in Scarborough might be getting forced to hold over and overtime in a vacant position at their home base. So it's a ripple effect throughout the area. In terms of the per diem staffing, I think that that's also a challenge for new talent coming in. That's a built-in challenge in the industry. Like the same conditions apply. So somebody who might have a desire to work part-time somewhere else is still their primary obligation outside of their family to their primary employer. So there's a lot of times where the amount of time that they might be available for part-time work in the past is being greatly impacted by mandatory overtime to fill existing vacant spots at their home organization.
And I think I answered one of the questions in the council or in the spreadsheet of questions where we are not the only ones experiencing this. The other part of this factor is a lot of towns around us that weren't full-time have all needed to, on any given time, there's about 40 positions in the county, just in the metro and county area that are open, usually during the spring and summer when they start doing budget season. And so many people that used to not have full-time people or not have part-time people are now hiring and paying people to be in their fire stations, which limits that pool for us. Hey, we have people that live all the way up in the mid-coast that come work for us because they love it down here. But if somebody opened up a opportunity for them up there, we would probably lose them. They're like, I'm not gonna drive an hour and a half to come to Scarborough if I can do it locally. And that's happening all over the state.
So your restraint and the unfunded request for continuing your staffing plan, is that because of the challenges that you guys are talking to, where even if we said, let's do it, it would still be a challenge to fill those positions and get them on board? Or if we were to allow that to happen?
We'll have more luck bringing full-time people on than we will per diem.
Okay.
But your question about why it's not in the budget, that's just one of the measures we took this year to try to meet our budget goal.
Okay,
Yep, it wasn't out of concern that we ultimately could probably find and fill those positions.
okay. So we could, if we wanted to add them back in, then
Right.
it's within reason to say we could get.
And
those
as
positions
proposed,
filled.
it's only a net increase of $100,000.
Yeah.
Because
For that
of,
quarter of a year.
the factors the chief mentioned. So I made the decision not to advance those, and it was more based on austerity and really wanting to make a straight face discussion that this is level services. We're not adding at all. And we've listened very carefully to many of your comments at the outset, and you've reiterated them again throughout this process. So that's really what caused me to, and fire department wasn't treated any differently than anyone else in that regard.
One of the things that I get a little confused about is, I think you said that to staff a position per diem costs 220,000, and to staff it with a full-time person costs 90. Is that correct?
No, it's 360,000 to staff one full-time position.
So you need 4 full-time people
360.
to replace the 24 hours being covered by per diem.
Okay, and the cost of the per diem for that same period is 220?
And that's conservative because that's just using their salary, which is, we averaged about $26 an hour is what we came up with for.
But the full-time complement does cost more. I'm not
It does.
saying it's not a better value. I just wanted to-
$40,000.
Net.
$140,000.
Net.
Okay, so I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't the other way around.
No.
Thank you.
And I don't want to belabor the point. I know Councilor Shoup and I have had this conversation, but just to speak to, again, the per diem participation and build off of Deputy Chief Tenney. I mean, there's really a confluence of factors that have changed the per diem work environment over the last 4 years. COVID was certainly one. there are a lot of agencies that are, again, bringing on paid staff that previously were volunteer departments, so the opportunities have expanded. I think that the interest in getting into this industry, like many other public sectors, has declined. And because of those vacancies, again, people who normally fully staffed department, they're looking for some extra income. Well, now they're getting that extra income at overtime within their existing agency.
Yeah.
And so it's really a combination of all of those factors. Again, as the chief said, work-life balance as well. People, I think, have a different perspective on work, and this workforce, like many others, has had this impact of COVID and what's really important and how much time do I want to spend at work? How much time do I want to spend in hazardous environments? So it's not any one factor. And I don't want to put the chief on the spot, but we do have some really good metrics that show the number of vacant per diem shifts and how that has rapidly declined over the last 3 years. From the number, I mean, I don't know if you can ramble off the top of your head.
I was prepared.
The number of the number of vacancies have increased, number of filled shifts has declined. Yeah.
I give all the credit to Julie. She helps keep me straight and does all these metrics for me. And certainly my predecessor kept those as well. But as of this year, 60% of our per diem shifts were filled with per diems. The rest of it was filled with, they either went unfilled, so stations went with less people than they really should have, or they were filled contractually by overtime with our full-time staff, which answers one of the questions, why is the day firefighter position like $200,000 overspent last year? It's because we adopted a contract that allows our full-timers to, once the per diems give up their shifts or they're not available, in order to keep their safe staffing levels, they're allowed to work those shifts at overtime, which is almost 3 times the cost, which puts that burden on us as well.
Yeah, I think one of the questions I had was, is our per diem pay competitive? I'm past that.
Yeah.
I think one of the other questions I had though was in regards to the on-call. Because I know that we outfit someone if they want to be an on-call officer, but is there a minimum requirement that they have to fulfill per year?
Well-
Is that minimum requirement, what is it for the towns? I'm hearing that our minimum requirement may be a little low as opposed to other towns, or I'm wondering if we could look at our on-call and say, maybe they should have a commitment for more response per year.
Oh, the requirement, yeah. So the minimum requirement for Scarborough as a call company member is they have to respond to at least 1 call a month. They have to do 12 calls a year. That's,
When you break down how much it costs to outfit them,
Mhm.
is that reasonable?
That's
What
a
are other-
rare circumstance that our call company, again, the 2 places that we have very robust call companies, they're turning out 400 times a year, 300 plus times a year. Maybe not every single one, but it's really difficult when somebody is volunteering their time to give them too harsh of a limit. I think if we increase that, we would get some.
Right, but I heard specific feedback about a call officer who lives near me, and we spent all this money on him, and he's responded to maybe 1 all year. Or maybe the 1, and I'm saying, that's our money that we put to outfit them, and I'm trying to fix that discrepancy in my mind here about.
I can give you some confidence that this administration, since we took over, have been very consistent in holding people accountable who don't show up. There's an important piece in being connected to the organization, not just going on calls, but showing up at the meetings, going to the trainings and all those things. And those numbers going down are because we've held people accountable and said, you either come in and play with us or we're all done. We don't need
Yeah,
that.
and again, we hear you that per diem is down, and we hear that. I'd like to see maybe what surrounding towns are doing specifically with on-call. I just don't know if maybe that's something that can change.
There's a story yesterday in the paper, the city of Westbrook just disbanded their call company
Right.
because of trying to manage those.
Well, and so, you're sort of getting at to one of the questions that I brought up previously was, if this is okay,
Yeah,
are we in
you're
the
fine.
middle? Okay. You were in the process of trying to substantially change the whole department, and you're evaluating, I think, a very unique landscape of what Scarborough is with 6 facilities and things like that. I know like the city of Portland hires efficiency experts specifically, I know with their police department, they've done efficiency consultants that come in. And I've brought this up, and I'm starting to really wonder where we are in this process, where we're using taxpayer money to make this big conversion, but we don't really know what's going on. I feel like there's a lot of unknowns, but a lot of expenses coming. And so one of the suggestions I have made to Liam, and I'm making it now, is I wonder if it would be cost efficient to have a consultant come in who is a public safety efficiency person and evaluate it, because I don't know where we're at, but I feel like it is a unique circumstance. And I can't imagine that anyone would be able to handle this on their own.
Yeah.
But it is a big shift, and I don't think you're the only ones facing it, but I don't really know where everyone else is.
I think I was involved with a study in my previous employment with the city of Portland. And I can tell you that they spent an exorbitant amount of money on the study of the fire department and implemented next to nothing that was recommended because of the cost. They basically told Portland they were shy of 100 firefighters. Well, they're not gonna hire, the city's not gonna approve 100 hires. Well, there were a lot of issues that got brought up. Station locations, they evaluated the staffing, the deployment, the islands. So everything that came from that study, there's very few items that were able to be implemented due to the exorbitant cost. And I would imagine that was done several years ago. So I'd be curious if one was done today, what that would look like and what we'd financially be able to benefit for or put in place
Move forward.
based on what the experts that come in and evaluate may offer.
I think when you're proposing to possibly shut down stations or not staff them, I mean, residents are wondering why you're making those decisions and really if that's best.
And to clarify, I had to clarify this last night at a call company meeting. The stations are not closed. Again, we have the Pine Point and Pleasant Hill are staffed by very dedicated neighborhood firefighters that get the truck out. They're meeting their response times and they're supported by the full-time. We're very fortunate to have those call companies, and I have no plans of touching the call company or changing that. We've asked actually with we have a process where the district chiefs every 3 years come up for reconsideration. And one of the things in this year's district chief promotions is they are going to help us with a plan to how can we codify and benefit or get the call company stronger. I don't think there's a silver bullet. This discussion has been going on for 20, 30 years about how to get more call company members. But our intent, we have no intent of closing any station. Yes, we don't have a paid person there Monday through Friday or Monday through Sunday to cover that, but it was done with all the numbers and the metrics saying that we have enough confidence that this truck is going to get out, it's going to do what it needs to do. So I'm confident that those stations are very operational.
We
Why
actually have the
wouldn't we
data to
close
support that, don't we? I
What's that?
mean, since we've made some of those decisions, you have the data in terms of response time and number of times that the apparatus is rolling out of there. That's certainly one of the points that I was concerned about and interested that we track. So this is really about putting our assets where they're needed most. That's people and rolling stock.
Right, well, and
apparatus.
I mean, as the population shifts from different areas of the town, I mean, despite where I live, I wonder if Pine Point really needs to be an operational station. And so I think,
The number one reason I would say it does is because every storm, it becomes an island and it has no, we can't get through from Dunstan.
Marine.
That's one of the number one reasons for that one.
Just to respond, Councilor Sheep, I mean, I think, because it has been a suggestion that's been brought up and not unique to the fire department, this idea of, do we have anyone from the outside looking at how we're running our municipal operations from an efficiency standpoint? And I think that point's well taken. We haven't pursued any professional review in that regard. I do feel that speaking specifically for the fire department, I think we do have a good idea of kind of what's going on and why we're proposing to bring on this full-time staffing. I think that it's, again, Scarborough's not unique in what we're seeing with our part-time and call company staffing. I give full credit to the current administration for, I think, giving an opportunity for that call company to really come back with some of their staffing decisions and being really thoughtful about how the changes they're making. But this is, still a fairly new administration. Our 3 deputy chiefs have been here for less than 2 years in their current capacities. John's been with us for many, many years, but in his role as deputy chief. And one of the things that's been really, I think, really helpful is they're all kind of bringing different perspectives. Deputy Chief Tenney came retired after a long career with the Hartford Fire Department, if I have that correct.
Yes, sir.
John spent over 20 years with the city of Portland. Rich has worked for a number of main state agencies, and Deputy Chief Duross spent many years with the city of Biddeford. And they're bringing all of those experiences and perspectives to bear to really find the best outcome, while also being cognizant to the history of this department. This department had three longtime chiefs and deputy chiefs that were there for 2 decades. They have members who I think we had a member celebrate 65 years with of service. So it is kind of trying to be cognizant to the changes, and things don't change overnight, but I really applaud their efforts to look at everything from apparatus replacement plans to staffing deployments to future investments, and that's still a work in progress. And what I would say is that I think there's a lot to share that's not yet done, and bringing those ideas and concepts before the council for a review and feedback, I think is something that we'll look forward to doing.
Yeah, comment.
Yeah.
One of the things that I've been impressed with is the history of metrics, measurements, response times, and those types of things. You haven't done the math, but you can obviously divide and take a cost per response and those kinds of things as a measure of efficiency. And it strikes me as sort of, I guess, maybe a counter to what Councillor Shoup was saying, but not criticism, is that, my experience has been that if you set a goal to be more efficient, and I suspect that you are constantly trying to get there, that the best people to ask are the people on the front lines. And indulge me with a very quick piece of my history. I used to teach a course called the Management Seminar for Dale Carnegie, and we would promise the employer who paid the bill that if they implemented the money saving project, which we challenged the participant to make, we would guarantee them that they would get 100% of their tuition back, which was $1,200.
Wow.
And I taught that course for a long period of time. And what I learned from it was the benefit of engaging the people at the front line to say, how can we do this faster, better, quicker, safer? And they usually tell you. So I'm sure that's been your experience, but that would be what I would suggest as we continue to move that and watch that metric and see if we can get the cost per call down or whatever, because I think that is an important measure. And it's one that people can understand. It used to cost us $10 to come to your house. Now it costs us $9.
Right.
Thanks.
I do know, to that point, Councillor, Deputy Chief Duross, in his first year here, he put out a survey to not only, we all took it as well, but to all the people that worked for us, all classifications. And we've implemented several of those things that they said, hey, why aren't we doing that? Why are we doing it this way still? Is this something we can change? And so listening to those frontline, how does it make it easier for the employees to do it? But it also brought up some efficiencies that we may or may not have really recognized could be accomplished by that team. So
We're a fan of acronyms around here. I used to ask my people to please give me a list of all the things that they thought were STUPID. I got a long list.
I can't remember what Chief Duross called it, the 3 and 3, 3 and 2, or whatever it was, but it was did a really great job, and it really bore out some good information for us. So that's our question slide. I wanted to share that was Smithers Way in the January storms, and that's Deputy Chief Duross in about 2.5, 3 feet of water, and our crew is going to do their work. So any other things that in case you forgot, strategically placed.
Other questions?
Yes.
Okay, Councillor Shoup?
Sure. One of the questions I put into the spreadsheet that I'm not quite sure you answered was I was asking what other towns are converting to this full-time staffing. I'm just like around us, because I know South Portland is correct. And I just didn't know if other towns are shifting away from the per diem towards the full-time staffing.
South Portland has not had a per diem program 20 years.
Okay.
Yeah, they have not had one. Most of the metro, what I call the metro area that we belong to, with the exception Westbrook, recently did away with theirs, just again, participation wise. Gorham has a per diem program, a fairly robust per diem program that they're trying to hold on to as well. Buxton,
How many agencies are adding full-time staff?
everybody, again, to just, I mean,
Right.
Is that?
towns like Buxton who never had full-time people in their station are adding full-time.
Mhm.
I spent 26 years with Wyndham and they're doing the exact same thing.
Yeah.
They just can't get their per diem commitments and they're going with many shifts unfilled and so they've also been making that, so.
Gorham has been substantially increasing their number of full-time employees for the fire department in recent years.
Yep. I know that you are proposing, or you have a third ambulance coming through, and I hear you that we're currently meeting your call times, but I understand that your calls for ambulance is very high. I mean, is there going to be a proposal to, have that fully staffed?
There will be. It's not fully baked yet. We are waiting to hear, and I'm reluctant because of the organization that we're working with, Maine EMS, put out some sustainability and some planning grants. We're eligible for about $122,000 of that money. And our intent was to have an experience, the way Kevin wrote the grant was to have that staff, a third ambulance, to see what we get for what that provides us for efficiencies and what it provides us for being able to keep up with that. We could staff a third ambulance, but it takes people. And that's one of the things that we have enough trucks, and even with our fire trucks, we have plenty of vehicles and rolling stock in our community. We just don't have the people to put on them to use them all the time when we need them. But if that grant does come to fruition, we will have an opportunity to put that third ambulance in service once we talk with you and the administration to, if that's okay to do. So
Right.
if you accept it.
Sure. In your CIP description, you had just mentioned that, your replacement plan was originally 25 years, and now it's down to 20 years. This is the apparatus replacement plan, correct?
That was accepted in 2020 by under Chief Lamoria and Chief Thurlow to
Okay,
20.
so do you see that going down again, possibly to 15 years?
Could.
You do.
If our volume continues to go up, it certainly could. And the new plan that I shared with you, the draft, kind of takes that into consideration for those things. And I think there's a lot of factors that go into that as well that, Deputy Tenny, I think you're more prepared to talk about that.
Sure. So the decades-long apparatus replacement program is a remarkable document to look at even before I had the opportunity to work here. And every time that it's reviewed and revised, it's very data-driven. So we take into account run volume per average type of unit. There's a number of different types of apparatus that we have in our fleet. They all have different missions. So run volume, maintenance costs, engine hours, pumping hours for those that are equipped with a fire pump on board, like a fire engine. All of those things come into play, and it's a sliding scale. So generally speaking, as the calls for service for a unit go up, right, its life expectancy goes down. It's got X amount of miles and X amount of engine and pump hours in it, just like our regular vehicles that we drive at home. Just like our privately owned vehicles, as the use and the age of the vehicle increases, maintenance costs increase. So you get to a point where those two lines intersect, and it's no longer efficient operationally, first and foremost, for the safety of the residents or the members who are relying on that piece of equipment to get them to and from an incident, or from a maintenance perspective to keep putting money into a vehicle which has got antiquated systems that are increasingly in need of repair. And you don't run the risk, you run the absolute confirmation of missing up-to-date safety and operationally effective equipment that is getting added into new generations of vehicles. A couple of the things that have, outside of the increase in costs, as everything goes up over time, a huge challenge that we face in public safety and in municipal service in general, specialized vehicles, and in this case, fire apparatus, is the massive increase in build times. So historically, for a fire engine, you're generally looking at 12 months from the signing of a contract to the delivery of a new vehicle. It's been built from the ground up. We are looking right now today between 24 and 48 months on average across the vendors that are reputable to produce a new piece of fire apparatus. That's a huge concern when you look at what the ripple effect there is in terms of operational safety and efficiency of an aging unit that we would want to replace at X years, which we now automatically add up to 4. We can't control that. The increased maintenance costs that we're going to incur over 4 years. And then a big part of this plan is in terms of fiscal responsibility, making fiscally responsibly timed purchases, but also looking at the resale value of a vehicle. again, the older a vehicle gets, the more tired it gets, the more maintenance we have to put into it, or we're exposed to having to put into it. The less we're gonna be able to recoup that cost for the residents when we're able to sell off the unit that we're replacing. So that's kind of a back of the house thing, that there's a negative impact by waiting.
With the exception of the ladder truck, the last 3 trucks that were replaced, only gained about less than $5,000 in resale value when they went out the door. The ladder that we sent to Brockton netted about 24,000.
In your CIP summary, you say that there's an increase in call volumes in the community. I think it might be helpful to see over the, like maybe next year when we talk about budget presentations, it might be helpful for residents and for us to show that increase specifically. So we can say like, this is why we need to replace this because of the increased volumes. I think just to see that would be helpful.
Is there a specific venue you'd want it, because that's in the annual report every year. We put again, that station by truck, everything's in there, our call volume, what types of calls they were. We put that in annually to sheriffs.
Now I know that.
Yeah.
It wasn't in here, so.
Just one other point on that. We did have the fire department come and I think it was before finance committee, is that right, last fall? And
Right.
One of the interesting, again, full credit to previous chief or retired chief Thurlow. He actually projected out call volume trends. I think it was within like 80
Yeah.
calls
I remember that.
of, but he has a steady trend of what those calls for service look like in the department.
In which fire pumper are you replacing? Which number? Like, so you have engine,
So the oldest engine company, so pumper in the fleet, is currently engine 5. which
North
is-
Scarborough.
Yep, North Scarborough. That's currently, right now, today, that's a 20-year-old piece of apparatus.
2004.
where's engine 6?
Engine 6 is located at the Dunstan Firehouse. That's a 2006 pumper.
Okay, because that's the estimated replacement date is NA, which makes me feel like it should be replaced by now. No, when I look at the vehicle replacement schedule. That's why I'm asking. And because then you have engine 1 under the vehicle replacement schedule, which is up this year. And where's engine 1?
We've reduced the fleet by 1. We used to maintain a spare. I'll let you go. That's a sure thing.
To the first question, with our proposed updated, again, kind of data-driven
Yeah.
revised apparatus replacement plan, we would propose currently for fiscal year 2029 to replace engine company 6, so the Dunstan fire engine. Engine 1, we would be looking at, and I have the plan out to 2060. I didn't think you'd want all that paper. So that would be shortly after engine 6 is replaced. I don't want to give you a year because I don't have it sitting in front of me, but in very short order after that, that would be the next unit up for replacement in the proposed plan.
I just want to point out, I think what you're looking at, Counselor, is the capital assets over over 100,000, excuse me. And there are dates with projected depreciation and projected replacement schedules. I would not rely on this. Their schedule is far more accurate. And perhaps we need to do a better job of syncing them up,
Maybe.
but this was intended to be kind of a big picture view, kind of what's coming at us. Their work is far more detailed and we should rely on their schedules.
That's why I was asking,
Yeah.
because I was like, I realized this is not what you're operating off of. And
Yep.
one last question. Marine 4 is set to be replaced in 2028. I will first note that you have it on your CIP spreadsheet, but the police, I did not see their half of the share on theirs. So I will ask them about that. But I mean, that seems to be older and in more need. And so that seems like a cheaper replacement than a fire truck. And I just didn't know when you're doing your little chess game, if maybe this year we could replace something a little less expensive.
That's basically what we did last year. This pumper was on last year's budget, but we recognized we had a need. And the chess game that I mentioned to you is we recognized last year we needed a 3rd ambulance. The mileage on the ambulance had to be done, so we put that in place. The return on investment for the Marine unit to me, I think is we have 2 different resources down there that can be used. So yeah, that plan is, and we have not fully vetted out what the actual, there's a committee that's being put together to determine what our needs are going to be for the Marine program. and understanding what that boat needs. And that number could go down significantly or go up depending on what the MRO, the police department and us come up with for what our mission is actually going to be. It's been kind of a, yeah, we go out whenever there's a call. Sometimes we tow boats in. That, to me, that's not what that marine unit is intended to be. It's intended to go out for life safety issues and things like that. So we want to build that to the right, to what our mission is going to be and what we can do. And realistically, the current marine program is managed by the call company staff. So it's really based on whether or not they're home. We have very few, it's a very specialized piece of work. And a lot of our full timers are not trained in going out in the ocean and doing that type of thing. And the ocean is a totally different animal than going out on a lake with your sport boat. So.
Right. So where I grew up, we had a harbor master and then we had the fire department had a separate. And it sounds like we're doing this all in one. Do we have a harbor master?
MRO.
But is that the fire, like if there's a fire on a boat, is that the same boat that's responding?
Yes.
Okay. And so I came from somewhere where that was two different separate. So what you combining it, which makes it more expensive because.
Those are the discussions that are going behind the scenes with
Right.
us is how do we make the marine mission a public safety mission versus fire versus police? The MRO goes out and enforces the rules, the clamp, whatever. I don't know all that stuff, but we go out and we help people that are stranded out on their boat or something like that. Swimmers that are out. We get calls for swimmers all the time that they think are in distress and they're not. And so we're trying to figure out if there's an efficiency there to make it one mission.
If I could just put in one more plug for the fire apparatus, I think, again, just acknowledging the delays in delivery. I appreciate, obviously, that's the question you're asking everyone, what can be deferred? This is also a cost that we wouldn't realize until we bond it. I do think it's important to really prioritize that piece of apparatus because if we're 36 or 48 months out from delivery, those costs to keep the existing fleet or that existing truck on the road are just going to increase exponentially. I have that.
Yeah, play this out. I mean, if this passes your approval, it goes to the voters in November. And if it's successful, you start the clock then. And the low end, 24 months, could be as long as 48 months. So just appreciate that offset between the time you approve it and when we actually have it in the barn, ready for service.
2026, 2028 seems like a long ways away.
As long as we are invited to the unveiling.
Yeah, always.
Pushing.
We can help push it out.
Yeah, pushing ceremony.
It's invited.
Yeah.
I have
Got it.
I have a cat up the tree question. You alluded to the fact that you sort of respond to anybody, woman who's got a plug sink or
Yep.
the proverbial cat up the tree. And I guess my question is there, when you look at that level of response, I mean, obviously, if you think something is an emergency, you're gonna go. But are there any efficiencies in some form of triage and the level of response? Because I get what you're saying in terms of perceived value. That person thinks that you are the best person in the world, but it costs you just as much to go out for the first time to see that individual than it did, something like threatening or property threatening, et cetera. And as I said at the outset, I'm not the one smart enough to sort that out, but it just sort of raised a question that, you can either charge more for the chips or you can put a few less in the bag. And I'm wondering if there are opportunities to look at levels of responses that would cause some efficiency.
I appreciate that question. As a matter of fact, on March 1st, we implemented part of the thing about the deployment and reorganizing what we're doing. On some of our, on a good majority of our calls, we used to send 5 or 6 pieces of apparatus for a reported fire, things like that. We are now sending 3. We're sending an engine, a ladder, and an ambulance, one of each, to go to those things, unless we get a call that says, oh, like the other day at Harmon Way, this is on fire. Then we start sending the rest of the material. We back that was one of those historical changes that was made that didn't go over very well with a lot of people because now they feel like they're not sending the same amount of equipment. But this was brought to us by, again, our partnership with Public Works. They came and sat down with us, Deputy Tenney and I, and said, you need to do something about the mileage on your vehicles. Your vehicles are getting, you know, they're going all over town for different things, and we made those adjustments, and they just were implemented on March first, when we were able to get all the final data and put those in place, and it's worked very well.
This is something that's plagued me, perplexed me for almost my entire career. But I've come to appreciate it that, you know, in communities I've worked in, you know, when the call comes in, regardless of what it is, you know, why is our ladder truck going to a car accident, for instance? Well, in many communities, when they don't have enough staff, the person driving that truck needs to be ready to assist in that call, but also be ready to respond to the next. And so we're now getting to the point with some of the staffing changes we've made that it enables us to be a lot more thoughtful about what we're actually sending to respond to the call that just came in. And we have people back at the station ready to respond to the next call that comes in. Just a final point. It's helped me think about fire service in particular. Think of it as an insurance policy. You know, many times we need the proper training of staff, we need the proper equipment to respond. And it would be okay if the call never comes in, but if ever does, I sleep better knowing that we've got the proper training and an apparatus to respond when the need arises.
I think that's right, Tom. And I also think that, you know, there is actual value for your tax dollar, and then there's perceived value. And one of the things that I am certain of is that our fire department, our police department add to the perceived value. And so there's value in a less tangible way to that kind of response level. So I don't ask the question to say, gee, you know, we shouldn't do this stuff. I more ask the question of sort of, as you say, there are ways to balance. Can you send less equipment? Can you triage better? That sort of thing. And, you know, I'll close by saying I moved up here to run a women's residence hall in Gorham. And my first experience with maid firefighting was when a woman locked herself out of her room. She called her boyfriend on the Gorham department, and they sent the ladder truck. And so, and from her perspective, that was very valuable. So, you know,
So my only it's more of a comment, but maybe a question as well. You know, I would like to see you guys to try and get those additional FTE that you need or do the conversions you want to do. I don't, like, as you said, there's clearly probably very little room in your existing budget to find an additional $100,000 because I would prefer it to come in neutral. Do you think it's possible that you could find some savings in your operating budget that could help with that?
I'll certainly take a look. I without digging in, I wouldn't be able to say yes or no, but I can
Okay.
certainly take a look.
And if you had to prioritize in terms of like benefit to the public between adding the 4 positions and deferring potentially the 2 appropriated CIP items for the AED and the truck, is there,
Yeah.
you would prioritize those?
CIP items, yeah. I think we can manage, and we had those discussions initially, we can manage without that quarter of a year. But just knowing that we'll be back next year at the same time to ask for 4 additional people.
And we don't need to get into it today, but we can talk offline. There is another plan that the chief has spent some time with that does look at adding more than 4 staff, but in partnership staffing a 3rd ambulance, which would have a revenue component. And so we did not advance that in the proposed budget because I think it's worthy of a kind of standalone conversation.
Okay.
Because it looks a little scary when you look at, you know, talking about shifting out for eight positions. But that is something that we actually think would be have some potential upside and may actually have a positive net budget impact. But we want to present a level services budget out of the gate before we talked about really diving into that shift from per diem to full-time staffing and what that would look like. So it certainly would be, I think one of the suggestions that I think Councilor Shute might be talking about is what would it look like to staff a 3rd ambulance full-time and not rely on mutual aid when we have that 3rd ambulance call. So we'll talk offline and perhaps bring that forward later on in the process to have a conversation about which would achieve both those goals.
Okay. Would the AED devices, would that qualify under TIF fund uses at all?
I made a note.
I'm just curious, but
Other-
again, if we can, I mean, it goes back to if we can
Yep.
reprioritize how we're using TIF funds.
Yep, I have
If
it on
that
my
could
list.
be one, to me, that would be high on the list to put as a TIF use if we can. And I feel like there is an action just to capture that when you guys are ready, I think you shared a lot about your plan today and I'm still processing and absorbing. It sounds like there's some strategic stuff being done. It would be good to have a workshop at some point in the future at the council level, probably to understand all of this. I don't know when, but I feel like it would be something good for us to figure out with council leadership when would be the time to kind of look strategically at the staffing plan and the needs and things.
We'd be happy to have that conversation. I can't remember when I first took over, one of the counselors mentioned at the time that was on the board, might have been Counselor Fucci. But really wanted to take some time and dig into the staffing plan, separate from everything else.
Yeah.
We'd be happy to have those discussions at some time.
Great. All right, well, thank you guys, appreciate it. Anybody need a break before we, Luis? Yes, okay. 3-minute break.
Make sure your house is still okay.
I'd just like to introduce the staff that I have here, seated to my right, Deputy Chief David Grover, Lieutenant Tim Barker, and Dispatch Manager Joe Thornton. Lieutenant Scott Vaughn couldn't be with us today.
Have that pointer. Yeah, so this is, you can actually, it's your own slides.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Not noted on the first slide is just an overview of our department, so I'll just brief that as is before we get started into the FY24 highlights. Our department is comprised of 42 sworn personnel, and that's authorized positions that we've been granted. Currently, we have 40 personnel filling those ranks, with those 2 vacancies still pending. Of the 40 officers that we have on staff today, 18 of those officers are tasked at patrol duties. We have 5 sergeants who are tasked to supervising those patrol officers. The remainder of our staff, our sworn staff, is dedicated to school resource officers, community resource officers, MRO, animal control officers. Actually, that's a civilian position. We do have our detective bureau as well as our special enforcement. And our detective bureau and our special enforcement divisions are both supervised by 1 sergeant per unit. Of those officers, we currently have 10 who are eligible to retire. 6 of those 10 officers have between 30 and 35 years of service. So they've gone above and beyond in their dedication to our department as well as the town of Scarborough. We do have 2 pending retirements, one of which being our MRO, who will retire in a few weeks. And our special enforcement sergeant just recently announced his retirement. He is also the primary trainer of not only our canines here in town, but also multiple canine units in southern Maine. So both of those positions will be tough to fill. So on the dispatch side of the house, we currently have 12 dispatchers. We're authorized 15, so we do have 3 vacancies. Joe is our dispatch manager, and we also do have 1 data support specialist. Key to the dispatch mission are 5 per diem staff who have covered down on a lot of vacant shifts over the course of the last year and are critical to the operation of our dispatch center. To take a look at FY24 highlights, the biggest CIP item last year was our public safety core replacement, and happy to say that replacement system is well on track to starting off on June 18th. That's our kickoff date. We check in with Joe almost on a weekly basis to find out what the status of the Tyler project is, and he's done a lot of work, as well as Jay McAdams, who is our data support specialist, along with IT and both public safety teams, to make sure that we keep Tyler Technologies on task and on time, because it's critical that we get this new software out and into the field. We were able to add last year a digital evidence technician, and that was one of the 2 positions that was allocated and approved through council. And it was originally appropriated for a sworn position. And as we got closer to January 1st, we realized that taking a sworn position off the road just wasn't feasible for us. It would have really upset our operational rhythm. And so we decided to take a look at switching this to a civilian role. And the town manager thankfully granted permission for us to do that. And we were able to fill that position just a few months ago, and happy to say that Kristen McLaughlin is doing a great job in that position and making a huge contribution already.
Can I ask, how do other towns, are their digital evidence technicians usually sworn officers? Vary.
I think it's rare to see a digital evidence technician. I think Scarborough is one of few. Your larger departments do have these dedicated staff, but most times it's someone who's who's usually handy technology-wise, who's also fielding calls for service or working in a detective bureau, who will do both roles.
Just digital evidence is security camera footage, those kinds of things, what types of stuff?
So any type of video that could be, collected from a scene, photographic evidence, any evidence that, from a cell phone or anything that's protected like that. We want our digital evidence technician to be able to collect that and maintain a chain of custody, so that it can get analyzed, whether it's at the state lab or if we can do it here locally with technicians that are trained to do that.
So with your CIP request for the body cameras, will this individual be responsible if that moves forward to kind of do all of that? Or will we need to add another digital technician to support any increased volume in videos or anything like that?
That was one of the reasons why we wanted to have this position in place prior to this budget season, because we wanted a person in place to learn the ins and outs of the digital evidence portion as it is now, but recognizing the amount of data that will be coming through if approved.
Okay.
Body worn and in-car cameras, we'd have to give it some time and see the tempo of that, but I have faith that one position at this point would be
Okay,
sufficient.
great.
And as far as staffing levels, we're holding steady. As I mentioned before, we're down 3 in dispatch and down 2 on the patrol side. And this is a tough job market, but I think we've been diligent in our efforts and steadfast in trying to make sure that we hire the very best to come here to Scarborough. And thanks to Liam and his staff, it's a constant progression trying to get our staffing levels up to where they need to be. And, I heard the question earlier to the fire department. I'll be happy to sit here someday and say that we're at full staff. I don't see it anytime soon, but we're not going to give up on it. And we've had to get very creative in our hiring and do some things that, we may not have done 5 to 10 years ago, just to get those ranks where they need to be, but also to be able to secure these folks that we might see in an application process that look promising on paper, and be able to get them in our doors before another agency does. Some of our key operating metrics, certainly any type of community feedback that we receive, and we take very seriously. And the survey that was done recently showing that we were at a 91% approval rating. That's huge in our eyes. It means that, obviously the numbers speak for themselves, that we are doing a good job, but there's still room for improvement, and we'll never stop striving to get even better at what we're doing. Another key component that I looked at is that folks feel safe in this town. As a police chief, that means a lot to me. And it also means a lot that we had high rankings in our professionalism. That means a lot to me, that our officers are representing our department and our town to the utmost level. And that's what we expect when they come in the door, and it's happy to see that metric existed. So certainly we want to take the community survey to heart, and we're going to use it to, take a look at our successes and where we can improve. Another way that we gather information is through stakeholder meetings on whatever topic may be coming up throughout our year. Last year was traffic calming, as you all know. I think we've held many stakeholder meetings, and we've worked hand in hand with the community to try to get a policy in place that hopefully will survive the test of time. And if we need to make tweaks to it, we will. But it'll be through in cooperation with the community members that we work with in the neighborhoods. the existing groups that we've worked with for years, the Higgins Beach Association, and now the people of Pine Point have come forward, and we've had a couple of meetings with those groups. One last fall, and then the deputy chief and I just had one almost 2 months ago now with the people of Pine Point. We expect they'll come forward in another month or so with another meeting before summer gets started. And then we do have a meeting scheduled with Higgins Beach coming up as well. We've worked hand in hand with every department within town government, but the work that I'm able to do with the traffic safety review panel, with Public Works, with engineering, as well as the fire department, that group right there takes in a lot of complaints, especially during the summer months, about traffic calming issues. All things traffic calming is those are things that we look at almost on a bi-monthly basis during the summer, depending on the amount of complaints that come in. Certainly having a traffic calming policy and a way for folks to quickly get onto 3 separate websites to be able to apply for traffic calming. All those requests will come into me, but certainly that's a more efficient way of doing business than in the past. And then finish up on the key operating metrics. Obviously, we comply with the laws and policies that are dictated to us, whether it's through ordinances or through the state government. One of the things that we're looking at is we'll very soon hopefully become accredited through the Maine Law Enforcement Accreditation Program. We also have to stay in compliance with our annual training requirements from the state, and then certifications for new officers and dispatchers. Community public benefit of investments. I've already touched on the Tyler project. That'll be great to build in more efficiencies. And what I like about that is, when you folks make requests about certain key metrics that you're looking at to make your decisions, we'll be able to pull that data a lot more efficiently now than ever. So that's one of the things that I'm looking forward to. We've touched upon the digital evidence processing position. And then for increased patrol and dispatch staffing levels, the patrol side of the house actually went to 10-hour days, 4 10-hour schedule a couple of years ago. And I think it's been very beneficial for officer wellness to get that third day built in to just kind of decompress. But also it's given us the ability to create shift overlap. So each shift has a 2-hour overlap. So on that 2-hour overlap, officers can respond to priority calls together from both shifts. They can team up and do added traffic enforcement. We find a lot of our officers need to catch up on their paperwork, and that is a built-in 2-hour time that they didn't have before to be able to do that and not have to be tied to taking a call for service while they're trying to type a report. And we've also have the benefit of having an extraordinary gym in our department, in our public safety building. We allow our officers to go to the gym during that 2-hour time to keep up on their fitness, which is imperative in our line of work. And so a good amount of officers do take us up on that. As far as dispatch, I've already touched on the per diem staffing and how critical they are to our organization, and just covering down on some of those shifts. Budget drivers, you've heard this a few times over the last day or so. The fuel reduction, that the contract price was a lot lower this year, so we can certainly recognize the savings in that, and a 9.4% savings. Budget increases over 5%. Payroll and benefits met that threshold, as well as recruitment and retention, and then the other inflationary items that impact every department here in town. The non-discretionary budget drivers, mandatory new employee training and onboarding. Couple of the changes that we've made with dispatchers specifically this year is we've instituted a test called Critical. which measures their technical ability and their aptitude. As soon as they apply, before they're even interviewed, we run them through this test to make sure that they're able to technically do the job before we put them through a process. Because what we are finding is we had some candidates that were really good on paper, did great in an oral board setting. They passed everything throughout the background and different tests that we run them through. Then we would get them hired, and the technical ability to do that job just didn't exist. So that put a lot of stress on our field trainers. And we were very patient in the process with a couple folks, giving them 3 to 4 months to try to get it right. But it puts a lot of stress on our field trainers, and it puts a lot of stress on the employee who's trying to just do a good job and just doesn't have the ability to do so. So we've implemented that test. And also we've brought back the psychological test. As you know, our officers have a psychological test before they begin work with us. And it's something that we had in the past with our dispatchers. It went away for a while, and then we've brought it back just because we see on a yearly basis anyway, a few examples where officers and dispatchers struggle with what they see and what they hear. And with dispatchers, it's tough because they don't get to walk away. They have to stay in a room and take that next call coming in. So, discretionary budget drivers is developmental training. Certainly this is something that usually gets cut when we're looking at adding personnel, or in this year trying to retain the personnel that we have. But it's certainly something that we don't take lightly. We want to make sure that the training that we provide to folks is very realistic, because in a critical event, these officers and dispatchers are going to fall to the level of their training. All right. They may be able to do extraordinary things, but under stress, sometimes you just kick back to what your training is, and you revert back to that level. So if that level isn't high and that level is not realistic, we're going to struggle. So something that we hope to make gains in the coming years with training up our personnel.
Can I just add, Chief? I think that you still do training weeks where you break the department in half. Is that still?
We didn't last year just
Okay.
due to the
Okay.
staffing.
Okay.
This year, we're going to try to do something in the fall.
Okay. So they do try to do one thing that is, or at least at one point was unique, is that part of that training week includes essentially vehicle training, which I think is I think we're one of the only agencies that actually does that. For all the time they spend in the car, they actually do specialized training on an annual basis, or try to. So that's another kind of unique component to the training and level of investment that they make.
And if you look at officer in-line duty deaths, a lot of them are attributed to driving. So that's why we pay, special attention and give, greater emphasis on driving, as well as the time that we have at the ranges. If you take a look at our historical overview, since I've been here, I began in December of 2021. The council, the finance committee has approved of 2 additional officers in both the last FY and as well as the previous one before that. So that's where those increases come in. Any questions on this slide at all? It's mainly personnel cost driven. All right, we transition into community feedback. So we know that through reading the community survey that, traffic and the traffic flow throughout town is a huge issue. We feel that we're a key component to that, to make sure that those that are traveling on our roads are in compliance with our state laws. So certainly we put special emphasis into doing targeted law enforcement, targeted traffic enforcement. We make sure that our folks are making good stops, and they are tied most times to violations that would cause crashes. And one of the violations that we see a lot here in Scarborough, folks like to to run red lights. And, you know, you all see it. I see it on my way into work, and folks will speed up for a yellow light and try to make the red light. And sometimes they don't make it. They don't time it right. And that's when we have issues with collisions. So, so that's something that we've taken a look at as far as targeting. Lieutenant Barker does he oversees our grants through the Bureau of Highway Safety. And we have several different grants, OUI enforcement, distracted driving enforcement, seatbelt enforcement. What am I leaving out, Lieutenant? Speed, yes, of course. So we have a block of grants that we have each and every year, and we try to take care of the traffic enforcement through that. Our patrol units, they do the best that they can with doing traffic enforcement while they're answering calls for service. Most days we're running 2 officers and a sergeant. That's not because we like that number. It's because it's the reality of the situation. At any one time, we could have upwards to between 6 and 8 officers who are off the schedule due to, you know, much needed vacation, FMLA, you know, sick time, training. So most times we're running at minimum staffing, and that's not ideal, but it's the reality of the situation. So getting back to traffic enforcement, something that we want our officers to certainly pay attention to and do when they can. That's why we have these Bureau of Highway Safety grant money here to be able to supplement our traffic enforcement. One thing that we've talked about, if we can get to a staffing level where we can pull 1 or 2 officers out of the schedule, is having a traffic safety team that would be tasked with just doing traffic enforcement throughout the summer months. And it's something that our department has done in the past, and just due to staffing levels, we haven't been able to get back there. But it's something that we've talked about as a staff, and we'd like to get back to do.
Chief, I have a question about the goal of the traffic enforcement is, you said you're enforcing stuff that's likely to lead to an accident, like the principle of the amber light means the guy behind you is going to get a red. Right.
Yeah.
My question is, how do you track how those efforts translate into the accident rate within our boundaries? In other words, is there a way of measuring whether or not your traffic enforcement efforts are actually having an impact on the incidence of accidents, the severity, sort of thing?
Certainly, and you know, I apologize, I don't have the crash numbers in front of me, but it's something that we look at to kind of make that correlation between the level of enforcement as well as crashes, and not only property damage crashes, but those personal injury crashes that impact a lot of lives. And unfortunately, we had a busy weekend on Payne Road a few months ago where we had 2 fatal crashes. That hasn't been seen in these 2 gentlemen's careers, where we've had 2 in the same weekend in the same location. So, you know, that's something that we just haven't seen. And coming from the state police, it would be rare that we'd have 2 fatal crashes in one specific area like we had here in Scarborough. So,
do you know what the cause of those accidents were?
yeah, go ahead, Lieutenant. You were on call that night. That
Yeah,
day.
one of the crashes was speed and operating under the influence related. And the second crash was a speed related, distracted driving related incident.
To transition into neighborhood and retail business presence. This is something that we've heard in 2 consecutive surveys. Like I said, during the day and during the evening hours, you'll see presence down at the Payne Road corridor, down where our businesses are at, where we respond to. Walmart and Martin's are 2 of the places that we frequent. But I think the survey really speaks to the other businesses in town where we need to not only make it known that we're in the area, but, you know, we encourage our officers to stop in and talk to folks as well. And they do that, when they can. So I think that goes a long way that they can, a business owner can know officers that are in the area and that we're here if needed.
Chief, just a question. I know in the last year or so, and I think it's kind of gone, but I'm sure it's a collaborative effort. You do a weekly report, and I'm always interested to see, it provides some really interesting information in terms of the number of stops and violations. Also a little bit of narrative context in terms of some of the more important calls. Is that something that's shared? Who's your audience for that, I guess is my question.
Yeah, well, specifically, it's, you know, we send it out to you folks so that you know exactly what our officers are dealing with, and I'm hoping that it helps you make decisions from your vantage point. But we're putting this out to our community members so we can be as transparent as possible. There are some cases that we can't reveal the case facts. That's why you don't see anything regarding what our detective bureau is investigating for cases, because those cases are ongoing and they need to stay confidential. But certainly they are out there working and they're doing good work. So it's geared for the community to see, and specifically our key leaders here in town.
It's great to get. It really is great to read, especially the section that's like highlighting something really outstanding that an officer did. That just, again, gives us a lot of pride in the work that everybody does.
Yeah, it makes me smile for sure, and I'm so proud to be chief here in Scarborough and the work that these folks do. And it's work that, you know, traditionally you look at a police officer and it's all enforcement driven.
Yeah.
But here in Scarborough, you see not only the enforcement piece in the same report, but you also see us going out and reading to school children and doing the different things that our officers do. So it's great to see.
And the social service piece, I find interesting too. Just the varied need we have in this community and how we're responding to it.
I wanted to follow up on that, because if you watch the headlines about some of the problems with police forces, they're very often cultural related when they dig into the after action for whatever the event was. And for me, I like reading the reports. I like seeing what you folks are doing. And my observation is that for all of the reasons that you stated, the culture of this department is service oriented, it's community oriented, and it doesn't have this sort of sense of a shadowy military force in the background. And frankly, that is the case in other communities around the country. And it really is a credit to you and all of your folks that that the police feel like your friend here. And that's a good thing.
Well, thank you. I get feedback from the public on a routine basis, just wanting me to be aware of how they were treated, whether they're a victim of a crime or, you know, very rarely do I have a suspect call me and say they're appreciative.
It's a great experience.
But there are times when, you know, violators, and we've all had it over the course of our career, where someone will get a summons for something or even arrested, and they'll thank you afterwards. And that happens here as well. So it goes to show that our officers are doing the right thing and they're treating people with respect. All right, transitioning on to
Chief, could I just mention
Yes, sir.
something on the public outreach?
Yeah.
One of the other things that came up in the community survey discussions that we had internally, that we realized was a benefit would be more communication with the community with some of our efforts. And just giving one example is that the presence around businesses as well as neighborhood areas, one of the things we've typically concentrated on is being in those areas when the public typically isn't. We do business checks nightly, our overnight shifts do, but it's when the businesses aren't occupied, and the same with house checks that we get requests to do, but typically during the daytime when the neighborhoods are less populated. So doing better outreach and better communication with the community about those and some of our other efforts that they may not necessarily see day in, day out.
We just, thanks for bringing that up, Deputy Chief, and we just had a conversation yesterday about what Tyler Technology is going to be able to do with this new software. We'll be able to track these neighborhood checks that our evening, night shift, midnight shifts do, and be able to obviously generate that data a lot quicker. We can right now, so. All right, council goals, less than 5% budget increase. We're sitting at 2.6% this point. So we're coming in and we're taking the guidance from the town manager as far as putting an emphasis on retaining folks that we have. And certainly we want to retain our most valuable resource. That's our human resources. And then I've touched upon the traffic enforcement and traffic calming and the measures that we've taken to try to meet that council goal. And then the deputy chief is now going to take a look at or brief you on what our new initiatives are.
The first one listed is our enhanced employee wellness. What we've tried to do is take a look holistically at our employee wellness, mentally, physically, and spiritually. One of the things that we've had in the past that we've reinstituted is our chaplain program. And we have a chaplain, and we had in the past with our department. He actually at one point served as a reserve officer with the department and has made a lot of connections with people who work there. Some older like me, he's been out of that business for a little bit, but does a great job connecting with people on all different levels. Our peer support team is made up of members of the department. We've had it in place a little while, but we've been working on enhancing that program. Our peer support team works not only within the department, but with other teams. There is currently a study going on right now and some efforts to institute a Cumberland County team. And we've been involved in those discussions and will continue to stay involved. One of the things that comes up is sometimes members of the department aren't as comfortable speaking with people right within the department. But if they are able to be referred and they know people from other departments that are good resources, then they're more likely to reach out for assistance. And the chief had mentioned our facility as far as our physical fitness and trying to encourage that in different ways. And we're constantly looking at different ways to encourage and support our employees to do so. Employee recognition, something that we've been doing for a while, but that we're also trying to enhance. One of the things is the national recognition that takes place. As you know, a lot of different groups are recognized throughout the year. This current week is Animal Control Officer Week. So taking the time to recognize our people within the organization when those times come around. Next week is our Communications Dispatch Week. And that we'll also be doing things to try to recognize the great work that's being done by that group. We've instituted a program at the Public Safety Building with the fire department where we're doing room dedications. We've actually done one already. We had a long-term employee, Kim Spurlick, who worked for us, who passed away, but did great work for the department, but was also very supportive of our personnel as far as their wellness in different aspects of their lives. And we dedicated, with the support of the fire department, our fitness facility room to Kim over this last fall. Same with exceptional conduct in years of service, that we recognize our employees through a process annually where nominations received by all members of the department and reviewed by a committee that Lieutenant Barker is involved in, and awards are granted or go to different members and are presented in a public ceremony, as well as years of service recognition. Sure.
All right, the deputy chief's going to give you a quick rundown on our body worn and in-car cameras. I know that you've got a document in front of you that I hope fully justifies our request, but he'll brief you on the highlights, and obviously we'll be here for questions.
I just want to alert you to that, in tab 6, exhibits, page 80, there's a more detailed review than just the simple narrative in the CIP that describes, this proposal. Page 80.
I tried really hard with preparing comments for this slide, not to date myself, but it was difficult and then I realized impossible. We have been embraced use of video and cameras with the department for years now. Back in the 90s, the first cruiser cameras were VHS cameras, for those who remember those. And we did have those in the cars back at that time. The technology just didn't keep pace. And at that time, the thoughts around what was available for quality when it came to using them for criminal prosecutions just wasn't there to show the detail of what's needed. We actually came back to looking at this a number of years ago and have gone through a fairly lengthy process. We would have presented this material last year to you for your consideration. But with the computer-aided dispatch and report management system that was decided priority, we moved it to this year. We have gone through an extensive process working with IT, and we can't thank Jen and Michelle and their staff enough for looking at the technology piece of this. We know that our use is important and we have to make sure that it works for our purposes, but there are a lot of things behind the scenes with the technology itself and what is best that is well beyond my scope, and it's been great to have their assistance, as in other projects that we've done. We looked at all of the other departments in Cumberland County, and that all of the departments in Cumberland County are at least using one or the other body-worn cameras or cruiser cameras at this time, if not both. Most, if not all, of the county or the departments in Southern Maine are doing at least one, if not both. We've seen the value of the video, use of the video dating back to prior. Back in 2001, we had one of our only in-town Scarborough officer involved shooting that took place at Hannaford's parking lot. And at that time, one of our prior reserve officers was actually working as asset protection for Hannaford at that time. As he became aware of what was going on, he actually trained the cameras from Hannaford on the scene as things unfolded. And we were fortunate enough to have video, and very good video, of a very tragic situation. It was a key component to us prevailing in a civil process with summary judgment prior to the case going to actual civil litigation. And although I feel we were confident we would have been successful with the civil litigation, it saved a lot of money as far as preparing and going through that process for the town.
Can I ask a
Sure.
question of that? So, doing this with that specific example, like what does that mean really in terms of projected savings in terms of staff time? And does that equate to more patrol time because they're able to spend less time preparing administrative work? Like, just getting these cameras, does it help save time for our officers, or?
No, I think it's increased time with Christy McLaughlin's position. Hopefully it will not be in with the products that we're looking at, a great increase in time for officers as far as the technology piece, other than making sure that they're prepared and have it available and are using it appropriately. But the as far as report writing, that the courts and the expectation is still there, that they're documenting what they do, and that this is just another tool. But there, as people know, it doesn't take moving around very far to notice that there are cameras everywhere now. The chief had mentioned earlier about Christie's work currently, that if we bring an arrestee back to the station, there's no less than 10 or 12 cameras that officer passes. And the expectation by the prosecutor's office now is that all of that video that we're aware of is providing with the initial case when it goes to court for the prosecutor's review, with Ring cameras and the other cameras in businesses of not one, but multiple, that technology is already there. It just gives us the benefit of having it as in best a position as possible to utilize for our purposes as well.
You gave one example of court proceedings, but in the budget questionnaire spreadsheet, I specifically asked how many times in the last year were you in court proceedings where it would have been helpful if an officer had the camera on him? Because I'd like a context of, we were in court 30 times last year and it would have been helpful, or we were in court one time.
I think one thing that's challenging about that question is whether it's a judge or a jury of what their perception is. If they are trusting of the officer's observation and the officer's credibility, then that officer can give an account of what happened at that time. So to say one way or the other, whether that would have made a difference in that person's mind as far as judging the situation, but I can say in general, the prosecutors as well as judges and juries now, it's an expectation they have. I don't know that they've definitely discounted us in those cases, but I think that they expect us to have that or be working towards having that.
Let me take that question a step back then. How many times has this department been in court proceedings in the last year? Just generally. I want to understand the context of where this is leading to and really the impact that the body cams are going to have.
I don't have that
Mhm.
information for you, but I certainly can get it to you.
And I would say with that is it not only with the court proceedings themselves, but before the cases are ever become prosecuted, the district attorney's office takes those cases and reviews them and makes a determination of whether they are going to bring them forward for
I know, they won't
prosecution.
Release those until the case is closed. I try to get those through work. You never can.
And certainly it's, the footage is, you likely know, it's gonna help, in those, plea agreement discussions. And also another thing, beyond the court process is the transparency, that it'll provide, when, say we have a critical incident and, we feel it's okay and we're authorized to put out, a video on a certain instance. It may, take some of the doubt out of the community's mind as far as what actually happened. So transparency is a huge piece of it, and accountability, not only for our officers, but also for those who make complaints against our department. And, with my previous department, our internal investigations division would ask for the video. And once they presented the video to the complainant, oftentimes the complaint went away. But also, on the other hand, if there's certainly some substance to that complaint, you can't get around the video.
I have a little different experience with it. I have security cameras on my little auto repair shop. And those cameras, so you never know what's going to happen. And when we bought them, I thought, early in the business, but it seemed to make sense for many of the reasons that you have. In the last year, we've had a vehicle stolen off the property. The suspect in his hoodie, of course, was captured on video. 3 weeks ago, one of my employees was run over by a parts delivery guy. We had that on the video, and we had a small fire this past week that we put out, which will be an insurance issue, and that was on the video. I'm hoping that those three things are over now. But prior to that, in 5 years, we had nothing on the video other than my ability to dial in and see who's working and who wasn't. But I think the point is you just don't know, but when you have it, it's extremely valuable.
Another thing with the video is officer safety. The chief had mentioned GPS location. The body worn cameras actually provide GPS location for the officer, not just the cruiser. We've seen video examples from other departments, officers being involved in chases, officers going down, not being able to communicate, where that location information is extremely important. The product we're advocating for also includes live stream video where our dispatch center or any people granted permission are able to get access to live stream. So if there's a situation unfolding, now the officers aren't just, or the dispatchers aren't just dependent on what they hear verbally, but are able to see and direct resources better because of that. They include triggers where if somebody draws their weapon, it automatically activates the camera. So in high stress situations where the officer may have forgotten or not think to activate the camera, they'll be activated automatically. We can utilize that with turning on the blue lights in the vehicle. And the same with dispatch. They can actually geofence an area in our mapping software so that it automatically it turns on cameras for anybody that has them that enters that area. One of the companies used the open air shooting in Las Vegas as an example of hundreds of officers who had cameras, and only a handful of those cameras were actually activated because of the stress of the situation. Where having that ability for dispatch to be able to do that is a game changer for those situations. Yes,
Should I
sure.
add in a couple of things, Councilor Shoup, in reference to the court cases? Christy McLaughlin's position, the digital evidence position, one of her responsibilities that we've added to her is to go into the actual court system and get dispositions of cases. The challenges with the court systems that we've had over the past few years is staffing for them. So we have not been getting court dispositions. So with Christie's position, she's actually going into the court and she's tracked back to 2022 is when she started. And she's getting those dispositions. So we'll have better data as to if a body worn camera affected the outcome of a court case. What we're seeing a lot is through defense attorneys is they're asking us if there's a body worn camera involved or a cruiser camera. And that's helping them not proceed with a court trial system, which is burdensome to both us and to the court system. So it's something that we're getting better data on, and we'll continue to get that data now with that position in effect.
Just one quick question. Maybe this for Tom, does this impact our insurance rates at all? Does this help us? Because we have, like you put a new roof on your house and sometimes they give you a little break.
I haven't looked at it, but that's a good point. I suspect it certainly wouldn't hurt. I suspect they would welcome this.
I had more questions about the body cam, but not if you're not done talking about it.
Just one other thing was the chief had mentioned transparency, but if employee performance and training, we're already using videos are much more available from situations that officers have been involved in around the country, and we're already utilizing those for training now. So this would give us an increased opportunity with our own experiences, as well as employee development and being able to review our policies, our equipment, things like that, to be able to make better decisions about if we're missing something or we could do better at something.
Okay. So first I wanted to say that I had the pleasure of spending multiple hours with Officer Andrew Flynn because I was volunteering at the Scarborough Cheer event at the high school, which was a couple weeks ago, and he came on right when I was volunteering. And I want to say, I encourage my counselors to actually talk to an officer about the body cams. Him and I had a great conversation about why they were asking for them, and also just a very professional, great officer. So he's great. One of the questions I did have specifically was that you're asking for 46 body cams, and I want to correlate between who is actually wearing these and the necessity for 46, because, you're saying you have 42 sworn positions, you currently have 40 there. And then my understanding is that under the union, you have 38 officers, what was it? And so I'd like some help correlating those numbers and the necessity for 46 as opposed to the numbers you just gave.
Sure. one thing with the process that we went through is we were strongly encouraged to have individual officers who are utilizing body worn cameras to have them available. Some of the difference as far as patrol and our specialties that the chief mentioned, most of our people who work specialties do work patrol shifts at times, as well as working outside details in the community in uniform. Any of the use of the body worn and the cruiser cameras would be dictated by department policy before they're put into operation with the department. We also have reserve officers who work with us during the summertime. And we feel it's important as well. Some of my more contentious interactions with people in 35 years of working for the department were working down at the beaches as a reserve officer back in 1988. And if you can talk to people about receiving their parking tickets or an ordinance violation, and they can be satisfied with the interaction, then you can talk to them about burglarizing or stealing from somebody else and have them be okay. There are one of the other things we were encouraged by the vendor that we chose to work with is that it's not incremental, that if we go with 40 or less, or just a number to assign to officers, that it will be incrementally a reduction in the cost of the product itself to go down in those numbers. So a lot of that has been direction at, and the other piece of that is we don't, as Councilor Cushing mentioned, we don't want that situation to come up where even if it's one of our administrative staff, that interaction happens that needs to be caught on video, that we're not able to do that.
Yeah, but also remind council that it's a mechanical device and mechanical devices do fail. And you need a couple of backups to grab off the shelf to make sure the officer has one.
You know, that just transitioned right into my next question. You know, we have a district attorney on the school board, and she said to me that it's expensive to maintain them. And so I think the question was, under the lease, I mean, is everything covered? So you're not going to be incurring any other costs outside of that, correct?
All covered on.
Yes, yeah,
Can I ask just a technical question? Do the cameras stay with the officer? They're not, they don't switch between officers? Is there a camera that always stays with the same officer?
Yes, they're assigned.
And they reside at the station. They don't take them home with them.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what I'm thinking is, we have the slides, we've read the CIP. I know you guys wanted to go through those different items, but Counselor Shoup just mentioned she had questions and we're trying to stay on track time-wise. So if it's okay with you guys, I'd like to just open it up for counselor questions so that we can focus on that. And if there's anything related to any of the other capital projects, we can reference those slides. So Counselor Shoup, do you want to get us started? Well, before you do, I will say I have no questions for you guys. That I think your budget is pretty tight. I don't know what to ask except any pencil sharpening you can do to help, you know, contribute to our goal. That would be great. If we can find a way to get a patrol officer, I would support that as long as we stick to our goal. This is where I think when it comes to some of the things in the budget that we've been discussing, you know, to me, delivering the day and supporting operations needs to take precedent over, you know, some new investments that I think we've heard in some of the other departments. So again, the more we can, as we go through the process, figure out, is there space for that FTE? If you guys think you can hire, then, or that you want two, right? Maybe one, you know, I'd be supportive of trying to find that space, but that's my only comment. Counselor Shoup?
Sure. So I'm from a small town, and generally I feel like there's just a lack of enforcement with the little ordinances, which I put on there, and I'd ask some specific questions. I get frustrated because residents, I constantly hear, well, the police are busy dealing with real crime. And I'd like to know, I understand we're short staffed, but I do feel like there's a lack of enforcement with maybe the smaller stuff. And so I think I'd ask questions about the animal control officer. We have a lot of issues. I'm liaison for the Community Services Rec Advisory Board. And I mean, the amount of issues that we're having with animals on the beach, not just dogs anymore, just like different animals, is progressing. And I think my comments were, you know, as all the towns around us are proceeding to not allow dogs, we are seeing an impact. I would like to, I don't know how to handle that, but I feel like that is part of your department, and people do come here and they want to enjoy our beaches and the marsh and the trails. And that is like an increasingly big issue with the town. Also, people are hesitant to call because they don't want to bother you, but it's like, it's a building issue. And then I had asked about parking enforcement, because I think I had mentioned that we had a huge parking proposal come forward for Pine Point where they wanted to put meters everywhere. I think we have a parking issue that we maybe need to evaluate as a town as a whole. I would love, you know, your opinion on how we could handle that. Those are the smaller things that I had. When it comes down to the budget and the line items, I think, again, I put this in this spreadsheet. I do see a big discrepancy between the patrols in Higgins and Pine Point. And I heard your presentation before. I heard what you said before, that, you know, Pine Point is just getting organized, but I'm still seeing like, you know, $10,000-$20,000 difference being spent over at Higgins Beach and Pine Point. I'd really like to understand why, and why we can't make it equitable for Pine Point and make it the same. And I don't know. If you want to get back,
That's them answer your first two questions maybe first.
I was just gonna spew them all out.
Because if you give us one more question, we're likely to forget. So, sorry.
Going backwards, as far as Higgins Beach and Pine Point, one of the reasons for the discrepancy is that the ordinances at Higgins Beach start up earlier in the season than what we've typically provided for coverage at both beaches, which is Memorial Day to Labor Day for summer coverage. So that coverage is specifically for reserve officer coverage. Not only the number of days, but the number of hours that the meter down on Bayview Avenue, we start covering at 6 o'clock in the morning, where traditionally, and again, dating myself, back at one time, we were covering Memorial Day to Labor Day from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. each day with a reserve officer, both at Higgins Beach and at Pine Point. But as ordinances and things have changed at Higgins Beach, we've had to adapt to those. Another thing with Higgins Beach has been the demand as far as Bayview specifically. And we've got to the point where we're trying to cover parking enforcement as well as reserve officer down there when we can, because if the officer working on Bayview leaves Bayview and to cover other areas of Higgins Beach, then they come back to a problem that's already established before they can deal with it. We know we'll have more conversations and more concerns as the people of Pine Point bring forth their concerns, and we'll certainly work to adapt and to address those the best we can as well. But that's where historically where the discrepancy is coming from the coverage at the two different beaches.
Lieutenant Barker, do you want to handle the ACO as well as parking enforcement?
Sure, yeah, so just to kind of continue on the parking enforcement as well. Last year, it becomes a staffing issue. So last year, we were actually able to hire more reserves and parking enforcement people, and we were able to put some of those down to Pine Point. So if you were to look at the lines, I think those have decreased over the years. And I think last year we asked for an increase in that due to the fact that we were able to hire more personnel that can handle the parking enforcement at Pine Point. We don't have the ordinance violations as much in Pine Point as we do in Higgins Beach either. And we also rely on a marine resource officer who has a housing station down in Pine Point. He helps out with the parking enforcement and other ordinance violations down there. So that's a bonus for us to have him in that position, or a person in that position down there. In reference to the animal control officer, she's been working very hard to get to the beaches when she can. I mean, I wish I had the mileage, but look at the amount of beaches that we have in town and the number of complaints that we get during certain time periods. She's one person that covers the entirety of Scarborough for all animal complaints, as well as she covers animal complaints for the city of Westbrook as well. So it's a balancing act for when she can get to the beaches during the time periods when the dogs aren't allowed on the beach. Obviously during the summer months, we have our reserves that are working in these beaches that are assisting. And also our patrol officers field complaints too, when the animal control officer either is not available or not on duty. It's a balancing act of all these personnel trying to get to these locations where we're either getting complaints or being proactive in trying to enforce these complaints.
Should we,
Sorry, can I just follow up?
Okay.
Like, am I also correct, and I don't know, I'm looking at you, Liam, that as part of our ordinance process too, we're gonna be looking to the police to help go out and address complaints there as well?
For cannabis?
Yeah.
That is what the draft language suggests is that, again, it's not gonna be an emergency call. We're not gonna have, but if we do receive an odor complaint and it's off hours or code enforcement isn't available, we will ask the police department if they're in the area to roll down their window and maybe get out of their car and see what they smell. So that's another expansion.
I just feel like, to your point though, like adding on more, you know, non-emergency things for them to do, that's just gonna continue to potentially.
well, but, so we do have a park ranger coming on, so that will, just so, that will help with,
the
I think, with the dog. So but I also, you know, I mean, for the park ranger, I'm encouraging, I want more park ranger.
Yeah.
To take that away from you, but currently that is on you guys, I feel like, and I think, again, people are hesitant to complain because there's bigger issues, but it is increasingly becoming an issue.
Speak to the dog issue. I don't think we've made it easy on ourselves by policy choices the council supported in terms of trying to share our beaches with people and dogs. And so we've got a fairly complicated set of regulations that change 3 and 4 times a year. And so
The Community Services Advisory Board is actually looking at that ordinance right now.
So I know the questions are directed to the police department, but and we all are simply trying to implement the decisions you've all made,
Which are hard to.
which are hard.
I would just add on as far as us having bigger or better things to do that, we've always espoused that any concern that a citizen has, that if is an ordinance or state law violation, that we take those seriously. And we know that concern that person has is important to them. So we don't ever want to portray that we have more important things to do or things that are more of a priority.
I had commented on the spreadsheet that I was disappointed to see that you're eliminating the crossing guard at Blue Point. I mean, obviously, I live at 193 Pine Point Road, and I am on the edge of the school zone, and I am the Karen at the end of my driveway going like this while I'm waiting for the buses, while I'm waiting with the bus for my son. Totally appreciate what you guys are doing there now, but when you are not there, there is a major speeding issue, and especially at the beginning of the school year and at the end of the school year where the weather is nice and everyone is coming from away and going to the beach, and they do not understand that we're actually still in school. And I considerably see a big shift in speeding through the school zones during that time. So I understand that we don't have them at Pleasant Hill. We don't have them at Eight Corners. There aren't walkers and they aren't state routes. So I understand this is a very small budget item, but I really feel like it's important also to have those flashing lights there. Maybe there's only 4 that you said cross the street, but my neighbor does walk down the street and there's multiple vehicles pulling all in and out. And then you got someone from Massachusetts flying over the hill that doesn't even realize what's going on. I've watched so many people slam on their brakes. So I just wanted to provide that feedback. I don't know if we can ask the school to somehow work for it, if there's like a volunteer position or something, but I really feel like for the safety standard, I would like to see that there. And then I think my only,
Can I just ask
yep.
Would another path also be for residents in the area to submit something on the traffic calming? Is that road, would that qualify for the traffic calming policy?
Well, since it's a state route
Okay,
as
it wouldn't
well, you would have to get DOT approval. It's just a more lengthy process.
Okay.
I just think the presence of the flashing light, right now the Marine Patrol Officer, O'Neill is down there, which is nice. The only other feedback I will give on your budget is my concern is that I don't know what our neighboring communities have. I don't know what it looks like nationally. I worry that our crime rate does not justify the need for this amount of body cams and things like that. I'm having a hard time correlating our crime rate. I mean, I don't know the last time we had murder, shootings, things like
2019.
that. I guess, and in my mind, we correlate those things with that. And again, I think when we said at the beginning, and maybe you guys weren't here, was we really want to justify to our taxpayers this year why you're asking for these. So me, I feel very safe in Scarborough. You guys are very professional. And so I'm having a hard time correlating this big ask.
I think it's important to realize that, well, let me back up. We received some footage of a officer-involved shooting. I received it from Chief Ahern next door in South Portland. And it was an officer-involved shooting down in Massachusetts involving a local Massachusetts officer who was backing up a Mass state trooper. And the officer, you see the officer going to this call, and all you can see is a body worn camera. All you can see from the body worn camera is a steering wheel, right? Which is fine for this particular incident. But if this was a high speed chase, that camera is not going to pick up what we need. That's where the in-car camera would come into play. Getting back to this particular incident, once the officer arrives on scene, you can see from the body cam footage, you can hear him giving verbal commands to the suspect, who at this point has already stabbed the state trooper. State trooper has run from the suspect, with a knife. The suspect has got into the state trooper's car, and now this backup officer is giving verbal commands to drop the knife and get out of the car, while the suspect gets out of the car with the knife and comes at the trooper or at the officer, and the officer engages in lethal force, in deadly force. All that is captured on that vantage point of that body worn camera. That's one vantage point. That second vantage point that we're looking to include as well is a vantage point from the cruiser. The cruiser gives another perception of how this altercation goes down. You see the trooper running away from his cruiser. He's holding his arm. He's bleeding. He's got blood all over his face. You see the suspect getting into the cruiser of the state patrol car. You see the backup officer coming up, giving commands. You can hear him giving those commands. You can see that he's taking time to have the suspect react to this. And then you see the suspect come out, disregard with those commands, come out of that car. And in an instant, the officer has to make a decision whether or not to make a decision to engage deadly force. That right there, that one particular incident, Counselor, is, I think, well worth the money in my eyes. And that's just one instance. So we can go on and on and on about different scenarios. I think having both vantage points is imperative in this day and age.
If I could, I've asked all these same questions over the years, and I've held this back, but I think it's really important its day has come. In fact, it's overdue. The fact that this is kind of grassroots, this is the officers have driven this. I've been in departments where it's top down, it doesn't work very well. I think that speaks volumes. That tells me our officers are proud of the work they do, and they're not afraid to have it on video forever. And that makes me beam with pride.
That
More
was
important-
definitely the message I got from Officer Flynn, by the way.
Right. And then beyond that, the revelation that we are the exception. Almost everyone around us has one form or both. So we're not verging new territory. In fact, we're behind the eight ball. The last thing I'll say is that I thought long and hard about bringing this forward. I think I could have made a straight face argument that it does not need voter approval. But it's postured here, needing voter approval. So to your point that we need to convince the residents, that's exactly right. If it passes your test and gets through the budget, the task will be to educate the public as to why these are needed, and the voters will speak.
Counselor Cushing?
Yeah, way back at the beginning, Chief, did you say your total budget request is 2.6%? And then this body cam, to something else? Well, look for-
In-car camera?
yes, that's $1 million over 5 years.
Right.
So that's
996.
whatever, but it's roughly 200 grand a year. which in the big scheme of things, given the benefit, doesn't seem like a lot to me. I will say this relative to Councilor Shoup's point about traffic enforcement, that when I drive down Black Point Road to Prouts Neck out of my little driveway, and I get down there by Ferry Beach, I set my cruise control because the enforcement down there is very good in that 25-mile-an-hour zone. When I go to Pine Point, I don't even think about it, okay? And so I think that there is something to be said there. I mean, thought to myself, geez, are the people at the other end of the street, do they have a deal or something? This was before I knew all of you people and so forth. But I think that what we're hearing there is true, that long stretch. Anyway, that's just a supportive observation, because I get out there all the time, and I probably just condemn myself to a speeding ticket, but.
Yeah, the difference,
Speed limit on the marsh is 35 now.
the difference between end of Black Point Road and Pine Point Road is the end of Black Point Road has a dedicated officer paid for by the Prouts Neck Association.
So they do have a deal.
And
They pay for it.
they do. So there's guaranteed consistent presence, whereas ours is sporadic at best.
So
Well, there you go, Pine Point Association.
If I don't need to state anything more on the body cam, we're very supportive, but right now, again, this agency has a very well-earned reputation in this community. All it takes is one incident where it's not clear what happened, and I think that alone is worth the investment to preserve that. I have no doubt that our officers will. We have excellent officers, but I think being able to adequately defend that, and I think there is some pressure from the DA's office to move forward with this. So one other thing I just want to flag, though, in the capital plan, there is a town radio infrastructure study. Our radio equipment, which is used across the school department and buses and all of our departments, Public Works is aging. It is on the border. I think it's getting close to potentially failing. I think the equipment's antiquated and not replaceable. So this is the first step in better understanding what that capital cost would be, which we expect will be considerable, multi-million-dollar investment. So that really is imperative that we also start that process to better understand what we need for a solution. And just to correct it, it's actually a $56,000 ask, not 50. So
Could you use TIF funds for that?
I made a note.
it's a running list.
Sorry, can I ask your question?
yeah. No, I mean, I just want to close with my perspective on the body worn cameras. Like I could see Councilor Shoup's perspective, how when this goes to voters, given this budget year, they're going to be kind of probably thinking safety versus finances. I think there's a lot of reasons beyond safety why this is needed. Like, it's not just for high crimes, it's for, all the things you guys have listed. And so I feel confident that if this does go forward from council, that you guys have a very good case. It's just a matter of communications. But again, because it is a unique budget year, there is that slight risk that it could fail, not because it's not the right thing to do, but because of the financial situation that people might be experiencing this year. So as long as you guys feel confident that it's a risk worth pursuing, I'm supportive of it going forward. Great. Well, thank you guys so much. We really appreciate your time. I know you're super busy. And we took away from Todd's time, but we know he's super fast at talking. I feel like we will still get his stuff done. Yeah, that was a good question.
One component of insurance is claims, so if this reduces claims, it keeps our insurance level.
Yeah.
Well, we have a note to inquire about our professional police liability insurance and whether that would have a positive impact on premium.
Definitely tell.
Shows something else. I know, as opposed to fighting.
I think it likely will expedite the conclusion either way.
Yeah, 2 seconds. You need 2 seconds?
Yeah,
2
so we
seconds.
don't have this, once I
Okay.
bring it up, you just answer me.
If we could get 2 minutes. Yeah, yeah, we can cut real quick. All right, welcome, Todd. So next is community services.
Great, thanks for having me. Just a couple quick things. Thanks to Tom and Liam and all the department heads. Feel very fortunate to work for the town. I think we get a lot done just because of our cooperation. That's pretty unique for most municipal governments that I work in, have worked in, and then thanks to my staff and all the volunteers, because we have a pretty lean, in my mind, staff department considering all the things that we touch, but all the integral work with the other departments and our volunteers are what make it happen. A couple things that I omitted from the slide deck, but just for some quick reference, and my goal today is to blow through my slides so I can answer as many questions as I can. But just for reference, our department has 17 full-timers. I help oversee the facilities department with 4 full-timers. Our biggest oversight, though, is our part-time staff. You know, we run 30 to 40 part-time staff consistently during the school year. Seasonally, we run 80 to 100. And then we run between 20 and 30 contracted programmers at any time. And so all those are touch points, updates, rosters, cancellations, commitments, communications. So there's a considerable amount of staff time just goes to training and outreach and communications. We have 25 sites we oversee in town that we kind of touch. And then just a staggering number that just came to me, Art Dillon in the chamber had asked, because we're receiving one of their $2,500 grants to put towards one of our projects. And he asked me about our data. And I hadn't pulled this before, but I should have included it. So we have just under 10,000 unique active users in our system. So those are people that participate in something with us throughout the year. We average over 40,000 beachgoers, special events, we have 10,000 plus. I gave him a number about 50,000 people we touch. When he ran his numbers between parks and beaches and some of the more dynamic calculations he has, he says we touch more than 100,000 people a year that come through Scarborough. And so there's a lot of moving pieces. But really just a quick update on FY24. We really focus this year strongly on our community center effort. A lot of the questions we get regarding staff and programming and future development depend on that and really hinge on that. I spent personally a lot of time with our land and parks group, a bond group, trying to reestablish kind of some of our metrics and try to meet this goal. And then really we've looked at over the course of the year, our financial management where we look at a lot of our stuff, whether it's inclusive or exclusive programming and community programming. At the end of this year, and then a lot in some of our revenue analysis this year, we've started to look more business-like at indirect cost. And if we were not to have a staff, or what it would cost to actually run that, to try to recoup those costs and get a kind of a structural balance for us. Again, most of you know, master plan was in place, so we really spent a lot of our time in projects this year on facility repair, renovation, and safety improvements. We have about $7 million plus in deferred maintenance, and that's not going to go away as things add. And we talk about increased use in every department. There is an organic impact for us that sometimes we can't correlate to how many people walk the park trails. So those things, we're in the middle of finishing our park ranger. We have interviews on Tuesday. I'm happy to say we have 11 applicants for that, which is fantastic. Working with PD to develop training, working with other communities to develop handbooks, and communication meeting next week on radio and outreach. So that's going to be a strong piece for us to be able to build off of. Focusing on staff retention and recruitment. And I think that's a lot of the efforts in some of our costs this year. Again, implementation of Parks and Master Plan. And then for us, a lot of our participation has rebounded post-COVID, where I think when we look at some of the data numbers, when you look at actuals and actual expended and projections, the last 7 years that I've been here, it's kind of been like this because we've done a lot of our stuff is revenue generated. And we'll go over that in a minute. So it's kind of tough to follow. So anywho, I got to do this too. So just kind of, we have 5 divisions that we manage. Our administration division, again, that's all of our operations. That's cable station. That's passports. And then intergenerational are all of our childcare programming. Our recreation speaks for itself. We do parks, we have our hub operation, and then beaches, and then we have our hand in the facilities as well. Our total budget ask for the year is just under 4 million. This slide shows that, we're projected to make over $3 million in revenue, which is a 77% recovery rate.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yeah,
on the
sure.
Revenue. So
Yep.
does all revenue go straight to the bottom line and like, what's the difference between the revenue and the reserves?
So in our budget, there's only a couple reserves. So our beach money, the way the beach budget works is that we raise all the revenue. We have a beach reserve account. If we make over our expended revenue, a projected revenue, that goes in the reserve account.
Okay.
If we make under our projected revenue, it comes from the reserve account. So that's kind of an in and out to make that. Traditionally, that budget is in the black most years. And again, I'll talk about some of those programming challenges. We talk about development revenue in a second. This is just an annual slide that we've kind of used to show kind of where we live in the town of Scarborough as far as the other departments with how much revenue we bring into our impact. So a lot of our choices are business related. And so it's in it and it's out. And sometimes when we say we want to cut things, there's a little deeper dive for us because of direct correlation in cost and expenses and what we can recover in fees and what we're charging. So it's a little more complicated than some others, but this is just kind of, I kind of keep track. And again, this year we were at 77% recovery last year. And we're at that again this year. So I think that's kind of our benchmark to make sure we're making strides in the right direction, even with a lot of increased costs. Again, held at our self-funding. This breaks out kind of our division for you to kind of show what our revenues are versus the expense. In the next couple slides, we've really leaned the last 5 years in our budget process. Our Parks and Grounds division is probably the one division that is the most, I would say, community good without collecting revenue. We don't receive revenue for taking care of parks. We see some revenue for helping the schools, but not at the rate of outlay. And that's a decision. That's kind of how we operate. And so this kind of shows everything else besides park, and I'll kind of go a little more, is almost self-sufficient. If we took parks out and made some tougher choices, everything else in our department probably could be self-sufficient holistically. If you ask me, you can see that admin costs more than the revenue, but when you look at childcare, when we break out all those percentages, we're in a lot of places.
So can we,
Yep.
for the parks thing, again, I
Yep.
always, even though I'm familiar with this, I always
Yep.
get confused. So like the revenue there that you have, is that really just the school?
So revenue
they're-
this
they're-
year,
they're
it's
paying-
higher than it's ever been, because last year, if you remember, I'll pull this up so we can talk about it. We were afforded 2 new FTEs, and those are being 100% refunded from the school. So our park revenue went from, $70,000 to 2 something. And so that is like field rental, light rental, all on the private side. One of the questions was line painting. We'll talk about that during our CIP, but when we make about $17,000 a year in outside groups, soccer, lacrosse, football, charging us. We charge them to paint their fields for them for the season. And so that's where that money comes from. We don't do as many outside field facility rentals as we did, even 7 years ago, because everybody has turf, everybody's expanding their facilities. So we used to have the best and the most of. Most communities have caught up with the amount of, so we don't do as many rentals as we used to do. With that being said, Scarborough has one of the highest participation rates per capita, high school wise and youth sports wise. And so this is a very active and sometimes, which is a good problem to have, demanding community as far as the resources we offer.
Todd, can you just go back that one slide? I just want to
Yeah.
make one point. You see the middle bar, the hub,
Mhm.
starting 3 years ago, that's a nearly $400,000 expense that we never had before. So that's the lease and, all the operational costs to support that facility,
Yeah.
which in turn helps us expand our programming and such. I bring that up because in the context of a community center, those are built-in costs operationally now. And that's probably not a bad estimate of what the servicing debt cost would be of a new facility. So from a financial point of view, we've kind of structurally made that shift and it's built into the operational budget. Not intentionally, but as a result of having a lease payment and a facility cost that we never had. It used to be,
Upstairs.
working upstairs and no facility for any kind of programming. Sorry, so
Yeah,
please
no.
proceed.
I want to clarify that. So you're essentially, are you saying we can build a community center and just move the current expenses over there and
Roughly equivalent.
roughly kind of?
Yeah, it's not like the debt service cost associated with the new facility is roughly similar to what we're paying in kind of lease costs right now.
I see.
But there's likely gonna be greater operational costs, especially if you had a pool.
Sure, but there's also revenue potential.
Yeah.
Projected right now, not to get into the weeds, but on April 24th, we're having our open house. The building that's designed for review, as far as the first pass review, is almost 90% operating cost covered.
Oh, wow.
And that's not an outreach on programming, that's conservative programming. So it's, there's high demand and high resource is in this
Yeah,
area.
It's always been the goal is to have it offset the operational
Yeah.
expense. I don't think it's reasonable to expect it could cover the debt costs. That's just the.
You don't market
deal.
us
Yeah,
to our users in that, so.
So I will have lots of community center oriented questions, but I'll let you finish. and I'll
Okay.
come back.
All right, thank you. Yeah, so regarding, Tom's comment, with that hub it's been roughly a $400,000 ad. We've been able to increase revenue across the board holistically and make financial adjustments in the budget to reallocate funding. So our parks budget, this is our net ask to the community at 892,000. Our parks net that we don't cover in revenue is 832. So we're like 95% of our net ask to the taxpayer is literally what we do for parks that we
Yeah.
don't make revenue for.
and those are stranded costs, and that's okay. That's what we do.
Yeah.
Parks don't have someone to pay the bill. We do it collectively through taxation.
Yeah, and that's our work in the sense. So our parks divisions, especially with adding the two, and you guys should have seen the exhibit that was added. What they've been able to do with the extra people power. But more importantly, we just lost one person in the last week. And so we'll be able to maintain without falling backwards, which is when we only had 5 people, we were going the other direction. So that growth has allowed us to develop, repair on our own, save some money fiscally that way. But you could see, so this is kind of the big division, and that's kind of what we've been working towards this is where a lot of the choices lie.
Do you see a lot of turnover in those positions?
We haven't since, this one has a little more complications to it that I won't go into, but we haven't since our staff has grown because they feel like they're getting caught up. They've always felt like the demand was, they never could get to the end. It was just a rat race. And we, unlike other departments, we're so weather-based. You could lay out the greatest work schedule for April in the whole world, and we get 4 days of rain, and now we can't get equipment on there. We can't have people power, and where four FTEs could do it. Myself and other staff are down there to get caught up because we've got 5 fields to get ready for a high school game at 3:00. And so it's that's stressful, when you got people pushing and pulling at your time. So the staff is able to help, and very thankful for the flexibility of our staff, but we've got a great staff down there now. So this is just a key point that I always like to bring up. That's where a majority of this comes. Again, slide, Jill puts all my slide decks for me together, cannot leave anything the same for her own creativity, so we changed it. But here is kind of where we are proposed and projected. The one thing on these slides that I want to make up, and I know Tom and Liam understand this, is that whatever ask I get from the next taxpayer, I try not to spend that annually. So a lot of these numbers, when you say actual, I budget fully for how many people I need down at the beach or how many childcare. And if I can't hire them, we don't spend it. So the actuals don't show. So sometimes you see a net and be like, why are you asking for $300,000 more? Well, I didn't spend 200 last year because I can only hire 40 and not 50 people. And so those things are direct correlation in the operating budget, and they show revenue wise, just like some of the questions this year. Why were they higher? They were higher because we're adding 50 new kids to summer camp. But that's why the revenue projection is also a direct offset in straight correlation. So, and that's hard to follow when we change as much as we do. So, this is just the same graph, again, in colors as far as those things. And again, you can see that our personnel costs is our highest yield for us. Just a quick budget overview. A lot of the things we don't, I wouldn't say cut. I reallocate a lot every year when we look at what we're doing, what our priorities are. Our park funds, we are doing some more contracted outside stuff. That allows our skilled labor to do some of the fix-its that I usually contract out for and wait months to do, as reflected in that sheet. Childcare, you'll look, we had $20,000 incentive pay. It was one of our tools we were using for people to work more shifts without going down that rabbit hole. We've zeroed that out and put that back into the direct wages, increasing wages. And then utilities at the hub it's down a little bit, so I put it there, but that's because now we have a multi-year history to kind of see where we're going to be at for use. Again, in budget increases, 5%. Staff wages, there was a question on special events. We have rebounded with our sponsorship program, and Nicole works very hard at that, and she just brought out a new brochure, and we'll continue to grow to offset some of these. But some of these are just community good. It's like the parks. And in our events, we do add events every year, but our events are growing every year as far as participation. So we go from having it at the hub to having it at Wentworth because we need more space. And so that's just more cost.
What role does your department play, like, for events like the Sustainability Day? Do you guys help support that? Or is that-
Just as far as structure, if they need trailers or tables or chairs, but that is strictly planned on there.
Okay.
Yep. Speaker systems, that sort of stuff, equipment and stuff that they don't have to go get, they just come get from us.
Okay.
Question on adult programming. Again, one of our focuses in the master plan was increasing this area. So you'll see the expense go up, but the revenues also go up as those programs get built. Land lease went up. We rent from the school for our childcare programs in all 4 facilities. So we pay for custodial time and rental time in those schools. They don't charge us for summer camp. That was an increase. Summer day camp, I think I touched on, more kids, more staff, more trip fees. 300 and I think we're up to like 360 at summer camp this year. So that's over 55 kids plus, and we may not be done. Beach contracted service was one of the questions in the FAQ. We do contracted trash for 7-day-a-week, multi-empty restroom cleanings. We're no longer able to get part-time people to do a lot of those. We do some partnerships with the school and using their staff when we can get them. But we also have some contracted cleaning there. And then just general increases, opening, closing, general maintenance. The facilities are starting to get older, more failures, sewer pumps, showers, bathrooms, toilets. So we're seeing a lot more costs related to just general repair in those parks and bathroom facilities. And then again, it's not a big holistic increase to our parks budget, but when you look at the percentage going down the straight column, the contracted service is a high line, but when we reallocate those funds, most of our parks increase is related to staff. Again, community goals. I will continue to work and support the ad hoc committee and our community center efforts. Again, working now with our Parks Conservation Land Board to advance the land bond and keep working on 30 by 30. Things in the last counselor community survey, continue to support the area's importance. These are just right from there, the top 5. Again, maintenance of town infrastructure, and where we fall is parking lots and sidewalks and that connectivity that's related in there. Parks and Rec program and facilities, top 5. And then public beaches and waterfront was 7. And then enforcement of town codes, I think, goes back to what the advisory board is looking at. Does our work, our budget, and our policies and procedures reflect how we want to operate? And if we don't, what do we need to change to do it both on paper, but then also financially to support those resources? When Karen brought, I think through Chairman McGee, regarding looking at the parking plan that was brought forward by Waterfront, our first thing is we can look at it, but if we're not willing to invest the resources to facilitate it, then we're challenged. And then same thing in the community survey was investment in services, maintenance of infrastructure, park and rec facility. And so you'll see when we get to capital, that's really where most of that lies. I will always say this, my staff is my biggest capital. Retention, retainment, and investment. We can't do what we do without them. So trucks and ball fields and everything else as a necessity, no more than having a quality, compassionate, trained staff. And then so capital improvement, I didn't put all the definitions, but I put them here for you. Again, because I'm sure we'll have a conversation, but again, working with Public Works, again, our bus got pushed off from last year to this year. It's a level of service. Our pickup truck, this is dual role. Our oldest truck, which is in pretty good shape, lower mileage, is proposed to be replaced. And the reason why, one, it's of age, but two, it has just a general cab on the back, where now that we have more staff, the new proposal is to have a crew cab where we can take 3 or 4 folks in one truck and saving some fuel. But then the plan would be to pass that truck down to the Ranger program. So when he or she is driving around, they can assist with picking up traps and trash and be able to throw stuff in the back of a vehicle to help with some of those community concerns and complaints. Our vent track, this is a new model for us. We've been a John Deere site for decades and built on that. This is something that our new parks manager is bringing from Texas with him. This would maintain a level service, but also improve. This is a small tractor that would replace over the time. This year would replace a scheduled riding mower, and a Z-Track that would be scheduled to replace this year. So it's a cost offset. But in the future, this type of tractor can have 35 implements put onto it. So when we talk about having 6 pieces of equipment, like when we have to go replace the aerator in 5 years, which is a $30,000 to $40,000 investment, we can buy something that hooks onto this. And so it's kind of consolidating what we do and being a little more specific and elite with our equipment.
Todd, is that tractor capable of steep slopes, rough terrain?
Yeah, so good, thanks, Tom. This one has, what's unique about this one is,
The reason I say it is I want to encourage you to speak to the school because they have, I don't know how much, I forget,
60,000.
60,000 for a remote control.
Oh, they
I
do.
presume it's to mow the steep bank behind the high school.
rough cut remote control.
Right, and so I wonder if there's some efficiencies, if your equipment is capable of handling
Yes.
that need.
So what this Ventrac is capable of, within reason, you can put 2 tires where each normal tire. So instead of running 4, you're really running 8. So it gives you balance and flotation. When you're climbing some of these steep slopes or backing up, you're not as tippy. And that's a lot of the challenge with, that's why we have some of our 758 four-wheel drive tractors versus all running Z-Tracks, just the way they operate. And we do have a lot of steep banks and slides where you can see tractors when you drive around town that they kind of roll back on. So
We'll follow up to see if there's some efficiencies there.
and then just projects, a lot of these are, and again, Tom can chime into the funding source, but things have been identified or things have been pushed off. The bleacher replacement would be here on the 114 softball field. We have an old wooden set. This fee would be to include putting a pattern underneath it, so we're not having to spend time weed whacking in and around bleachers. Backstop fence, this will be a constant probably for the next 5 to 10 years we have fence throughout this town, all of our backstops, especially on campus here. It's just maintaining service level. The majority of the funds allocated here would be going towards the 114 softball field. If you stop and go by, it's completely rusted out, and curling, which is a safety issue. These next 3, I think would be considered beach reserve accounts. I will touch on, we are and will be bringing back our Herd Park project that we started a couple years ago, paused because of the master planning work. But there are certain items in our parks that we need to continue baseline maintenance of. And so in this budget, we've talked about crack fill, seal coating and striping, replacing split rail fence at Herd Park, and then creating a bus kind of trolley stop at the head of the parking lot. And then adding a gate system. The split rail fence, the bus and trolley stop, those may be things that we've talked about with Public Works. We put them in the budget because if Public Works can do them, great, there'll be a cost savings there and we won't have to ask for that. But if they don't, they're things that should get done. And so we found ourselves, based on staffing levels, getting behind on some of these projects. So this is more of a strategic place to say, if we can't, we can keep moving forward. And again, we can't get to C if we don't do A and B. But all these requests are in line with what they projected ask would be for a Herd Park complete replacement as far as bathhouse and parking lot design. And so these are parts. When I first brought Herd Park to you 3 or 4 years ago now, it was a whole lump sum. And I was asked, can I break it out? And the answer is yes. Does it cost more and take longer? The same answer is yes. But this is a way for us to, if we don't deal with crack, sealing and striping, one, it's a safety issue, but we'll be looking at a complete overlay of a parking lot. And, in the $300,000 to $400,000 range versus a $50,000 range. The gate system is a strategic new investment versus a maintain level, excuse me. We get a lot of complaints down there of after hours use in the parking lot, and there's no way to manage that. And so this proposal would be kind of what we have at Higgins, would be an entrance. And that would be on a timer to control access, and then a separate gate on a different end of the parking lot would be for exit. And when you're in the lot, you can always leave. You pull up and it lets you out. But the first one is the key one to allow us to control some of the access and take some of the burden off of PD's calls out there at midnight, drag racing, noise. There's a small amount of money in there for Larrabee Farm. This is a piece of property that we continue to acquire parcels from, and ultimately, I think we're done. It could be upwards of 500 acres. But we do have some acreage now, and so this is starting to help with planning, but also signage. And we have enough of a system there, so this would help us put a 6 or 8 car parking lot at the head of Larrabee Farm Road, in conjunction with my crew and Public Works, to start getting trail access down there. And then skate park renovation, the park behind us. And I hate to say this is probably close to being ready to be shut down. Last year, we brought some money forward to fix it. When we went to go do that, the ramps were in harder shape, and so the cost was above getting done. Now we're at the point where we either need to decide to spend $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 to pull them off and put them back, or reinvest in new ones for another 20 years. And that doesn't go into repairing the replacement of the surface. And so this number that's in the budget allows two things. I should say allows two things, but allows two options. One is to fully renovate here and get it done. And my recommendation is to put a cement pad, because those things weigh thousands of pounds, some of them, and when it heats up, they sink. And that's the challenge out there. And a cement pad, they don't sink. And so it provides a better manageable surface. Part of this is to look at, can we move the skate park somewhere else on campus? And we have a couple locations where then in future plans, you could renovate that and turn that into pickleball courts to connect to another ask in the master plan, which that project was pushed off till next year. Just funding levels and until we have some strategic planning in place.
So can I ask a
Yeah.
couple questions on the capital real quick?
Yep.
So for the bleacher replacement.
Yep.
I'm assuming we don't have a reserve account for that type of stuff, but would the school's reserve account be a qualified use to do that one? I think that's worth exploring.
Sure.
And then for the skate park, Todd, I'm a little confused now. So can you just clarify, like, is this to do the study and things that we need to do, or is this actually
No, this,
$100,000 to repair everything?
this is for us to repair it. The decision we need to make once we get the funding is, are we going to do it in the existing site and put the pad on top of the cement, the paved pad? Or do we want to relocate it at another site on campus, which we have a couple to consider, to not go in the weeds, that then would allow the future development of more pickleball courts without building another complete complex. And so it's kind of that whole A to B. I know Karen had brought up tennis courts. The challenge right now is our user groups are still strong. And so we run into this all the time at Black Point. Pickleball courts with multiple lines, who's on tennis, who's on pickleball court, who's using it. And once we finish some of this community discussion about as far as really where something lands, we do need more tennis courts throughout town. But the tennis court site, that's not big enough to build what I would call advantageous having 4 or 5 courts. 1 or 2 courts eventually become a challenge because you and I show up to play and then you and Don show up to play. There's only 2 user groups. And so sometimes they become pinch points. And so I think we need to take a little deeper dive and look at how big our population, where we're growing. And when we make an investment, is it enough for a 5 to a 10-year growth in some of our facilities?
Can we remove the pickleball lines from the Blue Point Park if you create more pickleball courts other places?
Yes, it's just paint.
Hard to say.
I play tennis. I want tennis courts.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm not
Nope.
buying the fad yet.
Yeah.
The consultants told us it's a fad. If they showed us percentages, I understand we have
Yeah.
a big group.
Yep.
You're not gonna get me to support pickleballs.
Yeah.
I do have a question about the skate park. 'Cause
Sure.
from what you described, I mean, I really love this little chart at the back, that the estimated replacement date, which is not for 2027. And so it's unfortunate that it has deteriorated more than we expected.
Yeah.
I think generally when it comes to your CIP, we had the Parks and Facility Master Plan done.
Yep.
I'm curious, were you operating off of that when you made these choices this year?
Yes. Yeah, a lot of them are, again, the challenge is some of the things in the master plan, when you look at it, are a wide range of years. And just like with, I think the fire department was talking about the fire trucks, is that a lot of our projects, our challenge is, one, when something gets pushed back, we're still getting caught up from years of deferment. So to tackle some of the things in the master plan, a lot of it's maintenance, but a lot of it is new initiatives. And so, where do we allocate? And when we sit down and figure out where we want to be, then we'll make those hard choices. Are we just going to deal with deferment and maintenance, or how much can we invest in new infrastructure? The other part for us is that when we get things approved in July, we then are working on contracts and timelines. So we're always a year behind. Like right now, the tennis courts will get painted as soon as we hit 60 for multiple days in a row. Some of those things, when they run out of time at the end of a season, they get pushed back, or if you get a contractor. And so we have to look at some things a couple years ahead of time, and we're trying to get to that point now, especially with the master plan. But when things don't get funded, things get pushed back. That's just can't get to see if A and B doesn't happen.
What's our usership of the skate park? Because every time I go there, I don't usually see skaters there. I might see kids playing on it.
Mhm.
So I'm just curious, do we have a real demand for?
I think it's higher than you think. I'll be honest, I don't have any hard numbers. Two factors that I think I've seen, I'll be honest, a decrease in use is, one, the shape that it's in. And a lot of what I would call our portable skaters that have their own vehicles and drive have headed over to South Portland because it's brand new and they can make the drive. So I think those are two of the factors that you see.
It's right outside my window, so I probably have one of the better appreciations, just because probably on a daily basis, I'll glance down or I can hear it.
You go out there too, right? And you ride your skateboard.
Yeah, you know it. There's a
Scooter
noticeable
guy.
increase, I think, when middle school lets out. I'm
Yeah.
judging on the age. So there's probably anywhere between, 6 to 18 kids, on a fairly consistent basis, but that's fleeting, right? It's for an hour or so till they get picked up or they go their way.
Are they actually skateboarding and biking, or are they just
Maybe a couple of them, the other one's just kind of hanging out.
It's a different demographic, though, that we're not touching in all of our what I would call traditional sports versus, kind of your different assets. So that's really
Yeah.
important. I think that's something we need to consider with that user group.
And then just surprisingly, you'll see a lot of moms typically, but parents with little kids on bikes.
Safe, it's not on the
Yeah,
road.
That's
it's a
usually what I
flat
see.
surface, they may or may not go up the ramps. And then you'll see typically adult males, in the 20s, 30s. These are people that grew up skating and are still doing it in their adult life. And that can happen any time of the day. So it gets a surprising amount of use.
Okay.
And just one more data
I
point,
can
though.
confirm that. Observation, traversing from the third floor to the second floor and look out the window, and exactly right. It's the after-school hours where you see the
And the only data point
heavy
I just,
demand.
thanks, is, I think that's with any of our facilities. If you go to Blue Point Park or any of the sports facilities from 5 o'clock to 9, you can't find a parking spot. But you go the rest of the day and it's people walking their dog and stuff. So I think that's,
Yep.
depending on when you're looking, is what you see.
And that middle school population isn't there because it's a skate park, but it's a place to hang out with their friends. If we have other things for them to do after school, they're more than likely going to be doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so again, choices to make, but again, it's a demographic that we don't hit in a lot of our traditional sports stuff. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Questions now, or
You can, if. you
Yeah,
have a
yeah,
question,
please, fire away.
So as long as we're on the capital stuff, last night we heard that the track apparently around the football field.
High school track?
Yes.
That
Yep.
there's $1.9 million allocated to that.
Mhm.
And they're asking for another $500,000. And I'm interested in, and this does relate to probably the future of the community center. is the location of that, the synergy between school athletics and community athletics, and the ability to eliminate a lot of duplication, I guess is what I'm saying.
Sure.
So,
Yeah.
Can you sort of speak to what's the status of that now? In other words, how does the facility, the school athletic facilities and recreational facilities that we currently have fit in with community center activities and vice versa?
I mean, when you're talking athletically, it's two different worlds, and I'll touch on that in a second, but I will say that I think Scarborough has one of the better models between Parks and Rec, if you will, not community service on the rec side of things, and parks versus schools, because we have one team that does most. When you look at most towns around us and historically across the nation, there's a school staff and there's a park staff, and we only take care of our stuff and you only take care of your stuff. So there's a lot of efficiencies with us because we have all the equipment and everything is ours. Where the challenges comes is who pays for what when the time comes. And I think that's more of a policy thing than an operational thing. Where it fits in relation with the community center, it depends on what you want at the community center. The community center is going to affect what I would call the 8 months of the year that we're not outside. I'm sorry, the 4 months of the year that we're not outside, and resources for 12 months a year when we can't get inside the school. So a lot of the people understand or think they understand that, well, we have all these gyms. Why can't you get in there? Well, you can't go walk the track or go into at the middle school or go into the high school to play pickleball when they're in there. And so we have this finite window, usually after high school or middle school sports, to get in there. So when we look to expand programming, we can't, because no parent of a 9-year-old wants to start practice at 7 o'clock at night. And so a lot of our in-town sports for youth have gone in other places. So the community center is really going to affect that indoor space more than the outdoor space, in the sense, if that was the question. The only thing that really is advantageous for the school district with the new community center would be the lap pool. I mean, this is something that's going to be a cost savings to them because they're not going to have to travel. But more importantly, it's the most benefit for the community as far as having a lap pool for the high school kids to swim, but also the residents. And then, was there a question there regarding the track? I'm sorry,
Well, generally, what I hear is there's a lot of money allocated, plus a lot more requested for replacing that track.
Yeah.
When I look forward, I just think of a general athletic facility, which is the football field, track, but then there's, I suppose, the field house, the recreation
Yep.
center. That's going to
Can you
require.
turn your mic on?
Sorry. That's going to require land.
Oh, yeah.
And location and proximity and so forth. And I don't have any specific answers, but it just feels to me like, there's a lot of resource going into physical facility over here. And now we're about to put a lot of resource into another one. And I'm wondering how the planning.
I don't expect there's any duplication when it comes to the track and what the community center might offer. And I think the proximity of that track on the campus, certainly relationship to the high school, but also in support of middle school. There's PE programs that are run on both the track and the turf on a daily basis.
General use, again, that's one thing we've fought since, I shouldn't say fight's not the word. Have strongly tried to keep open. A lot of schools have closed campus during the school hours to non-school users. And we haven't gotten to that point yet just because of it's an open public campus. And so a lot of schools are locking those gates where you couldn't go walk the track or play Frisbee with your dog, you know what I mean? That's still allowed here. And so we've been trying to keep that relationship going, and we do the outside scheduling for the school. And so we know when they're going to be out there, how they're using it. So yeah, the new community center shouldn't apply that duplication for the outside.
Yeah,
But you guys have somebody from the school on the ad hoc advisory board, right?
Yes, only been to the first 2 meetings.
Okay. That's disappointing. Oh,
But the track is also needed to support high school athletics. It needs to be a track of certainly safe, but it also of sufficient lane, and configuration that it meets the standards, if you will.
Yeah,
And,
and
and I do encourage you to walk the track. It is in very rough shape. It's long overdue.
Yeah.
But the track is not part of your budget.
No, I had proposed my first year here doing a full track turf replacement and it got voted down. For,
Well, you begrudgingly put it forward only because, is it a school project, is it community services?
Yeah.
It started there, but then
Yeah.
it's now become a school-led
Yeah.
initiative.
when we couldn't get it
Appropriately
passed, the
so.
school picked it up because they have a bigger reach as far as that goes. And when that number came in, it came in higher than the estimate. And so we chose to do the turf, which was failing at the time. Well, which had failed and the track was failing and now the track has no rubber on it. And so that came back. But again, if you had a crystal ball, we would have had it done for 1.2 million during COVID. And now it's going to be 2+. So,
Any other questions, Counselor Cushing? Counselor Shoup, any questions? On anything?
yeah, shoot.
Well, are you done?
Yes,
Yeah,
I'm
I
on
think
board,
you have
but
one
yeah.
more slide.
Yeah, also the unfunded, sorry, thank you. So these are just, again, looking at master planning and looking at recommendations. To increase programming in some of the areas that the community has recognized. Again, I put forward a new recreation programmer, which I understand why it's getting pushed off in this climate. Again, that's a position that could recover revenue. And we could revisit that in future budgets. As I mentioned, we are launching the Parks Ranger program at a part-time level. Communities that have done this have then transitioned into at least one full-time staff. I am already buried in what's not even started yet as far as this program. So eventually, if we're going to stay with a program like this, then this would be recommending having a full-time ranger that he or she would then do a lot of the challenges that the police department is showing for some of that education and outreach. And I would emphasize the education piece. Most people just don't know. We have, as rules around us change, people come and they just don't know. And so to have somebody there to educate before enforce goes a long way, translates to organically. It was requested during a couple events and then through our community advisory board to look at what other communities do for holiday lighting. I had put forward $40,000 as a starting point. 30 of that would go towards lighting and 10 probably would go to increase electrical services in some of the areas. This is what we do now, presently done by myself and my park staff. And actually, I should say, we get help from PD and fire to do in front of the public safety building. This would be turning it over to a private company. They purchase the lights, they install them, they take them down, they store them. We set a contract and they put them back up.
What Gorham and Westbrook do.
Yeah, and yeah, there's
At a larger scale.
Yeah. So this was an ask that I brought forward just as a follow-up. And then again, capital items that we have an ongoing discussion with the advisory board. Again, winters in Maine aren't getting any better. Our ice rink got minimal to no use. We put a lot of investment in it. Brought forward the idea of bringing portable ice kits in. We make, we own it, we build it, and then we put it away. Less water, less time. Again, pickleball courts we talked about. Community garden. We've started this effort and we're going to look for some grant funding for it, but meeting with engineering and with fire, there is, I think it's 14 Saco next to North Station. There's an old, it's a lot that used to have a home on it that got cleared and gone. And so there's no intent for use right now. So we continue to maintain it, but that's where we've chatted about installing a community garden. We had 5 beds at Black Point Park, which we discontinued last year because they were all rotten and we were only serving 5 people and it was going to be like $600 a bed to put back in place. So we started looking at, okay, how can I get 40 people community garden area? So, and then obviously the community center project is going to be an ongoing conversation. And then newly added and wasn't on past CIPs, strictly new investment was $50,000 for a generator for the parks maintenance facility. As we're doing more winter ops, we've lost power 3 times this year during operations. So that's the unfunded
Yeah, these are all
request.
things that didn't.
Didn't make your
Didn't pass my
desk
desk.
from Pat Tom's desk.
Any general questions?
I mean, I guess the skate park, I think I had expressed some concerns just about where we are with the community center. I know that was one of the locations right next to it we were evaluating. I guess I wonder if now is the time to do it, but I also hear that it's actually in really bad shape. Was there other locations that were you thinking of relocating it to on campus?
So we have three options on campus. So not to dive into the community center conversation, but we looked at three sites on campus. The tennis court, basketball court area, advisory board ad hoc, excuse me, has eliminated that because it's now, previous studies, it's like 80% wetlands around it. We looked at Memorial Park, and it's still obviously a consideration, but all of these have cause and effect. And that's right now our engineers are doing test fits to then come back to us and say, yes, it could fit there, but you got to do X, Y, and Z. And is it of value? Tom and I decided to eliminate properties that we own before we come back to you to say, hey, we want outside money to look at outside properties.
To evaluate and potentially eliminate.
Potentially eliminate, to say that before I say we need X to go, whatever. The ad hoc committee's number one priority is try to, if we can, all walkability for our students on campus. Because that's a user group we don't hit as that teen group as much. And so the site that's getting studied right now is the ice rink in Wentworth Field in our shop area. Seeing what those impacts would be. I've met with the school to discuss their challenges with that. And so when we have our final run, those will all be part of the consideration. But just like when the school was going through the school process, we evaluated getting rid of the whole athletic complex. And so this is just a step. And I want to be able to say, we've done our due diligence. It's not going to work. If you want this, this is what it's going to take. And so.
And traffic management, ideally improvement needs to be integral. If we're going to place something like that on this campus, that needs to be part of the consideration.
Absolutely. And so to your point regarding the skate park, I think that the challenge is if we don't have funding, we don't meet the need. I think timing of when we spend that funding, I think as we eliminated the tennis court site, that's a potential site next to it. We've looked at Woodlands just past the library that connects to a skate park. We're looking at the water tower site behind us. So there's some other spots to move that around if we decide to go to a new location. But, you know, if we don't have fund to invest in, we're going to end up making decisions without all.
It's a general comment, just because you approve a CIP project, and Todd's a great example. Very often there's good reasons that we don't do something or we don't spend all the money. And former Councilor Clucci was really good about kind of looking back at prior approvals and rescinding them where either the project doesn't make sense or we didn't need all the funds. And so that's really a discipline that we ought to employ more consistency, to look back at those prior approvals and clear the deck, right?
Again, I have no problem bringing back recommendations once we get to it to authorize, you know.
But to Todd's point, getting the authorization so we are ready and poised to act when and if the opportunity presents it. And I hope you have an appreciation that we're not just kind of throwing everything up against the wall.
Mm-hmm.
These things are pretty well vetted. And right now there's good justification as to why we're talking about it. Things change. And just because we get authorized doesn't mean we're going to spend the money.
And then I'm interested in a community garden. I thought at one point there was a discussion of having it somewhere in the Dunstan area, because I thought, wasn't that a couple of years ago?
Payne Road.
But
Oh,
there was a lot.
yeah. So when you take the hard, when you're coming off of Payne heading towards on the Vine, that corner, that site, Jamie did a soil analysis, Jamie Fitch, our sustainability coordinator. And we would have to put so much topsoil and raise it just because of some of the potential of its previous use.
It was an old public works site, so I can only imagine what.
Okay.
So we chose
Thank
to
you for
eliminate that site,
clarifying.
yes.
I would love to see that. I wonder if there's other, there are other organizations like nonprofits within town, like Rotary or Kiwanis, like who would be willing to work with us
Yep.
outside of,
That's exactly the conversation. I
That's-
think
yeah.
this is something we could rally and get support. for
Yeah.
that.
So we've got $2,500 from the chamber coming, and we've allocated it towards this project as a startup.
awesome.
You know, so that's kind of once, it's either, the majority of that cost is going to go to fencing. And so the rest of it is kind of
Fencing and water.
materials, soil.
I have one question about the vehicles. I attended an Eco Maine board meeting not too long ago. And they bought a couple of electric vans and they got the federal government's, $7,000 rebate. And then they got another 7 on top of that, I believe. As I looked at it, their monthly payment for the things was about $150 a month. And, you know, they've got them painted green and they're driving them around sort of, sort of fitting them into their eco mission.
Yeah.
And I don't know if we've looked at any of those kinds of programs for vehicle replacement, but they're sort of very consistent with our sustainability goals, and they may very well be
Yep.
cheap.
Yeah, no, it's a great point. I mean, we work, again, as everyone else does, very closely with Ed in the vehicle department. A lot of our trucks are also plow vehicles, and so there's a certain type of vehicle you need. But most of the other vehicles that we presently drive are hand-me-downs that we buy. Instead of trading in an X-Cruiser, we buy it for $7,000 and run it till it's, so we're doing a lot of hand-me-downs in our program, and that's kind of what.
That Park Ranger program might be a good one, a lighter weight truck that is really, gives you some of the utility you need, but also it's just, it's a people mover, right? It's a long way from Pine Point.
Yep.
To Higgins Beach. But the work vehicles, I don't think the electric technology is there yet.
Yeah, but again, we are looking, anytime we have an opportunity, like we just replaced a Gator last year, instead of buying another gas Gator, our park shop is 100% net neutral. We bought an electric Gator. The guys are riding around in an electric Gator now. So we do try to implement those when we can.
Any other questions? So I only have one comment.
Sure.
Yesterday when we were talking with the school, I was trying to get them to do something to adjust their CIP, just to kind of call out that we have a big school coming.
Yep.
When I see the community center in 2026, that makes me feel really uneasy, because I feel like that's essentially telling the public we could potentially be doing something in 2026 when we still don't have certainty about the school. Well, I hope it's in the 5-year horizon until we know that. Personally, I wouldn't support a community center being on the ballot that early. And since we are using this process to approve the CIP, I think it's important that we have follow-up conversation of where does that belong on here, because my preference would be, we want it on here, but I would prefer to see it in 2029 until we figure out exactly what's the situation with the school, how much is it gonna cost, and then hopefully figure out when we can afford going out with a $50 million or whatever the final number is for the community center. I mean, I want one. I want it as soon as we can. For me, I just don't see it in the next couple of years. Being practical about the financial affordability implications for the town.
All right. So I wanted it in this year, and Tom made me push it off. So, and I understand that you may want it off in a few years. My challenge is, it's been a conversation since we've been here. And so I will gladly do whatever council chooses me to do. One thing I'd like council to consider is that, two things, and I'm going to say this as nicely as I can. We keep asking committees to do work that we do no work with. And so I hear that from them a lot, and that's just a consideration when we task them hundreds of thousands of hours. And this is our second go round with the community center, that they probably did $200,000 of work that didn't make it to this desk till 6 months later. The second part of it is, I would like, and Norm and I have had this conversation. I'd kind of like to look at the financials, because, you know, when I look at it, when this all came down, we were asked to do this. School was on pace, failed. If the school had passed, the financials are still the same. That doesn't change. And so, is this a philosophical decision, a political decision, or a financial decision? And I'm okay all three, but I want to understand with my staff and kind of the volunteers that we serve, which direction we're going, because it's a huge undertaking, hours of these people's lives. And I understand that everything fits into a box, but when you look at a school and a community center, every time we move it, we're either gonna pay the same to get less, or we're gonna pay to more to what we could have got 5 years ago. When you look at it over a bond attrition, it's never cheaper than now. And so I don't need a community center. Todd sues a community service. We don't need a community center. It's more work for me.
I want a community center.
But all I'm
Our
saying is
residents want
that
a
if the
community
town
center.
wants it, we need to look at the fiscal piece as
I
well.
want one. I just want to make sure
But the
people can
residents
afford.
in
to
our
live
last survey said this was the
Yeah.
capital improvement plan that they supported the most. And if
Mhm.
we are going to be responsive to that survey, I think Todd is being responsive by putting this on there.
here. Mhm.
And if we push it out, we push it out. I have concerns that the school, if the school fails again, we're just I can't go on with this process over and over and
Mhm.
over again. And you know, there are people in this town that are willing to do both. Actually, all the school supporters, the parents that I know want a community center and well, and they're okay with their taxes going up. I think we have a demographic. I think it should stay on there. I think the public needs to know that we hear them.
Mhm.
And this is, we want to give them a community center and it's there. And maybe it will have to get pushed out because of the school, but I don't want to change it, obviously.
I think just to support Todd's comment, I mean, I think community services really as a department, it's somewhat unique within the municipal environment. I think that this project is somewhat unique within the municipal or school environment because there is a whole revenue component to it because of what Tom said right now, because of how we're providing these services right now in the form of leasing a fairly large facility. I think that there are economics that are otherwise unique based on building a school, building a public safety building, building a library, where I think that that's what. So I think what Todd is asking for, and correct me if I'm wrong, is a comprehensive discussion at the council level because it is unique. It's not just building a $50 million community center on top of a $150 million school. There's offsetting revenue, there's other costs to take in consideration to look at that sort of financial impact in a different way. And so I certainly understand the sensitivity. We feel that as well on staff. But I think to have the kind of review what the committee has done for work and what the financials look like so that the council and maybe the community can make an informed decision on whether to support this before school, at the same time as a school, shortly thereafter of a school. I think that that's probably a worthwhile conversation to have because it is unique.
Mhm. I agree with that. I just, until we get there, I just don't like it there. And I don't think that's gonna change.
Understood. No, everybody's up to their opinion. I understand.
Well, good, because I have an opinion. It sort of leans to where Karen is, that we have a group of people who have been out there working on it for a long time, that the community center, in theory, serves all of us. It serves people like myself who've passed the grand old age of 70. It serves kids. It is, as it is named. To my mind, when it comes before this council, our question with respect to moving it forward should be, do we believe it will pass? Have you all gone out there and done the work ahead of time to build enthusiasm for this? So as the representatives of this government, we will look to what we think the people want and we'll put it out there and it will pass. And as soon as it's at that point, I think it should come before this body and we should vote for it. And we should vote for it independent of the other need which the community has, which is for a school. And I think now we have a process going on with the school, which we know through the retrospectoscope, had we sort of followed that process from the outset, we might have had a different outcome with the school vote. But hindsight's 2020, I don't mean any criticism about that. So if this were to follow the same pattern, and that is that the reaction is, we don't know what we're getting, so we're going to characterize it as too much money and in the wrong spot, it'll get out of flames. Right. So that is really what I would say to you, is bring it to this council when you can say to us, we're pretty convinced this will pass. And then
Well, they are coming to council.
What?
I didn't want to interrupt you. The ad hoc community center committee is supposed to be giving a presentation after all of that. And then our decision at that point is to put it on the ballot.
Right. Well, and if that's what you're doing, you know, my question to you is going to be, do you believe it's going to pass? Because you get one bite at that apple. It's going to pass. If you think it will, then you'll have my vote.
Gotcha. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Todd.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Thanks.
So we might just get through Karen, I think, and then we might have to defer the others, or do we want to do GA? And I don't know, Karen, if you can be flexible, because I see we have the GA team.
Yes.
Because we do have a hard stop at 1. I think, right, Karen, you have a hard stop at 1. Okay.
Find out if I can stay longer.
Well, if we want to do a hard stop at 1, just let me know, because then I think we can, I know we can get to the
Yeah,
admin stuff.
yeah, push that. We can do that at any time.
Okay.
Karen, are you willing to defer to Lauren?
Absolutely. That's why she's in between you and lunch, rather than me.
Oh, we get to eat? I didn't realize that was on. If you're willing, I think doing GA while they're here would be great. And then I'm anticipating there's probably not too many questions about Setco, but if there are, I'm sure Karen will either stay later or
Okay.
come back at a different time.
Yeah, just let us know if we can. Yeah. So I think GA, come on up.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
If you can have a seat right next to Lauren, you can move that up too.
She acts like she doesn't know me.
And she can work. So we will try to move quickly through this. I think it is important to have, I don't know if you know Lauren Dubsky Martin, she's our social services manager. Katie Wilcox is our social services coordinator, so brief introductions. This is obviously a budget driver this year without question. And so I thought it was really important that Lauren and Katie come and kind of tell the story of what's going on with general assistance. I think the other kind of introductory comment I would make is last year, the council had a goal to support kind of homelessness population, some additional social service needs. And so the kind of response to that was to bring on a full-time position. Obviously, primary responsibilities, general assistance, but also some additional auxiliary needs to kind of help and respond to that population. So to Katie. So I'm going to turn this over to Lauren to run through some slides, and I'll ask that she be as efficient with our time as possible, but turn it over to Lauren.
Sure, I
Thank you.
talk super fast too, so I'll keep that speed unless you need me to slow down, just let me know.
All right, thank you.
So real quick, if you don't know anything about general assistance, which I think most of us in the room do, but obviously it's a state mandate that we have to have here in the town. And then 70% of that is usually reimbursed back to us by the state. But it's really for us to help an emergency situation, whether that's housing, heat, electricity, food, but those absolute dire emergency situations. Just real quick, this is a slide on the maximum. So it certainly, in terms of when you can become eligible for general assistance, it depends upon that income that you get and how many people are inside the home. So when Katie's screening people for eligibility, there is a maximum that somebody can be taking in for income in order to be eligible for general assistance. So in terms of just over the last year, a couple of our, the things I want to just highlight, I guess, is that, yeah, so Katie's position became full-time for general assistance, as well as helping in some kind of basic referral capacity, which was really exciting. And she's embedded right within the police department. So we now have like a social services division hallway. And one of the really inspiring things about that is that we're dealing with a lot of the same people. So myself as a social service navigator and Katie, and then we also have a diversion program. We can really streamline services in that hallway and make sure that everyone's getting exactly what they need. Oftentimes they're overlapping in all of our capacities. And so it's really nice that we can all work together and share information and be there to support them. And then one of the other things that's really increased over this past year is collaboration with local landlords and management companies. So we've been able to become very creative with them and really kind of partner and build those relationships, which certainly helps us in the GA capacity. So just real quick over kind of just to give a visual of how many households have access GA from the start of this fiscal year in July through March is missing on there, and I apologize. We did put March on there, but through February. So the blue lines are the number of households each month. The orange is the new household, so someone who has not accessed GA before. And then the gray, I just wanted to highlight because we do have a increasing New Mainer population here in Scarborough, are those with English as a second language that are accessing general assistance. And this quick pie chart just kind of goes around what the number one need is that folks are accessing each month. So rental assistance is number one, non-food, followed by emergency shelter and food assistance. Those are the top priorities. So around the budget for this year, we are asking for a significant increase in emergency housing funds. And that is because of the inflation that comes with emergency shelters. So we are not able to access the local shelter in Portland that is only for Portland residents. All of the other shelters that in the vicinity of us are full. They're at capacity 99% of the time, including the family shelters. Therefore, it falls on general assistance to place people in an emergency shelter situation, mostly families, but some single folks. But there's an inflation in terms of those costs. So oftentimes that's a motel, and we're seeing the cost of just like a nightly rate increase. Once in a while, we're able to again get them into an apartment with the understanding that in 3 or 4 months, they're taking over that rent. But again, rental costs, there's an inflation there. And then we're also just seeing the rise in folks accessing general assistance for that emergency housing piece. So that's why that budget line is asking for such a significant increase. I think that, let's see. Do you want me to go over
Yeah,
numbers
yeah,
real quick? Okay. For the 23-24, it was 12,000. We're asking for 50,000 for 24-25 to date. So through July through March, we've already spent 45,000. So that would somewhat keep on track for what we're asking for. I think what's really hard with GA, or what's actually a little more black and white, is, I mean, you have to fund this emergency shelter piece. We can't say to somebody, nope, sorry, we don't have, the money to do this. We have to be able to do that for someone who's eligible.
And I just want to underscore that, I think Lord said, we're requesting additional funding. Our request is based on what we're projecting and what we expect. You can frankly say, no, we're slashing your budget. It doesn't matter. If they come through the door and they're eligible by the state guidelines, we're paying it. And so obviously the budget's intended to be reflective of what we expect our actual exposure and costs to be. As anyone can appreciate, it's a lot easier to find and work with hotels and motels in Scarborough in January than it is in July. And so our resources, to the degree they exist, are far more expensive during the summer months. They frankly don't exist during the summer season. And with regard to Portland has kind of, again, maybe this is wrong, but my perception or my understanding is that they've kind of gone back and forth in terms of their interest or willingness to work with us and allow what would otherwise be Scarborough GA clients to access their shelter. We have made a recent overture to them to say, is there any agreement we can get in place contingent on you having capacity where we will agree to pay a far reduced rate in terms as compared to a hotel or motel stay? I still hope that there's an opportunity there. But obviously, as you can expect, Portland, that's one of the huge budget drivers right now in their budget. And they want to make sure that they have the ability and capacity for all the costs that they've incurred to house Portland GA residents. And so we are still interested in exploring whether there's an opportunity there. But right now, as of today, one does not exist.
Didn't we give funding to Portland for home? There was some form of funding that we,
Yeah, it wasn't a Portland specific. It was a site in Portland, but it was done
Okay.
through GP cog.
okay.
So it's not gonna, it's
So
gonna be
we
a
gave
state,
funding, but we can't go.
different
And
facility.
we did something with.
But
is it
I mean, the
Pebble Tree?
concept behind that funding was, well, we can't house them here, so let's give money to Portland. And that was the justification I felt like time. So I'm just,
It's really gone back and forth around like the Portland shelter, whether they've taken like non-residents from Portland. It's also really hard when you're unhoused to say whether you're a resident of a town or not. So it's not to say I've certainly pushed, and we have had maybe 2 or 3 individuals get into that shelter for a night or two. And we've been very creative in how we've worded that, or whether they spend a night in Portland and then present as a Portland resident. But as a whole, they have really said that when I've talked to the director, that is for Portland unhoused individuals.
Yeah,
not
the money we
Scarborough.
gave was for a very, it's a subset, and many folks may actually be GA recipients as well, but these are asylum seekers, the so-called transitional housing. These are folks that are new to Maine, that can't work for an extended period of time, and and are totally reliant on for support. So it's the transitional houses as opposed to emergency shelter.
Just quick question, like, can you remind me, Liam, like how much of the GA, or what's the situation with the GA in the state in terms of reimbursement
Yep, so currently 70% of eligible GA is reimbursed by the state. So there is offsetting revenue on the revenue side for 70% of these increased
There's a
costs.
bill pending to have it increased to 90%, but that's not yet finalized. We should know in the next couple weeks because the session's going to close. There's also a whole other set of GA reform pieces that I've been told that are likely not going to advance this session.
Thank you.
We're also asking for a slight increase with the housing funds. And again, that is a 5,000 increase due to the inflation of just rental costs going up. So again, the majority of folks that Katie screens and that are eligible, it's for that rental assistance. I just want to note too, that a lot of the folks that come through, we're not paying all their rent. They're paying a portion of it and we're helping to compensate that other portion. So it's not that we're paying everything for an individual. We're really encouraging them and empowering them to get to a point where they can sustain on their own again. Contractual services this budget year also is going to see a little bit of an increase. I think we're asking for 2,500, and that's really due to, again, those new Mainers coming in with English as their second language, because we're having to use the language link line for that. And I would say that's been a huge increase over the last year, just in terms of accessing that, so that we can make sure that that language barrier and their understanding requirements and all of that stuff. Our dream is a Scarborough Community Impact Fund. We are asking for $20,000. And again, this is a great dream that we would love to have, really to help support those situations where someone is not eligible necessarily for GA, or where they might be eligible, but what their emergency is not covered by GA stipulations, but where their goal would really help them sustain. So let's say that they're facing some sort of kind of adverse challenge, and we could put $2,000 towards something, and they're then able to stay in their house, sustain that safe and secure housing, and not be able to act, and then not kind of need to access GA in the long term. So an example of this might be a senior whose pipes have froze and burst, right? That's not necessarily eligible under GA for us to hire a plumber or to try to get a plumber to come out and do half pro bono, half compensation under GA. But we would use this fund to fix the pipes, keep them in their house so that they're able to then stay there long-term, and they have running water and it's safe and secure housing for the long term. So I know that a couple other jurisdictions have a kind of discretionary fund like this, and I would just like to propose it for those situations. We don't have any other kind of budget lines in the social services division to fund something like this. So we do a lot of begging to pro bono, contractors to do things in these situations, and it would be nice to just compensate a little bit.
I have a technical question.
Sure.
When I get my state income tax, there's a bunch of places I can check. Do I want to give $1 to a bird or a clean election or this, that, and the other thing? Is that legally, can you do that legally on a property tax bill? Can you say to,
Sure.
can you make a case for a particular thing and give residents
Sure.
an opportunity?
As recent as 10 years ago, councils were approving over $200,000 a year to different social service organizations. So yeah, I think you can. What's different here is that it's discretionary, that there's no kind of rules, that you put your trust, and I certainly put my trust and faith in their opinion where need exists. And I know what they say is true, which is there's many times it just doesn't fit into the box. And a little bit of help can go a long way.
Well, my uncle Albert was the welfare judge a long time ago. And he figured out who needed what and distributed it in the little town of Franklin, New Hampshire. And, we have legal judges who have to make difficult decisions about people. We put our trust in them to make those things. And it might, so in response to that, I think is that we certainly can, one of the most efficient things is good judgment. So I would say that the less bureaucracy in those cases, the better, because sometimes the bureaucracy says we got to do this for everybody, and the judgment says, no, you need it, you don't. So.
Absolutely.
I know we're pressed for time. I do have experience with a similar sort of program in another community. And it really was, as Lauren suggested, it was for, you can keep someone in a stable housing environment but for a one-time cost that they just don't have resources for, and neither do we. And so once they become homeless, because they no longer have indoor plumbing, because of whatever that incident was, now you're footing the bill for a extended hotel stay many, many, many more times that cost. And so these are really the opportunities we're looking for to provide some local.
We'd like to have it, but never use it, frankly.
Right. So I'll wrap up with just two quick slides, just around kind of going back to the community survey, since I know that's something we're really focusing on this year in terms of when we look at the budget. Affordable housing ranked number 3 at 41% of the issues that Scarborough will face over the next 5 years. And so I think that really kind of plays back to general assistance, continuing to try to help to navigate residents really getting housing that they can afford and sustain, and not being able to necessarily lean on us and access us all the time. And then also in the community survey, almost 25% of households identified an annual income of $60,000 or less. And so when you look at that medium rate or rental costs per month in Scarborough, that's hard for some folks to kind of meet with that income, especially with any kind of continued inflation. So that's where some of those emergency housing and rental assistance through GA is expected to be at an increase. Thank you very much. Any
questions? Counselor Shoup?
Well, I have more time, so we can
Okay.
talk slower.
Karen, you're up next.
No, I think you do great work. I actually was just curious because I saw you walking out of the middle school one day, and I'm just curious if you were providing services for current possibly students as well. Do you, I saw you in the middle school, so I'm curious why.
Yeah, so well, it depends on the day. So I have a middle schooler, but then I also do, there's actually quite a few cases right now at middle school and high school that I'm helping to support. And some of those are social services because of mental health stuff or substance use. And some of that is maybe because of a family that we're working with, right? Like through GA, and I'm going in to kind of help support that student. I know like we work a lot with the school districts with like their food backpack program, and then maybe brainstorming other ways we can get food for that family. So depends on the day and what I'm walking out of.
Yeah, no, I think it's just good to highlight kind of where you are in the community and how deep and how important the work you're doing is. So thank you.
Of course.
Counselor Cushing?
Thank you.
Yeah, no, great job. You know, I came into this with my CFO hat on, and, you know, the ask for the discretionary fund, I was like, oh, I want to give it to you. But I think this conversation just like
Now you
started
really
that
wanna
I
give it.
really want to give it to you. So I'm putting my CFO hat aside, and, you know, I think we should try to preserve this. And I love what you said, Tom, of it's better to have it and have it be available in that need. And it's that theme that we just heard from the police department about the cameras. Like, there could be a couple of situations that totally make it worth it. And I would rather have it available to make it worth it for that resident. If
One or two things gonna happen. We're gonna sit before you next year and say, thanks for giving it to us. We didn't need it. Or we're gonna tell you the 10 different times and ways we've used it,
yeah,
and you're gonna double it.
well, I think that would be great, like, as it does get used, to have some transparency to like how it has helped, because if this is like a pilot and we want to build it, I think being able to communicate that more broadly to the public and show the value, I think is important, because I could see some people, especially our, you know, certain people who look at this and might say, government maybe doesn't need to be doing this, but I think this is why government exists, is to help those who are in most need. And so, again, the transparency I think will be important.
There is one thing that I think would have helped me today and would help that in the future. And that is, we see a graph of how many people have accessed it, which means we have people in need. And your description of this is transitional. Our entire thing is basically to keep people from spiraling down and needing more stuff, and to move them through the program. There is a long-standing public misperception that once people get this assistance, they stay on it forever, and so on and so forth. So really important information when you come back to us every year or whatever is to say, let's look at those people and talk about how they move through the system. We have this many we had this many who on the other side of it have jobs, they're paying their own rent, they're doing all those things. That's, to my mind, the ultimate metric for the program. And so if you come back for another 40, or 20 or 100, my thing would be, well, if that discretionary investment is keeping us from having to build a shelter in town, then that might be a decent investment.
I think, just going back, and if you look at our GA budget 5 years ago, it was a tenth what we're projecting it to be next year. And again, there's a lot of factors which we've kind of talked about over the years about why that is. I do think though, because of that increase and because of that experience, I do think that this is another issue which, not a workshop necessarily with the council, but certainly a report that Lauren and Katie can put on that talks about at least the general assistance experience and utilization. Again, how many people come on, how many clients stay, how long do they stay? I hope that, and I agree, Councilor Cushing, there's a misconception that people get on sort of the public assistance program and they stay on in perpetuity. And the reality is that this program requires 30-day eligibility. And so every month they're coming back and talking about how their circumstances have changed or not. And so I do think though, reporting out to your point, we can certainly report out some metrics and figures with regard to the general assistance program, as well as keep in consideration if this is funded, how we use that and report back out next year.
That'd be good. Great, well, thank you.
Thank you so very much. Have a great afternoon.
Yeah, you too.
I like meetings like that.
Yeah. Oh, wait, we have a question.
No.
No.
Lauren is a great answer.
All right, Karen, come on down. You're the next contestant on Finance Committee. Are you guys okay to go a little bit longer? I mean, if we can get it done, I'd like to get it done. Yeah, so.
Would you prefer that I just skip to the two things that are different about the budget and we just talk about that?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
more, it's
Alright.
great to hear and we see you often, so we know all the great work you do, but
Yeah, I love going through that, but let me just talk from, would you find the slide on the change in the budget? Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Keep going. There, stop there. So two things about the budget for Sedco this year. One thing is we did make a request that I keep my salary level. And so that's not reflected in the budget that you have, but it is reflected in my notes here. And I'll tell you that it's two reasons why I wanted to do that. One, I've been working on trying to get a better percentage difference between my staff person and me. And I felt like it was out of whack. So if I keep my salary level this year, hers gets brought up, we're really in a better place, I think, in terms of where we should be. Second, I have talked to my other colleagues. So by me sitting out a year with a budget increase, I am still well within the range of all the other economic development folks. So it doesn't put us at a disadvantage.
it's very generous of you. So thank
You know,
for doing
yeah,
that, but
it's just, it makes sense to me. And again, it's not altruistic. It's about putting us in a good perspective.
To just, one, validate that Karen did make this request early on in the budget. It was my oversight that it's not reflected. Two, this is not the first time, I'm not even sure if it's the second time that she's requested or done this. So this is a pretty standard.
Keep that
to get-
quiet though. So, so the real difference between previous budgets and this budget is that I've looked at all the questions from the community survey. And what we have is a gap between data and experience. And the only way to fill that I've come out with is there is this Placer AI, which is a subscription service. They are mobilized, or they are looking at cell phone data. So just put this out there, nobody's cell phone information is revealed. You can't identify individual folks. Even the company that we're purchasing this from can't identify individuals. So this is about movement within the community. And it is up to 3 days old. So whereas all the state and federal data, we're really talking about 2, maybe 3 years off. This is 3 days old. I can drop a pin. I can geofence the park and say, hey, over the last 6 months, up until 3 days ago, I know exactly how many people have been there. I know whether they came from Scarborough and whether they came from different areas, and it can tell me where they came from.
Can you geofence the skate park? So we
Yes, we can. The only thing they won't let you do is geofence a school. So they don't want to, even though you can't reveal it, it's still, they're just, they don't do schools or churches, or women's health centers. So this information, which is going to add about 13,600 to the budget. It's a $19,000 subscription, but what I've said is I feel like this is so valuable that I'm willing to forgo $5,400 of things that I'm already using. And I'm going to use this to, some of it really can be used for, our Placer AI can be used to fulfill some things I'm doing, but I'm just not going to be doing some, branding and other types of things that we traditionally do. I'm going to sit out for the year. I'm not going to be doing the Marita Trade Show. I'm not going to be doing several other things so that I can make up $5,400 of that $19,000. And the reason I'm willing to do that is because, number one, I think it's a good idea to have this data set. I can't think of anything else that's going to answer that question for the community on what is happening in the community in terms of growth. We need it for the planning. We can do corridor geofencing. It can support a lot of different activities that we're trying to plan for and understand. And I think I'll give you the example of where I get frustrated is, so we know the community feels like there's incredible changes in the transportation system and they feel traffic. But if I look at the standard data, which is 2 years old, it's telling me, hey, commute times are down. There's a lot of other things that don't match what the community is feeling. So I think that's a time lag for some of it. I think sometimes we're maybe identifying the wrong thing to measure. And this tool gives us some of that. It also is supportive of all the other departments in their quest to understand in the community what's going on. I've spoken with Angela, I've spoken with Todd. It's a tool that will help them in their planning and understanding of what's happening in the community. And so that's the main difference of what I'm talking about. I think with this in there and the reduction in salary, that's about an 8% increase. If I take this out, it winds up being a 3% increase. So Placer AI, the $19,000 subscription blows my marketing piece out. That's why you see 100% there. So it's going from 13.5 to 13.6, or adding 13.6, and it's going to 27. I will say from a history standpoint, we have right-sized our budget. Like we used to get 19,000 in marketing funds. We used to get an additional 10,000 in our operating expenses. We've reduced those costs. We've drawn as fine of a line as we can in order to get those costs down. But this one piece is just, seems to me, that answer to how do we understand growth in the community and how to respond to what the community survey is saying, which is we feel growth. We feel what's happening in this community and our data over here is not matching up. So let's fix that. Yeah.
Question about that specific situation. Trying to understand exactly what it does per se. Basically, what I'm curious about is there's a lot of speculation of who is using our beaches,
Sure.
especially Pine Point. Would that be able to generate data of who's going there?
Absolutely. It's a scenario that I've gone over with.
Only we could tell if they had a dog with them.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I'm going to ask them that because they may be able to tell us that.
That's really my question.
Yeah.
For me is I would love to see where people are coming from to use that. I personally,
Right.
our speculation is people from other towns are coming here with their
Yes.
dog.
So I asked them specifically about the beaches and parks and other things. What they can do one of two things. One, they can drop a pen and they can track movement around the actual pin, that specific spot. They can also, as Tom said, geofence. So we can draw a line, a ring around the parking lot, and it will tell us the number of people and where they came from. It'll also give us some other demographics, but I'm not sure, that's not the important piece. It's more about what's the movement? Where are people coming from? And it can actually allow us to create a current population estimate, because it's looking at, has a way of, don't ask me the details. I absolutely cannot tell you. But what they're doing is analyzing all of that traffic or movement. I should say movement, because they're talking about people, not necessarily cars, although they can translate the people into cars. They are looking at, they clearly can separate the visitors from the residents, because they know from movements which of this data is coming from within the town of Scarborough. So I will say that my board was like, wait a second. We love this idea, but they feel a little uncomfortable about cell phone data. And I think what they finally came to the conclusion was, number one, it's already being used. It's already out there. I can sign on to the trial piece, and I can see, all of the visitors that went to Costco during their opening month. I can't see who, I see numbers, like how many visitors, how many that. I can see the difference between the two Hannafords, who's going where, what the difference is. And the reason it's so important, other than our general study, is if I can help an existing business or a small business startup who's trying to figure out, is there demand for this service? I can actually pinpoint an area and say, okay, well, going by this location, I know that there are X number of people a day. And I can tell them when it happens and on what day. So there's some sexiness to this data, both from a business development standpoint and from just a growth and planning perspective.
Yeah, because the other feedback I hear is traffic, and
Yeah.
people want to blame it on our population growth, where I look at Saco, Route 1, and I live down in that area, where I think it would be great to show residents that I think maybe a majority of the increase in traffic may be coming from another town.
Right.
So I think there's amazing software. I think it could be very useful for not just you, but to educate residents and help the town staff and council and all of that.
And the reason we put it in my budget, I talked to some of the other departments, and I felt like, you know what? If it's in my budget, it's TIF qualified, because, the whole purpose of a TIF is to support your economic development. And so there's really no question, if something comes under my umbrella, there's not a question about whether or not you can or should do it. And this is clearly one of those things that I feel like I have the expertise to be able to translate it and to work with the folks. It's something that I specialize in and very good at. So I think that having this one point of access, whereas the other departments can say, hey, this is what I need to find out. And I can work with the company to really articulate what we're trying to do. This is being used by communities all across the country. And a lot of that usage is looking at the parks and geofencing all the parks and saying, where's the demand by park? And what time and all of those things.
Yeah, I think this is a great idea. Zuckerberg knows exactly where I am right now. I am absolutely certain that this data is being used by all kinds of people for all kinds of purposes. So I don't see, and it seems to me that the utilization of this data for all the reasons you've said is very beneficial. I think you've given Councilor Anderson a bad idea here, because now that he knows that anything in your budget can be a TIF thing. He's gonna transfer the entire Scarborough budget.
Karen's budget's gonna be $1 million.
It is the one, you know, I
I am
don't have the
covering
word.
100% of central
And-
costs.
Yes,
I did have one other comment. I thought you were gonna go in a totally different spot when you said there's sort of a gap between people's people's perceptions and their experience. And I think that that is true across a variety of levels. I don't think people understand, we have a word growth, but I don't think they understand what and where and how. And my wish would be that if we could also use this as a tool and a way of helping people to understand the different kinds of growth and the trade-offs we make when we don't have growth. The reason that we're able to have the kind of budget discussion we're having today is because we've had real growth in the value of the properties in this town before any revaluation, et cetera. If we didn't have that, then we'd be taking the same amount of dollars and spreading it over a smaller end. That's just a simple example of how the things that people desire in this community are very often at odds with each other, competing in terms of their goals, which is not surprising, but it does strike me that we would all feel a lot better if over time we could have not just, you know, a little article here in the Leader or something, but some way to have an ongoing conversation about about growth, about taxes, about sustainability. So this would help that.
and I would say, as the Main Street area in the Downs starts to develop, we can certainly geofence the entire Downs property and look and see how many residents are accessing the facilities. I believe once we have the subscription, we can look at Costco and say, what's the percentage of their, 118,000 people that come in a month? What percentage of them are coming from Scarborough? So we'll have that better understanding of things.
Yeah, I like where Councilor Cushing was going with how this tool, one, helps us better baseline
Yep,
key metrics that I know we want to track in terms of impacts of growth.
Yep.
And then because it's going to be more timely, we can make investment decisions to offset those. So if we know there's issues where all of a sudden the beaches are getting overcrowded, and even if it's not because of Scarborough, it
Right.
just kind of says, okay, we need to like figure out what we do there because it's clearly a hot spot for what people might consider issues with growth. And so, again, I think it's great. I think you sold all three of us at least, so mission accomplished.
just hoping that what they told me was true, which I think it is.
Well, it does lead back to, because I remember when we were doing the growth management ordinance, you did a great job with Autumn, I think, coming up with key metrics
Right.
of like things we want to just assess to like have as we look at the growth conversation, so that it's not just traffic, but other things. So I see this potentially helping do that. It sounds like more timely and not using
Yes.
old data, which isn't probably the best thing to do when we're trying to make decisions.
Exactly. I will tell you something that will make you feel good. So the housing conference that was last 2 weeks ago with GPCOT. So the state had put out a report back in November, talking about how much growth we needed, how many new housing units we needed within Cumberland County, in all the counties, but I'm only interested in Cumberland, how much we needed in order to catch up. And if my numbers are correct, they were sort of back of the napkin, working through it. It was suggesting 280 units a year. Our growth management, or our rate of growth ordinance is saying, hey, we're looking at 260. So we are pretty much very close to what the state even thinks we should be doing. Now, I'm sure somebody else can come up with a different methodology, but like I said, I was back of
That's
the,
assuming everyone else does their part.
that's right. Well, all we can control is ourselves. So
Tell me
anyway,
things all the time.
that one.
Thank you, Karen.
Okay.
You got way too much energy for us.
Yeah.
Enthusiasm.
We're like, hey,
Just trying to get through it. Man. Oh, I was close, about 5
we got
minutes.
one more. Is it Tom and?
Yeah,
Ian?
we could just say,
I'm gonna
everything's
sit
good.
back and watch. Just relax.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
And this one, I don't know if we got the material yet.
we didn't.
We didn't, no, I finished at about 7:30 last night.
We've been a little busy,
Yeah.
so sorry about that.
But do you guys want more time to work through it and have another?
No,
No,
let's go through what we
let's go
have.
through it and then see
and
where we're at.
If it's insufficient, we can come back to you.
Sounds good.
So executive is kind of, I'll say a catch-all in some respects. I, over the last 2 or 3 years, have pulled over essentially all the facilities under executive. Historically, each of the departments kind of reflected their own facility costs. And this is part of a very concerted effort, really working toward a facilities department at some point. I think we've reached critical mass where we really need, and when you think about capital investment and just oversight of what we have and what we'll need, we're to the point where we really need to focus and do it a little more professionally. So this, all of this budget organization was a buildup toward that eventuality. And forgive me, I'm kind of jumping around a little bit, but to that end, I am again requesting a facilities assessment. This is hiring an outside contractor to help us look at our facilities, give us kind of a diagnosis of status of facilities and really the blueprint for capital investment going forward. So I kind of jumped right to the
You got to the punchline, yes. Just to go, the high level overview. So executive within this is a town manager, assistant town manager, clerk, all your legal expenses, benefits, insurance, including workers' comp. Obviously, the big budget driver here this year, which we see in this slide, is that big jump in blue is really that, like we talked about in the executive session, the money set aside for settling the collective bargaining agreement. So that's 770. It's actually, when you factor in fringe, it's closer to $1 million. So that's really what's representative of the increase. Once those contracts are settled, all of that money will flow essentially out of this budget and into the respective department budgets. So this won't really reflect that. All the department budgets will reflect whatever increases are approved through the collective bargaining process. Just the human resources is technically separate. So that's consists of 3 positions. It's also, we have payroll in that budget, and HR, my deputy HR director spends a large percentage of her time on recruitment. She's effectively our recruitment director at this point. And so that's how she spends that time, but we're responsible for all the recruitment, benefits administration, labor relations, employee relations, payroll, for all of the municipal side of the house. So it's a fairly busy department. My salary is.
Sorry, it's just there's only 1/3 of an FT, or 2/3. I can't do math.
That's okay.
3/4 of a.
So my
you and
salary.
One other person that are doing all of the.
No, it's 2 full-time positions and then 0.75 as the HR director. The other quarter of my salary is funded in executive under assistant town manager.
Got it.
Yeah, just the history there. We used to have an assistant town manager and a full-time HR director. When Larissa left, Liam's doing both of them basically.
And then what that did allow for, though, was the hiring of our essentially Allison Carrier. So that's how we reallocated the funding at that point to bring in that full-time position. Larissa's role was a large part communications. And so Allison's really taken that completely off my plate. So again, you have seen an increase in personnel expenses. It's overwhelmingly personnel. Last year we replaced all the furniture or for the purchasing agent and HR on the 3rd floor. So that was the big expense last year outside of personnel. Benefits budget again has the 771,000 in there. HR, again, it's a very small number, but it is an outlier that we're proposing to bring on just a temporary part-time position to digitize our personnel records, which are kind of a mess. They're in perfectly working order. What was kind of a mess is we're required under statute to keep these records for 60 years. And so we have a whole basement locker full of personnel records I'd like to scan in and then find a new place for it to take some space back. And then Tom will probably pick this up. Facilities. One thing that really stands out when you look at the school budget versus the municipal budget is because we don't have dedicated facility staff beyond kind of the day-to-day. We have a facility supervisor who does a phenomenal job, but Ken Kennedy will be mopping the floor one day and then trying to find a roof repair guy for a fire station the next day. And the other piece is we really don't fund the ongoing maintenance of this building specifically or any other building the way we should. So you look at Todd Jepson's school department budget, he has, $1 million every year to paint walls, to repair bathrooms, to do whatever. And we just do not fund it that way on the municipal side. And one of the big capital projects we'll get to, or some of the big capital items are here at Town Hall, because it's now 31 years old and systems are failing, and we haven't adequately planned for that because we've been really dealing with the day-to-day, not the long term. So one of the things we are proposing is to fund a $75,000 item in the municipal budget to take care of those kind of ongoing or, emergency repairs. Right now, we have no budget for it, which is why we're getting into some of the situations we are.
Question about this, again, the school versus here. And I was pretty impressed when I saw what Todd is doing on the school side, facilities plans and so forth. And I've had those guys who work for me. In fact, there are probably times when I've had more buildings than the town does. And so I really get the value. And there's a lot of economic value between what when you decide to do things, whether you do it in-house or not, so forth. So my question is that at this scale, that takes a real pro. And what I wonder about is why wouldn't we think about augmenting the school piece so that you have somebody who is you already have the guy at the top of the game, and essentially it might be more economical to expand that empire rather than worry about it at all here.
Yeah, we don't disagree. Yeah, we've had those conversations. We need to rekindle them. Our vision, and there's some level of receptivity on the school side, is that you're right. They've got the facility infrastructure in place. I can envision a town component and a school component, and maybe we can draw for special projects on some of their talent that we don't need kind of full time. So I think that is the model, and it's like IT. I think we've got good experience with a shared services model that is efficient and effective.
I guess I also don't want to look past it. Todd Souza has long, in concert with our facility supervisor, really takes on the lion's share of the facilities planning. As you heard from Todd earlier, he wears a million different hats and has a million things going on. And so part of the effort here is also to, previously on the public safety building, the fire chief and police chief kind of handled the day-to-day responsibilities. And if a roof needed to be replaced, the fire chief was calling about, roof people. And we're really trying to take those auxiliary responsibilities off our department heads who otherwise have jobs to do. And so that is a model we've talked about. We've talked about variations of it. We've never been able to advance it. But I think that,
sorry, just to Councilor Cushing's point, I guess it's making me think, rather than doing an assessment, would it make more sense to add an FTE and start it by having a certified person who could probably do the assessment pieces as part of their job in their first year to kind of get to where we want to be? Like what's the benefit or converse, like getting somebody in and having that position?
Well, I think it's a little bit of chicken or the egg. I think what we're proposing here is it's probably easier to get a stat, with the facilities assessment, we're looking for a baseline. What is the current state of all of our municipal facilities? What needs a roof when? How are the systems going? And I think to hire someone, bring them on and find that expertise to be able to do all that, I'm not sure how easy that is. I think the thought process, right or wrong, is that you have that assessment done by an external expert with hopefully minimal staff support. And then we have this baseline, and then we perhaps hire someone to say, okay, now administer the replacement schedule, administer that maintenance, that repair, that replacement, whatever. Maybe that's not, Tom, I'm not sure what your thoughts are.
No, I concur.
I have a question. I'm sorry. I think I missed something at the end. Is the goal of the facilities assessment, do you want to create your own facilities department?
I think ultimately we need the administrative support to execute. But first and foremost, we need to establish that baseline.
Okay, that's what, because while we're talking, I went online and I was just curious how other towns were structured, because you're talking about Todd Souza and Portland is all together with parks and facilities is all one department. So you guys are already kind of doing that, but then,
Community service, is there?
yes. yeah.
Essentially,
Yep.
yeah. it's-
But then South Portland has its own, looks like
Facilities.
separate facilities. And so I just was looking just personally to see what was,
Yeah.
how other people were doing it.
Yeah, I mean, what's happened over time, community services started and continues to be the catch-all. When something doesn't fit, it falls to community services. And so they are the Swiss Army knife, really. But they're to the point that they are so varied and in terms of their duties and responsibilities and stretched so thin. And at the same time, our facilities needs as we build new buildings and bring new facilities online are ever increasing. And all of these facilities, this one in particular, is starting to show its age. It's 30 years old. The critical systems are failing. The roof's going to have to get replaced. So we've had the kind of Band-Aid approach so far, and it's worked, but it's starting to stretch too thin. So just in terms of, that's an area that I think we need to staff up on, and to the extent that we could combine with the school and take advantage of their expertise, and kind of management oversight, that's a model we need to explore. But I think it does begin and end, or we really need to understand the magnitude of the problem. There's also efficiencies that we expect. You know, you heard from the fire chief, he's got, what, 7 or 8 facilities under his responsibility. Well, it'd be good for us to know that he's replacing garage doors in a couple of those, so we can combine and do a town-wide garage door replacement or roof replacement or what have you, or, so I think there's efficiencies that we have not realized that we can in the future.
I really think you're right about that. It doesn't strike me that the fire chief, I mean, the fire chief is using these facilities. And so he says the door doesn't work or it looks rusty. That would be the point where they call the facilities director and they say, come on over here and take a look at this. And in the same way that if the facilities director has a fire, I think he's going to call the chief.
Right.
So I think that model, which you said you know, we've applied successfully in IT, we've applied it. You know, I don't have another example. This may be the other. But when you're talking about the basic underlying infrastructure, the box that everybody operates on, it seems to me that unless there's something particularly unique, for example, about the school or one division or another, that ought to be a unified service.
And there's something to be said for economies of scale. You know, if we can combine multiple roof projects, we're likely to get a better price than bidding them out separately, for instance.
So with all that said, there are 2 really urgent repairs that we need to do here at Town Hall. One is actually 3 air handler replacements. Actually, a preliminary estimate is 280,000. And then replace the Town Hall chiller, which has failed, at 190,000. This is the reason why if you walk into the mailroom, most days it feels like a sauna.
I would encourage you guys to. I was just in there and I was starting to sweat just, well, you go in there and it's like 30 degrees warmer than in here.
Go in there and warm up.
Yeah.
Yeah, so those are really urgent needs. There is one other repair that we need to look at that we haven't gotten an estimate for. But Town Hall, yeah, is showing, everyone walks in. I know it's known around the community as Taj Mahal, and I think many areas it doesn't look 30 years old, but the systems certainly are reflecting its age.
Yeah, there's 16 systems. They're all tucked away in roofs above the ceiling, and one of the units to be replaced is in chamber B. When they age, they've got a pan under them to catch any condensation or any leak. Those rust out over time, and so we need to do something. And the chiller is something just landed in our lab. We'd hope we could fix it. We tried to, but the report is it's done. And that's like a 20-week lead time. So we need to make some alternative arrangements for a mobile unit to get us from now to then as well. So I wish I could say that there was the ability to push those, but these are in front of you because they are urgent. The facilities assessment is certainly discretionary, but we think its time has come.
And you guys have been asking for that a couple of years, so I think this, at some point, we got to do it. We can't keep punting it. So that's I remember last year, or maybe my first year, I wanted to support it. And I think through the process, it just eventually was one of the things that got cut, but
I'm gonna put it on my running list, but it's gonna be the end of that list.
okay, very last thing, bottom of the list.
And I think one of the other concerns with just is Todd likely will have a role in supporting that assessment. And, you know, Todd had facilities master plan, now he has ad hoc community center. Perhaps he'll have some time
Yeah.
next year to mine this, but that's,
Todd's fatal flaw is he never says no.
and he has boundless energies. That's great work. So just unfunded investments, there was a request to move a current part-time clerk position to full-time. Again, that's a 50K net because there's obviously part-time staffing that would help bridge that gap. Buildings maintenance position. So to your point, that would really be more of a day-to-day though, maintenance work, something more than custodial. So that's been a request for the last few years. Holiday lights, which Todd already referenced, and a facilities truck, which in the short term, we're gonna, again, one of the things we talked about with our facility or our equipment and vehicle replacement plan, we do try to bring some of those frontline vehicles and reallocate them in different departments. So we expect in the next few years to be able to do that with a retired police vehicle as kind of a runaround vehicle. So making short-term, solutions for
It's
that.
not fair to have staff for work purposes using their personal vehicle. Ken's a great example. He's traveling all over town in this truck.
So again, all of those departments, very personnel heavy. Those are kind of the highlights from our perspective as to what are budget drivers, what are priorities and concerns. Good news, just report out, workers' comp has actually been flat after a number of years of increases. So that's positive. But really, those are the drivers.
Were there any other, like in the school, I can't remember what the line item was, but there was something related, I thought, to their human capital budget that was still in process. Is that?
They're talking about workers' comp rates.
Okay.
Yep. And again, you can kind of be somewhat predictive of that based on your loss ratio and your modification rate. And ours has been trending down, thankfully, after some pretty high spike years. So we're pretty confident in that number.
Okay.
Who are we insured with?
Maine Municipal Association is our insurer.
It's a health trust, insurance trust.
Yep.
And do they have a rebate based on the experience of the group? So they do it like a mutual company?
Yep.
So we have a finance committee meeting next week, and I think maybe what would be good is for us to kind of reflect on the conversations you guys reflect. I think it would be great at that meeting is to kind of play back what you guys captured, heard, and what your action plan is, so that we can give it the thumbs up. And if there's other stuff that we want to offer at that meeting as we kind of digest, I think that would be a good next step. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'll certainly be in a position to capture. I'm not gonna be able to get anything out today to you, but
No, I think for the
start that meeting and we'll capture. Not all of them I don't believe we'll be in a position to be definitive on all of them.
No.
But it's a running list of.
Yeah, what I'm looking for is just the playback of,
Yep.
I know we were all capturing notes and ideas and things. What did you guys capture? What do you think is the right plan of action that you're gonna take over the next couple of weeks to get back to us, as Councilor Cushing said, a suggestion that helps us to get closer to goal? And if there are like little nice presents that come in because you're ready,
Yep.
that's great, but I don't expect you guys to make decisions on anything for next week. I just want to hear the playback, and I also want the counselors to confirm that what they expected to be played back is there. If there's something else that happens in the next week.
Well, I know there's been a lot of question about, can we use TIF funds? Can we move it around? I think, I don't want to create more work. I think it would be visually helpful for us to see everything that's currently being used under the TIF. I'm sorry. I know I'm creating more work for you.
Don't
But
exist.
I think it would be important because I mean, you're like, maybe we could shift stuff. I'm going to have a hard time going between the department with the TIFs. I think
No,
that would be super
That
helpful.
information exists. I'd love to spend time next week on that.
We could do that.
Pages 65 and 66 in particular.
And there might be some things that, again, you guys need more time to do, that again, if we have these weekly check-ins, help us, set those check-ins to see, one, do we need them? And two, what are we gonna discuss to make it worth our while to
Sure.
kind of advance the goal? So I
Generally,
don't know if the TIF thing Karen's asking for, you'll be ready for next week, but definitely we should.
I think we can.
apply.
Yep. Generally speaking, we've got to switch things around, but there's about $315,000 in additional TIF funds. That's not to say that everything we've talked about will qualify in the end, but that's the order of magnitude that we have available.
Okay. Counselor
So,
Cushing?
yeah, so we have this budget now as presented in the first reading
Mhm.
before us, and we've moved it along. And my vote, I think, to move it along was to give us an opportunity to have these discussions. And the consensus among us is that we're trying to get to net 5%, which between the town and the school is $1.2 million.
Can I put a caveat on that I think we need to discuss? Still,
Maybe. Yeah, okay.
the fund balance conversation. So that 1.2 million, my understanding assumes we're spending $1 million
Mhm.
fund balance.
900.
So
Yep.
approximately $1 million.
Well,
So I think it's important that we revisit that conversation again. I heard some mixed things from the council when we were discussing it, but I just think we need to revisit how much of that do we qualify as part of us hitting our net budget target? Like, should we be hitting that net budget target without that fund balance? And how close can we get without it before we add it back in? Like, that was kind of the debate. I heard interest in using it, but I still feel like we need to kind of decide how much and does that count to get to the target?
yeah, I think we can have that discussion. My fear is that it takes us back through a whole, just like I would say, I don't want to solve the problem by increasing what comes out of the fund balance.
Yeah.
I don't know that we should be saying at this point, no, you should decrease that. And I'm more convinced of that after listening to these presentations. I can't find a whole lot of stuff, particularly on the town side, that I would quibble with on a line item basis. And I think that if I felt like what I was hearing from either side was that the use of the fund balance was somehow a gimmicky way to get to the goal, et cetera, I guess I would have different feelings about it. It seems to me that, you know, in this unique year and with a lot of needs, it would just make sense to leave those the same. So if somebody comes back and says, well, I can get there, I'm just going to spend more money from the fund balance, no. But by the same token, I think we should leave it fixed. Now, there may be other people, but if the job of the finance committee here is to sort of provide guidance to the folks going out, I would say engage in the difficult task of finding 1.2 million, and that maybe you could have a conversation with Jeff and see what he thinks on his side. I don't know if any of that is appropriate, but I think we talk a lot about percentages and so forth, but you know, the expression in business is cash is king. It's easy to understand. It's all the same color. So I think that to say, can we find it? And when I look through it, I find places, some of them big, where we could get there maybe easily. But that's me, and I don't understand all the implications. And I think I could sit here until next week and I would understand.
So the thing that resonated with me most from the last meeting was Counselor McGee's comment where he said, we have to think of the consequences, not just of this year, but of the out years. So essentially today, if we put $1 million in fund balance, that means next year's budget, we're already starting at an increase of $1 million. And so that to me is the consequence that I think we just have to weigh to say, do we want to make the decision this year? Because we're using it to get to our goal, knowing that it's just gonna make our budget that much harder next year, which also is gonna include the school collective bargaining changes that, you know, is gonna be a big increase next year. So I think, I'm not saying that we don't do it, I'm just saying, I think we need to have more of a conversation and make sure we understand and get to some consensus of, you know, I would like to see us fund what's necessary and make sure that we can justify it, get to the goal and where we can use fund balance to get there if we need to, great. But use that as the last resort, or even frankly, still use all of it and have a lower tax rate as a result. So we don't need
Yeah.
to debate it today, but I think it's something that I think would be good that we need to kind of collectively align on in terms of philosophy, approach, and how we want to use it.
So
It would be
I
helpful
want to
to-
draw a box around around this discussion, because this is the discussion that should take place at the goal setting meeting. Where we don't just say 5%, we create some sort of roadmap of how to get there. We did that to some extent. We said prioritize, you know, the people that we have. But it seems to me that, you know, I didn't understand at the time all this general fund things, but if our goal is get us to 5%, don't touch any of the general fund money, we should say that on the front end.
But we've never done that
Well,
before, so
well,
that's where you're, like, we wouldn't have
No, you wouldn't have
Yeah.
thought of it. but what I-
retrospectively maybe, but now we have to ask ourselves that question, like,
Absolutely.
how are we defining
But
the
I,
5% net budget?
sure, but I think it's.
Sorry, Karen. Karen's trying to say something.
I'm patient. I think it would be helpful next week to understand the current condition of the fund balance and how much is in there and percentage wise. This is taxpayer money.
Mhm.
So I don't mind using fund balance if we are at a point where I feel uncomfortable saying we're holding so much of taxpayer money. And that was one of the counselor comments that we got. I don't remember who said that.
Yep.
But that's, you know, we want to keep a good financial environment, but also this is their money. And this is a tough year. So I think at a minimum, we have to have a serious conversation. And I think as a finance committee, it is our job to go to town council and give them a recommendation, not, I think we're the ones diving into it and we're going to dive into it next week. I'm asking, I personally think we should be the ones to determine and make that recommendation.
Yeah, I agree.
So.
And we also have a memo that hasn't been distributed yet that
Right.
would be also part of that conversation from our financial advisor, where, you know, Tom reached out asking him to weigh in on our health. And so I think that ties into, let's look at our fund. So I heard, let's look at our TIFs, let's understand that better. Let's look at fund balance, Joe's memo, and let's do an alignment
scorecard.
playback, yeah, of like where we are.
Yep.
Any other agenda topics or items?
I would also refer the committee to page 78 of your book.
Yeah,
That exhibit has
we'll pull those up and make them prominent.
that has the
pieces of
fund balance
agenda.
history of where we were after the. I know. It's
to
accounting
be
boo-boo,
talked to.
no.
Yeah.
We'll pull these relevant exhibits out and make them part of the packet, so they'll be right in front of you.
Great. And there's nobody in the public right now? All right, well, thank you, everybody. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
Second.
All those in favor? All right, thanks, everyone.